You will me, yeah, you keep me close. You let me know that I can take you anywhere. Take you anywhere. Will me, yeah, you keep me close. You let me know that I can take you anywhere.
soaring. I won't give up this time. Gravity just pulls me down, my vision stronger. I hold on longer. It separates me from the rest. I set to conquer. Throw me to the fire, I'll walk through the flames. Burn me on the outside, my heart will remain. Lose me in the darkness, I'll find my own way. So throw me to the fire.
Alright, chat. Chat. I said I would cry no less than 2 times this entire day. It's gonna be really challenging. Chat, we are here! It is time! Day 3 of Upbeat Denver! It has been such a long road, not only to make this happen for all of you, but with all of the trials, tribulations, setbacks, all the way up until we hit the play button.
Literally 30 seconds ago.
Literally 30 seconds ago. We have finally made it and persevered, chat. Oh, I'm so glad to be here. And let's start off. First of all, you all know who I am. You see me talk a bunch. It's your boy, Jamario, a.k.a. Ajakin, on the enters of the net. And I am joined by someone who should have been here from the beginning. This man landed in Denver, in the Mile City. The flu said, nah, fam, we got other plans for you. And this man went and bodied the flu 10-0 matchup to be here. Your favorite mod of the event, now in person to be on the ones and twos. Tizza,
What's up, y'all?
oh, how are you feeling, man? First of all, how are you feeling for real?
First of all, way better. I have about 8,000% vitamin C in my blood.
Hey.
I'm pretty sure that if you cut me open, it would smell like an orange.
You is straight citrus right now.
It's true.
Straight up citrus.
I'm feeling a lot better. I spent the last 4 days locked in my hotel room, pretty much helping remotely with, obviously, chat moderation, as you saw, helping Ann with some timestamps, doing whatever I could. But I couldn't stay away. Every morning I'd wake up to a message from an analyst saying, Tizza check, how you feeling?
Boy.
Coming in today? I knew I didn't want to come in until I was 100%. I take health very seriously, not trying to get anyone sick, but yesterday I was at like 85%. And then I woke up this morning and I was like, yes, I'm back, let's do it. So I'm super happy to be here. I'm super excited. This is going to be crazy.
It's going to be crazy, chat. Thank you so much for being patient with the delay. Of course, just to kind of give you an update as to what is going on, we've had a lot of people who kind of had to drop out. It's as early as literally the day before. We had one player who had to catch a flight back home for an emergency. Shout out to Shupa. Before that, shout out to all of the players. There's so many names that qualified, but due for personal reasons, diplomatic reasons, the ability to get a visa, they were not able to attend with us today. So we want to say shout out to all of those winners. Thank you so much. We like you. We love you. We miss you. We wish you could be here, but we're still going to be sending you one of these lovely Upbeat champion jackets because you put in the work. You've shown that you deserve to be here. So let's go ahead and bring some of that to you. So then, second of all, unfortunately, 2 people did have to drop today. Evil Dave unfortunately tested positive for COVID, hence why you see myself, a lot of the staff, and a lot of the players walking around with masks today. We are just taking precautions. Everyone has taken tests so far, no positives. So Evil Dave had the drop, and unfortunately, the hero of day 2, the best dad buff, unfortunately decided to drop out. He did. I mean, it's understandable. He has a literal 1-month-old newborn at home, and he decided that said, I don't want to take a chance. I don't want to bring that home. Let me not take any chances. So shout out to Andrew. He could have been here today, but he decided to put his family first. And honestly, that's the reason why we fell in love with him.
Yeah.
From yesterday.
100%. Andrew's a great dude. He's super active in Life 4. He's been around for a really long time. Really quality human. Wishing him all the best.
Absolutely.
Also, big shout outs to Evil Dave. It is a really hard thing to do the right thing when you have something like the last day of Upbeat sitting in front of you. Dave had a great tournament so far, but huge props to Dave for testing as soon as he felt sick, coming to the TOs immediately and saying, hey, here's what's up, I'm stepping out, gotta do the right thing. So props to all the folks here that are looking out for each other, making sure everyone stays healthy, stays happy, and is able to have the best day they can for the last day of the tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's one of the things I've said before throughout the entire weekend that I love about this community is the camaraderie, the gas that everyone's been giving each other.
Lots of gas.
But also all of us looking out for each other, making sure that we all not only maintain staying happy and healthy, but getting home to our families and loved ones in one healthy and safe peace.
Yep. Vibes are great here, man. That's why I've been in the rhythm game community for longer than I care to admit publicly. I'm a boomer as far as rhythm
Yay,
games go.
Boomer Gang!
Oh,
Shout
absolutely.
out to Boomer Gang.
35 years
here.
old, baby. Still doing it. Less fast than I used to be, but still doing it.
Still doing it.
But yeah, it's always cool being at an event like this, seeing all the people offering carpools, bringing people food and drinks. Like, everyone looks out for each other. Everyone's happy to be here. RGC folks, they take good care of each other. Good
we
people.
sure do. We sure do. So, we've been taking care of each other. So it's now time to take care of all you stream monsters that have been out here. We come to see some good-ass DDR today, and that's what we're going to go ahead and deliver. So, starting off, we're going to give you a preview of the bracket in just a moment, but it's time. We're about to get ready to start the death pools, the second chance pools. If you were to compare all of the pool play from the weekend to swimming in a really deep Olympic pool or even an ocean, everyone, Olympic class swimmers, doing it, hitting the strokes. Some people hit the finish line, made it to the surface before others, and then some of them, they made it out a little bit kind of sore, treaded water. And then the rest, unfortunately, we get to pay our respects, we get to hold them in memoriam, we get to hold their memories dear. But those people who just barely made it, they got to prove themselves once again. And so now we are in the pools of death. Starting off with Pool G, we are going to have the Aussie sensation birthday boy from yesterday, just celebrated his birthday yesterday, Bar X. We're going to have former Ohio DDR native, now resident of Taiwan, Dr. D, legendary player, famous all over the internet on DDR. We are going to have Sir Degress himself, Sir Degris, Kaze573, aka Hudson, showing up in this pool. You like your Aussies, you like your pies, chat. You like your pies, chat. You like the Down Under. Well, we're going to give you a double dose of that. We got Blastoise coming up next. Then we also have No Bar Ben, the No Bar sensation, one of the best No Bar players on the planet, bar none. Haha, see what I did there? See what I did there? And then lastly, we're going to round it out with someone who I would say on your fantasy picks, and this is no shade, no disrespect, had him going pretty deep, but stunning everyone. Blue Buster rounding out that pool.
And after that, we're going to have Pool H, formerly known as the pool that had Evil Dave and Andrew in it. They will be replaced by the fourth place player from their pools, their respective pools. That is Ty and Desklamp. Woo. We will also have Chrono, the Puerto Rican hero, the ITG sensation. Vamos.
Eso.
We also have Harujun, the Wonderkind, who's out here to rip some more 18s, maybe another Degger's Crush. We have Spencer, the recovery story of the century in DDR.
So such a motivation, such an inspiration.
We have Bogo, the man on the huge come up who played out of his mind in his pool, and he's going to see if he can make the top 8. And then, as previously mentioned, our two fill-in homies, Ty, who had a great day, and Desklamp, Mr. Antimatter himself, who's going to round out Pool H that will start off after.
Yes, so speaking of which, now, once we get done with this, they're not out of the neck of the woods yet, because they're going to be going straight into our top 8, our double elimination bracket. If we take a look at that over here. Yep, wrong one. Woo! Oop, nope, spoilers. Spoilers, chat. So take a look at this bracket. Right off rip, we are going to have Chris for Life up against one of the people out of Pool H, your winner of Pool H. Next up, we are going to have the GOATs, the original OG GOAT himself, Kevin Bodie, aka Kevbo, aka Mega Man X, up against the jewel of Canada right now, putting up some of the craziest scores that we have ever seen in a tournament. Nate the Great coming in up against and probably going to be one of the most intense and spicy matches of this top 8 so far.
8 on Prey Expert, 4 on Prey Challenge, back to
back. Crazy.
Nutty. And on the bottom half of the bracket, we got your man Paul Chunka, Dark Zuza. He's taking on the winner of Pool G. Good luck to them.
Good luck to them.
We also have Mark, who had one of the rippiest pool sets I have ever seen in a tournament. And then the boy Squid, one half of the bros.
One half of the bros. He ended up winning that entire pool. Played out of his mind. It's going to be really awesome to see him going up against the Denver local. As we said, the man who was forged in this high altitude to round out top 8. And then the rest of the bracket we will see as we go forward from there. So it's going to be pretty hot stuff, y'all. It's going to be dope.
We got a really big day. So the pools are going to play out the same way that they did the last couple of days. Each player will pick one song blind. Every player will play all of those songs. The players will be ranked based on their individual EX score finishes on each individual song. The points get added up, and the winner of each of the 2 last chance pools, G and H, will advance to the double elimination bracket. The bracket will be a card draw. So we're going back to the classics, where it's going to be the 5-card draw, best of 3, and then best of 5 for the later rounds. You'll be seeing all that on stream as it happens.
Yeah, so make sure that you get comfortable, chat. Wherever you sit, if you choose that you're sitting on a couch, laying in bed, sitting at your desk, slacking off at work, make that money, get that money. Don't get in trouble, of course, but make that money. Or you just tuning in and out, lurking. Shout out to all the lurkers, the lurk monsters out there. We're glad to have you. We like you. We love you. We hope you're getting W's out there. But you're going to want to stay tuned. You're going to want to lock in for this day. It's going to be absolutely nuts from here on out.
To address a couple of the chat questions really quick, so we have recommended to all players that they wear masks when they are not on the stage, so when they are not on the pads playing. Players are not being required to wear masks. Some are opting to play with masks, some are opting not to. But we're leaving it up to them. We are providing masks to all players on request. So we got boxes and boxes. Shout out to Fenrir, shout out to Paul, shout out to a bunch of people that immediately, without being asked, were just like, yo, we're picking up a ton of masks and tests and we're just bringing them in. Lots of people helping us out today.
Man, and it's absolutely crazy just to see that responsive action. Just completely selfless, the selflessness from everyone, just to make sure that not only could everyone feel safe, feel secure, but also so we can get this, that we can make this happen, because it was kind of up in the air at a moment too.
Yeah.
We were having that discussion, like how are we going to do it?
Yeah, a big part of the delay is that we wanted to make sure that, one, all the players had an understanding of what the situation was. We let everybody know as soon as we found out, hey, there was a player that tested positive this morning. Likely we all had close contact. Staff immediately were all wearing masks all day. Players all got to individually request, say, hey, can you give me a test? Hey, can you give me a mask? Hey, I want to sit this one out. We wanted to make sure that all the players were good, that if anyone wanted to sit out, we could fill them in, that everything was ready to go. As with anything like this, you got to plan for all the contingencies. You got to plan for the worst case scenario. So our man Renatalis, Fusion, the TO staff, myself included, got to have the nightmare conversation. We worked out what would happen if we lost 5 people, 6 people, 10 people, said they couldn't make it. What were we going to do? Fortunately, we only had the 2. We've had no other positive tests so far today. So we're crossing our fingers that still holds and that everyone stays healthy.
Yes, because especially when you consider the international presence, there are still some policies in place for certain countries that you're not allowed to even return without a negative COVID test. So fingers crossed that everyone can get home safe and healthy and sane. That's going to be the key.
Last part debatable.
The last part's debatable.
Fortunately for the Japanese players specifically, they already took a PCR test yesterday as part of their requirements for their flight home. It needs to be taken a certain amount of time in advance. All those PCR tests came back negative yesterday. So far so good. Obviously, keep your fingers crossed. Wishing everybody the best. We want this to go smoothly, but thank you all for your patience and bearing with us with the delays. We want to make sure that everyone has the time to stay safe, get themselves taken care of, but also have a chance to warm up now that we know what's going on and get into the games. To cover one more note about the pools that I forgot, so the last chance pools are basically the same rules as yesterday, 15 through 18, everyone picks one song. For the card draw, it is a weighted random 15 through 19. So there's a 10% chance of 15s, I'm looking down the sheet, 25% chance for a 16 or an 18, or excuse me, 25% for 16, 25% for 18, 35% for 17s, and 5% for one of those big old 19s.
Ooh, that is a 5%. I mean, so I know a lot of y'all out there are gotcha. You're the gotcha crowd. I know y'all like to be rolling. I know you would lose your mind if there was a 5% chance that you'd pick that you'd scoop an ultra rare. You'd throw them odds. So I wouldn't be surprised if we hit that 5%, we roll 5%, and we see our first 19 of the tournament.
Pretty good chances.
But speaking of which, as we wait for the warm-ups to get done, everyone, to get their initial runs, let's talk about the tournament. Let's go ahead and relive our favorite experiences. I'll go ahead and start it off. Speaking of 19, one of my favorite moments of this entire weekend
I already know.
was watching an inspiration to me. So if a lot of you don't know, yes, I am one of the main commentators in the DDR scene, have been playing Dance Dance Revolution for over 2 decades at this point. But I also am predominantly known for Dance Rush, one of the main influencers in that scene. And Ringo has been someone who I've looked up to for a very long time as a dancer, as a rhythm game player. So watching Ringo decide to come up on the pad, no bar, and play Paranoia Revolution Challenge, the 19, and smack it, like just body it, was absolutely unreal. Everyone lost their... So I was told by some staff in the arcade that the pop-off from everyone over here when he did that was so loud, you could hear it completely on the opposite side of the building.
I believe it. I mean, it was even loud on stream. That was crazy.
I screamed in your ear. Sorry, headphone users. This is normal for Asian kid. I've been really nice this entire time. It might be all off today. Who knows? I'm gonna do my best. I have the mixer right here. I will mute myself.
Yeah, we're gonna get hypey. I think I was talking to one of my friends during that whole thing, and I just messaged him on Discord, and I was like, dude, turn the stream on right now. Turn this on. You gotta see this. It was incredible. And then Ringo beat my personal best on Paranoia Revolution, warming up no bar. I was just like, these guys are so talented. Like, all these folks playing today, it is such an inspiration for me. As someone who's played for a really long time, I'm a super competitive guy.
Same.
I don't know about y'all. COVID, quarantine, not great to me. I'm not in the best shape of my life right now. I'm several years out of practice. But like, watching this tournament, seeing all the crazy scores, all the talent on display, seeing the ceiling just go up and up and up, it just inspires me. I spent the last 3 days, other than being sad that I was in my hotel room and not in this chair, going, man, I want to play some DDR.
Man, that's been the vibe the entire weekend. Not only from people here, but I've been watching. A lot of you have been very vocal on Twitter, been tagging all of us. Thank you so much, by the way, telling us how you were so inspired by what you saw during this tournament that you went out and just decided to hit your local arcade, your local machine. And a lot of y'all have been going nuts with some of those scores. And it's been so inspirational. It's been so heartwarming. I teared up during a couple of them. It was awesome to see. And I'm so glad that we got to share this experience for you. But Tizza, what are some of your favorite moments throughout this entire week?
So I actually have a list.
Oh, man. Oh, boy, chat. Oh, boy.
So because I was in my hotel room, I was trying to be useful. I mentioned I was doing a lot of time stamping for our great dame Cygnus, the wonderful swan that puts together that awesome prep video, all of the cool highlight videos.
Goated. Thank you so much.
She's amazing. Shout outs to Ann. We're going to shout out Ann like 17 more times today. She deserves like 17,000. But anyway, so I made her my list of top 8 moments from the whole thing. I was gonna say, I actually didn't include the Ringo warm-up because I was like, well, I had too many things. My list was like 30, and I had to cut it to 8 so she could like use it. I'll go really fast. 1, Nat 8, back-to-back, 8 perfects on Prey Expert, 4 perfects on Prey Challenge. Insane. Number 2, Chris and Spencer, Triple Journey, enough said. Those dudes ripped.
Yes, it was so awesome. It made it into that intro video that you saw at the beginning of the stream.
Absolutely incredible. 3, Mark and Dr. D holding a double gold combo on the Greaser for like 200 and something. Chrono ripping 21 perfects on Prey twice with some change.
Yeah.
But just that level of consistency was just, I had Squid True Black flying to Hoku, the last step.
That was
the gold combo.
If you could chat, a lot of you were there, and a lot of people here. If you could have been here and just everyone, the unexpected, just the sigh of just the deflation, but
at the same time, like a 99.8 onto Hoku is still just like
was still kind of nuts, like for real, like what the hell.
I also had June and Rerhyme, the Sweet Home Party rip. Both of them holding the gold combo through the speed up, through the stop, and like ripping the MA. I was just like, I hate that song so much.
It's a wild song.
Yeah. And then the Fidelin, our homie from Chile, and Blastoise getting 16 and 17 perfects on possession.
They were 1 point, what the hell? They were like 1 point apart. It was nuts.
It was magic. And then I put it as my number 9 because I could not. Dadman Andrew, last song of the last day of the last pool, clutching the last spot. Just like, you can't write a better story. And it's such a pour one out moment that he made the biggest man call, like the biggest quality dad choice to look out for his family. But we know, stream folks, we know, everyone here knows, he's a legend for this.
Absolutely.
Amazing moment.
Love the guy, and love the rest of these players. We are just about to wrap up on the warm-ups in just a moment, chat. So just as a reminder, coming up, this is, if you didn't know, this is Pool G. This is the first of the death pools. So if you're just now joining us, I saw a lot of you just now join, whether you came on your own, you came from the raid. Shout out to all of you that raid. Shout out to Spooty Biscuit. That's a GDQ alumni rhythm gamer out there. Shout out to him. Thank you so much for that raid, dropping off a lot of the homies here. Pool G, we have the first of the Australian sensations. We have, and birthday boy, just celebrated his birthday yesterday, Bar X. We have the man, formerly by the way of Ohio, now Taiwan resident, Dr. D. We have the man, the myth, the legend, don't you say it wrong, but we're going to, Kaze 573. And then we have the second of the third of Team Australia. In the same bracket, we have Sir Blastoise himself, the dancing Pokemon. We have the legend, one of the most inspirational players of this tournament, popping off, playing in the most classic way possible. No Bar Ben, the only no bar player left in this tournament. And then lastly, we have, I would say, the underdog of this pool, surprising everyone, taking the third place spot, Blue Buster.
Gonna be hype as heck. Following that up, Pool H, one more time, we got Chrono, the Puerto Rican legend.
Eso.
Harujun, the Wonderkin, gonna rip some more 18s. We got Spencer, we got Bogo, we got Ty, and we got Deskland. And we're not even at the top 8 bracket yet. Like, this tournament's loaded as heck, man. It's crazy.
So, and just as a reminder, we're going to go ahead. Let's just talk about this top 8 bracket. So, whoever makes it out of that pool that Tizza just talked about, they're not going to get, there's not going to get much wiggle room because they're immediately going to go against the number 1 seed of the tournament, Chris for life, to fight for their tournament life to move on in the bracket. Next up after that, we're going to have a spicy boy. We're going to have Kevin Bodie, the GOAT, the legend, up against the Hope, God Save the Queen, the man, the myth, the legend of Canada, Nate, a.k.a. Nat8, a.k.a. I get 8 on Prey, and then cut that in half and immediately get 4 on the challenge version of it. After that, we have Paul Chunka, one of the top players in the world. I would say if you ever were to have that conversation, Paul Chunka would come up on the list. And after that, he will be going up against the winner of this pool that we are about to come across, Pool G, whoever makes it out. Lastly, to round out that top 8 bracket, we are going to have the local player, the only local Denver resident in this tournament, built different as the kids say, Mark, up against one of the brothers Florida. Don't call him a Florida man. He beat Florida man. He defeated Florida man to be here. You know him, you love him. We have Squid.
In case anyone was curious, Squids are stronger than Gators. That's how we know.
Yes.
He made it out of Florida.
He made it out of Florida, and I can neither confirm nor deny that he may have walked here instead of catching a flight, because that's just how built different he is. That's just how he do, as some people say.
See, I think he'd go simple, he'd go easy, he'd go Greyhound.
Oh.
Who knows?
Pocket chill. Love it.
All right, so I have a question for you.
Yes.
So now that this is our last set of song selection pools.
Okay.
So what is your over-under on the number of times we're going to see our good friend Degrassi today?
Okay. We're by default going to see it at least once because Hudson is a person who
Hudson's
exists.
still here.
Hudson exists. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it in this Pool G, because a lot of people it's actually been surprising to see who picks it. Every single Japanese player picked it.
Yep.
Harujun picked it. And if you haven't already kind of noticed, chat, it's a chart that you need to be ready for. And also, you might not be ready for, no matter how much you prep into it.
Yeah.
That chart is so wild, it's so technical, and even if you have an obnoxious score on it, your score can waver just based upon how you're feeling in that exact moment. It's a good kind of like mind check. It's a good thing to keep all the other players on their toes. And depending on how you're feeling and depending on how you're playing the bracket, it can also be just something to gas the players out. And
yeah,
it's a metagamer. It's a metagamer of a pick, for sure.
It is. But you know, one of the tricky parts, and we talked about this plenty, well, you talked about this plenty, I talked about it plenty in chat, is the fact that most players will play it on shuffle. So you never know which pattern you're going to get. Some of the shuffles are, relatively speaking, pretty friendly. They smooth out some patterns. Some of the shuffles are not good. But when it comes down to it, like the charts are so complicated, you just know beggars can't be choosers.
Hey, I like it. I mean, one thing about it, you bring up the shuffles. We did see that actually happen a couple of times where they put their trust in the shuffle, and the shuffle, wasn't feeling it. They didn't pass the vibe check, so to speak. So it's just unpredictable. Plus, also, a lot of people prefer to play it on left, just because some of those patterns that are in it are a little bit more natural when you play it on left. You can kind of turn it that way. But it was also surprising to see people play it vanilla, in which good for you if you can nail that. Good on you. We salute you. We give you some love.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's cold here in Denver, but I expect Degris, aka boy band from the 90s, 98 degrees. Absolutely love them to warm things up and to keep it spicy over here.
Yeah. There's a lot to be said about the consistency side too. Like, if you're playing for score, it's a lot easier to just pick shuffle. Then if you get a bad one, stop.
Yeah.
But in a tournament, you only get one shot. It's like Johnson & Johnson.
Ooh.
You need to make sure that you can trust yourself. So some players, so Chris would do this for, I want to say Revolution? I don't remember for sure, but some players will play on shuffle for score, but in a tournament, pick a turn mod, because at least that way they know what they're going to get. They can practice it, they can refine their command, they know that they can get the score that they need to when they need it the most.
Got it. Yeah, that totally checks out. And it's going to be fascinating to see what these picks are going to be for these pools. I mean, especially in these death pools, these boys ain't about to be easy. It was people were already strategizing last night immediately after they found out where they were going to be. So I don't expect if we're going to see some safe picks, they're going to be safe picks that they're probably going to MFC. They'll probably know that, yeah, you can get a good score, but my score is going to be better. Or we're going to see some just wild picks in which, like, yeah, I'm planning on knocking some people out with this one. And this is just going to be a stamina. It's just going to be a war of attrition with it.
Yeah. All right, so out of all the crazy stuff in the song list, what do you think is going to be a song we're going to see today from a pick that we haven't seen yet this tournament?
Let's see. There's a good list of songs.
Where's the juice hiding? So for me, I could go. You can think. I can talk a little bit. I think there's a chance that we see some Osaka. We get some Osaka Evolved. That song is a wonderful tournament pick. As a person who is a very mean person in pick random tournaments, you want to pick stuff that is learnable, but has enough nuance and weirdness to it. Like we saw Pluto the First yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Pluto, the original, yesterday. Sweet Home Party is another example of that.
Yeah.
Stuff that you can learn that even if other people practice a little bit, it takes a lot to go from an okay score to a good score to a very good score. Those are the kinds of things you can see pulled out in a tournament. Osaka would be just such a nightmare. If someone picked Osaka on me in a tournament, I'd probably cry.
Yeah, Osaka, one of those songs I like to talk about is it's a knowledge check. It's really ridiculous to sight read, and the versions themselves, they each have their own little zhush, their own little nuance in them. That it's good if you haven't been studying it or you've been kind of rusty, you scored it a long time ago and haven't touched it, that might come back to bite you in the butt a little bit. Song that I'm seeing is, I'm thinking more of like the card draw itself. Card draw tends to like weight itself towards most songs. I'm expecting to see Magnetic.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And if we do see 19s, Valkyrie Dimension's gonna pop up. I think we might see a Valkyrie Dimension out there. And lastly, we saw the warm-up of Paranoia Revolution. I wouldn't be surprised if someone actually either picks it or it comes up in the card draw. And also a good one, I see chat. Chat, by the way, you add to this conversation. What do you think that we're going to see? First one I see blew my mind. That's another one that is just almost a staple for like high tier competitive play. Yeah, that's another one that I think we're going to go ahead and see out there.
I saw more Ace for Aces coming up, which is a good pick, but we saw that already. So thank you, but you need to study the prompt a little bit better.
But I mean, something is to be said. We have seen for Aces. We saw Ace for Aces, the difficult. What is there to be said about we're going to see the other two difficulties though?
Yeah, Ace for Aces is a monster.
It is, and it gets even more ridiculous on the challenge chart.
Yes. The first song ever in DDR that has different speed gimmicks based on what difficulty you're on. So if you're not familiar, Ace for Aces challenge starts at halftime in the intro, in the quiet piano part. So you get an extra slowdown there. You get more speed ups, more wishes. Ace for Aces challenges is hard, man. I mean, the slowdown is so dense in that, and you're doing these crazy layered crossovers You go left over right and then shift backwards. I'm blocking my face from the camera, my bad. It's just hard, and there's a lot of arrows. I think it's like 800 steps or something like that.
I think it does barely just, it's really close. If not, it breaks 800. I'm about to look that up right now because I don't like being wrong out here. Those are going to be some of the good ideas. We saw Cozy Catastrophe Challenge yesterday. It was actually a pick. I do believe it was Ty's pick.
Yep.
We haven't seen Lacrima. I don't know if we are going to see. I don't know if they're going to.
Lacrima is out.
Yeah.
So actually, helpfully, our man Fusion gave us a list.
Oh yeah,
So
there's.
we can cover really quickly what is available for picking, what is not, and also what is available for the card draw. There's also we didn't cover the override, although I guess we could talk about it now.
Yeah,
We got time.
I think we have some time. Let's go over it.
So songs in 820 that cannot be picked. Anything that is exclusive to the gold cab. So that's like Cartoon Heroes 20th anniversary mix. I think that's the only one. Anything on extra exclusive. So unfortunately for the homies, no anti-anthem, no last card. Anything Golden League that is currently still locked. So if you need a class to play it, it is not pickable in the tournament. And anything that is a limited time unlock or a region specific thing. So like Long Train Running, for example, or the tag mix, Globe Glitter, stuff like that. If you didn't have a chance, if there was a possibility that you just never unlocked the song and you could never get it again, we keep that stuff out of the tournament because it'd be a bummer.
And then lastly, stuff that's just not available in all of the regions. So stuff like Night of Nights, the remix, won't be available for play.
Yep.
Now for the override, there is a little bit of wiggle room with that. With the override, the songs that are available through like Extra Savior Plus through unlockable methods, so stuff like the over 200 BPM folder, City Never Sleeps, Ride a Color, etc., etc., etc. All of the Ichika events, the Ichika event songs, so Our Love Last Highlight, Panicholic, etc., etc. We did see in Heart Brain. Good song, fantastic song. The Floor Infection event, you're going to see that one, so that's we can't see that one.
Yeah.
The Carnival, the Challenge Carnival charts, and then unfortunately, as much as I want to see Jacunda, no Maria, unfortunately, it is banned from picking at this tournament.
Yes.
Oh, I wanted to see it so bad.
Have you talked about the override rule for Pool 4 yet?
No, go ahead,
6-4?
take that. Go ahead,
Cool.
let them know.
So, fun little nuance to the card draw. In the final top 8 bracket, we have an override option. Basically, what that means is once per tournament, after the card is drawn, but before people lock in their vetoes, a player can pull an override. And what that means is they will replace one song on the card with a different song of the same difficulty. So if it's a 17, you can swap it with another 17. If it's a 16, you swap it with another 16, etc. And then you basically lock that song in and make it unvetoable. Everybody gets one in the top 8 bracket.
Yes.
So you get a little bit of nuance there about how you want to use it, when you want to use it, what kind of thing you want to replace, and so on. For overrides, you are allowed to use those temporarily unlockable songs. So that was that last list that Jamario gave you. The extra exclusive, the course trials, challenge carnival, stuff like that. So we could see Jacunda show up in the top 8 bracket and like, ooh, that'd be lit.
I'm gonna pop off if it comes up.
Shout out to my friend Sky Command, who's backseat modding for me in chat. But when we're playing DDR together, I will sometimes like to mess with him and just hover over Jacunda just to hear the dun dun dun, because he hates that song. He does not like playing it. He does not like listening to it, only because it makes him think of playing it. But I'll just hover it really quick, and it'll go dun dun dun, and he'll go no, and then I'll keep scrolling. It's great. I do that probably once or twice a session. It's a lot of fun.
Man, yeah. So we might see it. It'll be neat. It'll be neat if it does. I don't know, man. I'm just antsy. Oh, I just can't wait for this to happen. I like that the override is, kind of similar to like a pocket pick, if you're familiar with that.
Yep.
Where you decide like, all right, you know what? Nah, I want to go ahead and toss this in here instead. But
Yep.
instead you get to make sure that, no, we're playing this song that I want. Nah, no takesies, backsies. You're going to hold this. And it's an interesting one, but it is kind of nice compared to a pocket pick. Speaking of which, pocket picks, depending on the tournament, they require you to lock them in very early in advance. And in one of the formats that we did at a previous tournament, it actually required you to physically pull the song out of your pocket
Yep.
and hand it to us.
Literal pocket pick.
Which is neat, but also kind of has a disadvantage in which if you lose that pocket pick, you do not have that pocket pick. We saw that happen at Mistake on the Lake.
Yep.
Hara June had a pocket pick ready, and he ended up losing it. And it's unfortunate because Hara June, he said that he thinks that him losing the pocket pick kind of threw him off a little bit, and he was planning on using it in his match, and he ended up losing his 4th place match.
Yeah.
So decided to make it a little bit more friendly to everyone.
Yeah. Also adds a little bit more strategic kind of planning and gameplay around that. You know, sometimes you can have a pocket pick, but it's a song that a couple people are also really good at.
Yeah.
There are plenty of songs that I would pick on anybody back in the ITG days, except for like 2 people. And so if I was stuck with that, it basically meant I didn't have a pocket pick against those players. So using Override instead lets you tailor pick your moment against the person you are playing against as well. So it gives you a little bit more of an advantage if you know the person you're playing. You can play both to your own strengths, but also to their weaknesses as a player, if they have any. In this bracket, weakness is a stretch.
Weakness is a stretch, but you know, nobody's perfect. Everyone has something that they're good at. Everyone has something that they kind of struggle a little bit. So as we've been saying throughout this entire weekend, you know, with the pools haven't been head to head. It's been kind of everyone playing against everyone. It's round robin. But when you get into that top 8, you know, you start turning the gears a little bit. You know, you start strategizing. You start to open your eyes and pay attention to the nuances of all the different players. You know, seeing what they might be good at, what their patterns are. You start consulting encyclopedias, going back and reviewing the tapes, you know, looking at the playbooks, etc. So it might get real spicy on some of these ones. You know, some of these picks are gonna be hype. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. It's also interesting, especially at an event like this with people from all over. You get some people that know each other really well and some people that you just don't know at all. There are a lot of folks that are super dialed into the rhythm game community. They follow everybody on Twitter. They're in every Discord server. So they'll be able to rattle off people's last 20 score posts. Some people are just crazy smart like that. Other people will just say, hey, I know what I'm good at. I'm going to do my thing, and everyone else can try to keep up. But there's always an element of kind of gamesmanship that goes on kind of off the pads of people talking to other people, doing hey,
God.
like, how's this guy at this song? What kind of player is this person? You know, how does she handle her crossovers?
And it's really
like
funny. We saw that yesterday, speaking of these players. The day before day 1, you know, everyone socializing, you know, getting to hang out. Some of us haven't seen each other in years. Some of us meeting each other for the first time. But word got out that one player, Chunko, was kind of a little iffy on Pluto Challenge. You know, it was told in like a closing confidence, but one player who happened to be in that same pool heard it and immediately slapped on the table Pluto Challenge, and it paid off. And it was Spencer. Spencer just happened to be there and heard it, and he made it out of the pool to be here in this last chance pool.
Yeah, I think that was Paul's worst score, like song rank too.
Yes,
on Pluto.
It was.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. It's fun.
So before we get started, we're about to wrap up warm-ups. It looks like the TOs have been talking with the players, getting their picks together. I want to go ahead and give a shout out to all of you out there. First of all, we wouldn't be doing this without you. We wouldn't be here without you. Not only you getting these good eyes out on the stream, telling all of your friends and family, bring them here, showing them what good ass DDR looks like, but also pushing us over not only just this tournament, but over constant tournaments, constant years, up in the production, up in the needs and everything else. And so it's a beautiful thing. I also want to give a shout out to the venue that we're here. Shout out to round one here in Denver, Colorado, technically Littleton, a suburb of Denver, Colorado. From the moment that we had to, a little fact, we had to change venues at a very, very last minute, and we ended up coming here, approaching round 1 Denver, and they were immediately on board. They were awesome, super helpful, and from the moment that we have arrived, they let us They moved the pads to a fun location. They let us take care, do maintenance on the pads. Have been just hand and foot, just ready for whatever is needed, often volunteering themselves, and have even come out and said it just verbally to us, we recognize how important this is for not only you guys, but also the community at large. Whatever we can do, we'll be happy to help you guys. And we absolutely appreciate them for it. If you have a round one near you, please patronize it. Go there. Show them some love. Show them some love. They're awesome people. Thank you so much, round one.
Yep. We also have Red Note Gaming.
Woo! Shout out to them boys.
Our homies that brought a lot of help on getting everybody here, getting prizes for the event, the dope jackets that you see. A lot of the stuff wouldn't be possible without their support. Go check them out and cross your fingers soon for their East Coast location opening up.
Hey, word on the street. Let them know. Make sure you not only tell them thank you, but show them some love. If you ever are in the Vegas area, they do hold events and tournaments very regularly. So make sure you hit them up on Twitter at Red Note Gaming and check out their website, rednotegaming.com.
Yep.
And I also want to give a shout out to the people who directly made this stream and this tournament happen. It's SF Evolved and Ohio DDR. We've worked together plenty of times on many tournaments, many events kind of across the country. Shout out to the people like Roger Clark, who you've seen on stream with me on commentary, also working on the website. Shout out to the lovely Swan. Let me get some honks in chat for Cygnus and for the videography, for not only the intro videos, but also some highlights throughout the tournament. We might see like a best of a recap later. Shout out to Telepron and Fusion, our TOs over there, making it happen, keeping the tournament. I've run many tournaments in the fighting game community and the DDR community and other communities for many years. This is one of the smoothest ran tournaments that I've been to.
Yep.
We have been on time for just about every single thing. Early, for the most part.
Yes.
And you have to give it up to them. We like them, we love them. Thank you so much. Tizza over here, the best stream mod that one can have, found out that he had the flu and said, I'm messed up, guys. What can I do? How can I help? I'll do this, just nonstop. So I want to give a shout out to you. Thank you so much. And then also, the man that you've probably seen here running about, the Goose himself, the face of Upbeat behind the scenes. The instant that this tournament ends is going to thank you, feel heartwarm feelings, and then promptly disappear for a month and go back to his cave to slumber,
Pass out.
and recover for spring. Renatalis.
The homie. Renatalis is a legend. He's been doing this for a long time. I think he's been playing dancing games longer than I have.
Yes.
I've been math. I've almost been playing for 20 years, which is longer than Harujun's alive.
Thanks for that existential moment. Some of us
sorry.
don't want to feel.
I just don't want to feel alone, okay?
We can. We feel it now. Thank you for that.
Anyway, he's been at this for a long time. Extremely high quality individual. Cares so much about the community, about the game, about everybody, about all of you here. Yeah, I can't give enough praise to Renatalis. So huge shout outs to them. He's great.
He's an awesome dude. Awesome dude. So, all right. So we're just still waiting on.
Yeah, actually, Twitch chat. Can anyone tell me how old is June? Does anyone know?
I want to say 16 off the top of my head, but I like not being wrong. I see 15 if they recall. 15.
I think he's 9.
It's looking like 15. So, you know, it's the next generation, man.
For age again. So you missed it in Twitch chat yesterday. Basically, people asked how old June was so many times in Twitch chat that I just started asking it at random, and then we just kept making up different numbers. And then the joke became we would subtract 1 year for every time somebody asked. So at this point, I think June is like negative 37.
Oh, so June
will be born in 2064.
So he has He is Sarah O'Connor. He is Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator himself back in time to influence the DDR community by way of passing 19, starting at age 11, and then showing up and smacking people in tournaments from there on out. So,
Yeah.
absolutely
That
incredible.
will somehow save us from the Terminators in the future. Don't know, but thank you for Harjun and Dad Zippo for bringing him here to bless us with his mad skills.
Yeah, shout out also, thank you, Sarah Connor.
Shots.
I appreciate being called out a nerd. By the way, I'm way more of a Predator nerd, but that's just me. Yeah, shout out to June and the family, the Zippo family. I got to meet them at Mistake on the Lake for the first time, and they were awesome. They're so supportive. The parents are so supportive of June. They are June's biggest cheerleaders. They will post all of his scores all the time on there, and they are absolutely comical too. So if you ever get a chance to talk to them in person, make sure you say hi to them. They are great. So, we're also getting a. Hey, chat, slow down. I never said there's anything wrong with Terminator. I just said I'm more of a Predator fan. Terminator 2 and Predator are two of the best action movies of all time. They are up there. We are not making a tier list, despite the fact that I'm the king of tier lists. We are reserving tier lists for later. We're just going to say that they are in the upper echelon of action movies, and you shouldn't disagree with that because then you would be wrong.
We'll see.
So also, just another quick update. It looks like we're still waiting on the results of a couple of players. Most of the players have tested negative. Dr. D is deciding to step out. I know Dr. D does. He does have to return to Taiwan. He has to return to Taiwan. Took a test. It's looking positive. We're not entirely sure. He's probably going to go ahead and retest again. Always retest again, by the way, if you do test positive, or you just go ahead and go to like a medical professional and get tested. So he's going to go ahead and do that. So he decided to step out. Good on him to actually, step up on that and be very preemptive about that.
We're waiting on updates from the TOs on how the fill will be taken care of because he also was in Dave's pool.
Yes.
So the question will be whether we take a fourth place.
No,
from a
actually,
different
he was actually in the first pool. He was in pool G.
No. I mean in the.
Oh, in that pool. Yes. Sorry.
Earlier
Apologies.
pool.
I see what you mean.
You are right. In the today pool is different, but so the TOs are going to let us know soon on what's happening next. We got to make sure that the backups are in place and that things are all done the right way. So we will keep you all posted. In the meantime, that's going to hold us up for a little while. So that means y'all get to chill with us.
I mean, I hope you've been having a good time. You're going to hear our voices quite a bit for the rest of this. I mean, COVID, I will say the pandemic, whether it has affected you negatively or positively throughout the pandemic, I know it kind of grinded the rhythm game scene to a halt. It gave a lot more people a chance to start practicing at home. I know it became, the meme was that you had a better chance of getting struck by lightning than actually getting a Step Maniacs pad at the time. I know I have caught a couple of L's trying to get a Step Maniacs pad. It'd be like that. But it's kind of cool to see how we all came back together, picked back up, and became even stronger after the pandemic. I know Mistake on the Lake was one of the first tournaments that came out of it, and when we announced it, we reached cap. So we reached cap literally within a few hours of it. People were hungry, people were thirsty, and that even those who weren't able to make the cap, they still came out to hang out, visited. Everyone, being safe, wearing masks, but we just all missed each other. And I love the fact that I make the joke as a common joke that nature is healing because we have good ass DDR again. I mean, it's not as bad as it was before, but this is also just a reminder. I say it at the end of all of my broadcasts, and you heard me say it a couple of times. Chat, yeah, you over there, go get that person over there if they're over there. Make a phone call if you need to. Wash your damn hands. Be safe out there. Mask up if you are in an area where you do feel uncomfortable. if you're able to get the vaccine, it is available near you. Please do. We never like to force it on anyone, but you kind of better your odds on that. And ultimately, stay happy, stay healthy, be nice to each other, but really be nice to yourself. Stress is like a huge cause of like illness and other complications. So try to, manage a lot of that as best as you can. And yeah, just be safe out there. That's all that we ask at the end of the day.
Fun fact, if you hum or think about the chart to max 300, if you go to the end of the first long run, that gets you your 30 seconds of hand washing.
Your 20 seconds, your
20 seconds.
Yeah, we all know that.
Yeah. The right, up, down, left staircase run, that after the end of that run, that's your 20 seconds and you can stop washing your hands. I literally did that for the first 6 months of the pandemic, mostly because I thought it was funny, to be honest, because I wanted to keep track. But I learned that and I was like, 20 seconds.
It's great because, the traditional, a lot of medical journals and medical pamphlets that get handed out say, sing happy birthday to yourself twice. But what if it isn't your birthday? What if, you're like me and you absolutely hate aging? You don't want to let it sink in and you're on borrowed time. Why not sing the hardest song in all of Dance Dance Revolution, Max 300, and just go through it until that pattern right before you go into the part that makes Max 300 incredibly difficult.
Yes.
So
I want to make an aging joke, but I'm going to be nice.
You know what? It's not one that I bet you I've heard it. And look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. One of the regulars, someone who's been into my stream before, and I'm pretty sure has been there during my birthday stream, immediately dropping the age ikin on top of me.
Yeah.
It's a good one. It's fire. I can't even be mad at it. It's so good.
Yeah.
I'm a person, who takes I take roasts really well. Only if they're good. If it's a fire roast, I'm not mad, I'm not offended. I just go, yo.
Well done.
You cooked me. I got cooked.
It's the FGC spirit. When you play fighting games, I'm a fighting game hobbyist. I'm a total scrub. But I was talking about this in chat. There's the FGC nod. When someone gets you and the round ends and you lose, you gotta do that all right, you got me. All right, next round, let's go. I think Bomani rhythm game players, they have the head tilt. They're I got it great. I do that all the time.
Oh yeah, it's that. Yeah, the head tilt. The head tilt that comes with. That was a great, or was this the pad, or was that me?
Yeah, the wasn't pad head tilt is usually faster and you kind of hold it. It's that but the oops head tilt is more
Yeah.
It's pretty universal. I've seen so many dancing game players do that. A lot of 2DX players do that. I know a couple of Drum Mania players that do that.
We do it in Dance Rush when we're trying to score too. Just okay, yeah, it's all good. Oh my God! Sorry, normally when the stream pops off like this, when the stream is really going, we tend not to. I've been saying that we have an eye on chat, and so depending on the action, we may not respond immediately, but we always address whatever questions that we can. So, with things kind of, in a holding pattern right now, we have a little bit more of a time to interact. Man, quick man with I just got Vortex for an entire round. Yo! That's a different head nod. That's not the I didn't block. That's the angry handshake where you just set it down and just That's a different handshake altogether.
Yeah. I have a friend who actually works for Blue Mammoth Games, the company that makes Brawlhalla.
Yes.
He's a game designer there. He's one of those guys that's just really fucking good at every fighting game he plays.
Uh-huh.
His name's Eric. He's great. He's also a great teacher, though. So we play Tekken together pretty much every Wednesday. And every time I play Horong, I like hitting buttons. I like kicking people. It's a lot of fun. But I get punished real hard. And every single time he's just like, you pressed. Because he wants me to get better. And it's out of love. But it always forces me immediately to be like, not only did I just get hit or grabbed or thrown or countered or whatever, I am immediately told exactly what I did that led to me getting boxed. So on one hand, it's like, this is very helpful. I'm learning a lot. And on the other hand, I'm like, oh man, I'm garbage.
So this actually brings up a point. So I was riding, so I had a rental car driving to round 1 today. I drove Team Australia. Absolutely comical, great car ride, but we brought this up in conversation, the differences between like the fighting game community and the DDR community, and just like how the level of competition is a little bit different. And that's one of the points is that with fighting games, whenever you lose, and also your motivation, you have to kind of go, what did I do wrong? What is, where was the opportunity where I could have capitalized, where I could have, played a little safe or maybe pressed a little bit more, compared to like rhythm games in DDR, in which it's a little bit more of personal growth that you kind of have to go through, a little bit more of like a mental that you have to go through as well. The athleticism of course is obvious, but there's very much a mental thing to it where you have to go, all right, I got a grade on this one. So now that I know that I got a grade on this, all right, so next time I play it, I'll kind of keep an eye out for that section, maybe be a little bit more aware, or also, all right, this song is just messing me up. I know that I'm capable of this type of a score, so let me go ahead and drill this a little bit, maybe do a little bit of practice at home on my home setup on Stepmania, so using like Sun by Ice Cream to kind of restudy the charts, go on YouTube, so on and so forth. So the way that you kind of assess your shortcomings, your strengths and your weaknesses are just two different worlds. And speaking of someone who's like very competitive in both of them, I really like the fact, I mean, I love people. I love the camaraderie of the fighting game community, how they all come together, because it literally doesn't exist if you don't have another person on that other side of the screen with you. But what I love about the rhythm game community is that camaraderie is different. Sure, we have head-to-heads like we do now, where you're playing against another player, but seeing someone who is better than you sometimes can be a little bit off-putting, but for the most part, it's inspirational because it proves that thing that you thought was impossible can totally be done, because I just watched someone do that. Let me go ahead and get out there and either do what they did, ask them for advice to do what they did, or work up to it. And that's something that just doesn't exist over on that fighting game community. That's just not replicatable.
Yep. And especially with the kind of score attack nature of the game by itself, you can see people's progress and your own progress way more clearly. That's something that I think is really special about rhythm games. It's hard to replicate in other things that don't have like score or a very clearly defined win state. Speedrunning is similar, that like there's a number that quantifies how you did, and you can see that number go up, and when that number goes up or down if you're speedrunning, you know that you did better. And you can track yourself over time, and you can track your friends over time. It's really fun seeing, like, that's a big part of why, Blue Buster's a great example of this. Like, my man has been on a huge DDR glow up over the last, 2 years.
Crazy. He's been going crazy, dude.
It's really cool to see people like him that love the game, that pour his heart out into improving, into playing everything, and, just getting better and better and better. And so when you see someone like him posting a score and knowing how far he's come, knowing that, hey, I remember when he was first posting in Life 4, and I was like, oh, this guy, he made Cobalt. Cool, he seems pretty good. And then, a couple months later, I'm like, he got how many on this 15? He has how many 15 SDPs now? He has how many 14 MFCs now? Being able to track that progress, in life, you don't get that very much. You don't know if you're, better at your job or a better partner or you're smarter than you were the day before. It's sometimes hard to tell. It's nice to have that quantifiable. It's a big part of why I love rhythm games.
Yeah, and also one of the things I saw this week, fun fact, the Bogo and V siblings, that's one of the two pairs of siblings that made it into this tournament. V has only been playing for 3 years. Started during the pandemic, and Bogo not too long after that.
Yes.
And I know a lot of people, we talk about all the time how we're boomers. We've been playing for 20 plus years, been playing before all of this existed. You have some of the top people in the world at this tournament who have only been playing for 3 years. You don't. That just goes to show that you don't have to have a decade of work, a decade of grind, have been just completely forged in the creation of this game. It's anybody can do this, within reason, of course, within like physical capabilities. But it's so motivating to like see people who are just really good that have just relatively compared to some of us have just started out, and you be at that same level where you're just now started off, you're getting down to yourself, you're saying I can never get to that level, and seeing it actually happen.
Yeah.
It's a very beautiful thing, and I saw that, hearing that, it immediately got people right out of their slump and they immediately hit their round one, their arcade, wherever their local arcade was next to them, and started getting going.
Yep, 100%. Also want to call out V's technique for someone who's been playing for a couple of years is immaculate.
It is crazy.
I could not stop watching her play because her steps are so crisp. Seeing, I'm a technique nerd with DDR. I just love watching how people play, how they shift their weight, where they use their feet and so on. And just like, V's technique is beyond her years. And it's so cool seeing like so many players, like you said, coming up so fast and having the resources, but also the passion and the desire to push themselves and to really do incredible things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love the fact that my 20-year DDR career does not put me here.
Yeah, same, right?
I love that. It's super inspirational. At the same time, part of me is like, all right, so when's the next one? I need to get back on it. But like, it's so special seeing a game that we all loved by so many other people so passionately. Like seeing the way that they come out to stuff like this, seeing the folks in chat who are super excited for scores, that are calling out their friends, that are doing cool stuff like that. It's special. It's magic.
It's awesome. So, chat, by the way, we are still waiting on just kind of some news from the TOs to go forward. If you are just now joining, first of all, thank you so much. You're awesome. We like you, love you. You could have been anywhere else on the planet right now, but you chose to have your eyeballs on this stream right now, and we like you for it. So what has ended up happening is that we did have a player, Evil Dave. He did test positive for COVID when he woke up this morning. Immediately informed us, dropped from the tournament, and caught the first flight home. So that being said, we had all of the staff take COVID tests, determine if we could kind of move forward there. We all tested negative. Then we have all of the players. We provide shout out to some of the players and some of the locals stepping up and providing COVID tests in masks. So what you'll see is you will see a lot of players walking around in masks. That is because, just taking precautions. A lot of us do have to fly back soon. So a lot of people are testing. A lot of people have tested negative. We've only had one other person test negative so far. Test positive. And that was Dr. D. He tested positive. Normally you would like to, take another test just to ensure that it was positive. But Dr. D said, I'm going to be cautious. I'm just going to go ahead and step out, and I'll keep you updated as a result. We also had Andrew, another player, absolutely inspirational player, just became a dad a month ago. He made it. He qualified for the last chance bracket literally on the final song of the stream. Then this news came out and he said, hey, I'm sorry guys, I don't want to take any chances. You got the newborn at home, so he voluntarily bowed out on that one, which is like a super respectful thing to do. It's why he is the dad of our hearts, the best dad of this tournament so far.
100%.
So right now, like I said, we're just waiting for some as to what we're going to do next. It's been all positive so far, as in positive, as in no negatives, besides Dr. D. Don't get my verbiage mixed up. But besides that, yeah, that's kind of what's going on. So we're just kind of chilling. We're kind of being chilling right now, if you know what it is.
So unfortunately, with the nature of the pools, because every player picks a song and then everyone plays those songs back to back. If one player is missing from the pool, that stops the whole process. So TOs are doing their best just to get backups filled in. We mentioned earlier that we're pulling up backups from the pools of the players that dropped out. With With Dr. D dropping out, he was in the same preliminary pool as Evil Dave, so the TOs are working on what happens next. Saw a question on the chat, is there a prize pool? Yes, it is. 10 large, baby.
10 racks?
Rack City.
You like Benjos? You like Benjamins? You like them Franklins? Now take 1,000 of them. That's the pot, baby.
Yes, 100%. More information is on upbeatdenver.com if you want to see the preliminary pools, the qualifiers, the prize pool. There's also a very handy rules tab that shows you how all this stuff comes together. So if you are a format geek like myself, or if you're just new here and you want to see what's going on, be sure to check that out. What else can we plug while we have some time?
What else can we plug? Let's see. I mean, we have round 1, Red Note Gaming, SF Evolved, Ohio DDR. Let's see. Also, I want to give a shout out. I was wearing it yesterday. It was being covered by all the drip. Yesterday, by the way, was Drip Friday. Shout out to Roger Clark, who was on the stream. Both of us it looked like we were about to go to a sneaker convention.
Yeah.
The drip was kind of insane. It was pretty crazy. But I also want to give a shout out to, an unofficial shout out to Con by Emu, who's been providing a lot of some of the rhythm game apparel that you've been seeing all around here. I also want to give a shout out to Mosaic Paw Prints, yet another rhythm game apparel person, in which they were awesome enough to send me a lovely acrylic sculpture of a Dance Rush cab, and it is on beautiful display. It's like right there as soon as you walk into the house. It was freaking rad. Also, just teased that they have some A20 shirts that look mighty clean. Ooh. So for your rhythm game apparel, I know I saw on Twitter where's some good places to get rhythm game apparel. Check out Con by Emu and Mosaic Paw Prints. Like them, I love them. Those are good. Those are good eggs, as I like to say.
Indeed. Oh, also someone asked which Life 4 shirt is that? You can't get one. This is a Life 4 staff shirt.
Oh, let's not say that you can't get one.
Well, I mean, you could if you become staff.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, this is the staff shirt.
Speaking of which, let's give a shout out to Life 4.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. Life 4. I know a lot of people, they are very goal focused, right? Their growth is very goal focused. If you work better, trying to achieve milestones, hit things like that, Life 4 is going to be the place to go for that. T, you're an admin. You can explain it way better than me. Take it away.
You got it.
I can't do it justice. Please.
So Life 4 is a set of comprehensive goals and kind of a personal ranking system for climbing your way through DDR. So as we all know, the song wheel is very big. There's
huge.
A lot of stuff. Especially now in the A20 plus A3 era, like the machines are getting crazy. So basically what Life 4 does is it gives you a set of goals to shoot for, and it gives you a rank based on which of those goals that you hit. So whether you are a new player starting out, or you are in the GOAT conversation, like your Chris's and your Kevin's and your Marks, there's a set of goals for you that will challenge you to become a well-rounded player that'll do all kinds of different things and push yourself to new extremes. So it is not like a ladder. There's no ranking. You're not playing against anybody. There is just a list of scores on the wall, and it says, go get them.
Yeah.
And when you go get them, you get your rank. So we have a big Discord server. We have, I forget the numbers. We have a lot of people in that
Discord. A whole bunch
server.
of people.
But it's a big community of folks that are all supportive. We're all about the grind. We're all about getting better, pushing each other, being hyped for each other. When you join, you get your rank, you get your cool shiny color for your rank in the Discord server. We also have a website that lists where everybody's at, and then you get put in a chat room not only with everyone in Life 4, but a specific one for all of the other people in Life 4 that are in your rank. So a bunch of people that are your peers, that are working on the same stuff, that are about the same skill level as you, and they can be your support system, they can be your friends, they can be your hype squad, they can be your rivals and your challengers. My rival list was full of Life 4 people back in the day. And it's just a really, really great environment in general for people that love the game and want to push themselves. Huge shout out to Ben Madsen, Papa Ben, the founder of it all, putting it all together. There are too many Life 4 admins to name, but check out life4ddr.com if you are interested. Anyone is welcome to follow along. It is technically for arcades, but The scores are there, so if you want to follow along at home, you're welcome to join the Discord server. You can't get a rank, but you can hang out with us, talk about the game, do the whole thing, and follow along.
All right, and another one that I want to plug is, I love this tournament for the diversity that we have. We have people from all over the country, but we also have a couple of ladies that have made it into the tournament. Shout out to Am Bones and V, which makes me want to say shout out to the lovely gal pals at Valkyrie Dimension, all of the queens that have made it here, and also continue to put up mad work in the DDR scene. So if you aren't familiar, Valkyrie Dimension is a community for women, non-binary, and adjacent, and all of its supporters. You know, they run regular events online, occasionally do run some in-person events. And if you want to find a space for yourself as a lady, non-binary, or adjacent, and also talk about rhythm games, have a really good support structure, really good community, share some things that are personal, and grow together, check them out. They are lovely, and they have some of the best merch in the business too. That design is crazy.
I have a Valkyrie Dimension shirt in my hotel room.
I have a keychain at home. It is awesome. I've helped them run a tournament too. They are awesome. So please check them out. Check out their Discord. Chat, all the ladies, all the Valkyries in the chat. Please plug the Discord. Please plug the links. Mods, make sure you don't delete those links. Make sure that they go up, or just copy them. But yeah, make sure you check out those links in chat right now. So it looks like we are kind of making a little bit of progress. We are proceeding with some warm-ups.
Looks like they're prepping the machine. So unfortunately, we don't have all the information quite yet. The TOs are working their hardest to make sure everything gets set up and is good to go. We are letting them prioritize getting the work done. So they're leaving us in the dark for the moment, but we will get you the info as soon as we have it. But in the meantime, we continue to be chilling.
Being chillin'.
Let's see.
So I found out, so we're here in Denver. You're going to hear this 98 times. And also speaking of 98 times, 98 degrees. Hey! Shout out to Vincent ITG, who I'm pretty sure is in the chat. Did you know that there is an Upbeat Denver 2023 bingo card out there? Did you know there's a bingo card for this tournament?
Yes, I saw it. It was very good.
I have some feelings about it.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I have some feelings about it. So let me go ahead and I'm gonna look this up really quick. But yeah, I'm gonna look this up because it's, don't get me wrong, like I said before, I appreciate a good roast. But at the same time, come on, did you have to be that dead on? Did you have to be that dead on with the roast on this bingo? It is quite wild. Bear with me as I bring this up. Shout out to Vincent ITG. There we go. Scrolling down. So I'm gonna read off a few of these squares. And you are once again, you're also more than welcome to follow along at your leisure, of course. So we have, based off of one of them is good ass DDR being said. I said it.
That should be a free space.
That should be the free space. I'm kind of, you know, whatever, but the actual free space is the pronunciation of Degris being mentioned, which has happened a few times. It has happened a few times. You've probably seen it. We are located right here in front of the Halo Combat Evolved cab. And mark that on your bingo card. An unsupervised kid playing Halo on the cab behind the commentators. That's a free one. That's a free one for you right now. Someone saying that they have the player using a shoe not made by Nike. I almost workshopped the tweet off of this. but I have never seen so many Nike Frees in one location than today. And there are a few. This shoe tech is real. The shoe tech is real. Comparing the Marvelous Attack to Snow, because we're here in Denver.
I like that one.
Degris is in a pool set.
Inevitable.
Our favorite one, the commentators mention a combo and immediately breaks. We talk about the altitude.
Yep.
And then there's some good ones. Some good ones for those of you who really have been paying attention to the stream. Speaking of Degris, a hole being dropped whenever you reach over to slap the way the 7+. That happened. I think I can count on one hand, the amount of times that it didn't happen.
Yeah.
It's a strategic thing too. Like, would you rather take the miss, or would you rather play with a song that is moving at a 800 BPM perspective? No, I'm gonna hold that miss.
And with the X scores, misses are only worth 3 perfects anyway.
Let's see. A good one for you ITG heads. Someone giving an uninformed opinion to ITG charts. We've been good about this one because I looked at this and said, I think we blacked it out, minus like one of them. No one has given an uninformed opinion about an ITG chart yet. There has been someone, when Talkion was on the stream, said, hey, is there any way that you could just not with this chart, make it a different chart for the qualifier and put me in this pool? Which was hilarious. And I mentioned, shout out to Talkion providing the Japanese commentary this weekend. I introduced him and sent him off describing that he is a step chart creator for the Stepmania community, ITG community, and he is either your favorite step chart creator, or he's the one you hate the most, because on any given day he's going to give you a chart of something that you're just incredibly bad at, and it is exclusively full of stuff you're bad at.
Real techie.
Real techie, a monster of tech. And let's see, we clarified that stuff isn't met head-to-head. This was good for a while until it happened. Someone plays in jeans or sweatpants. It was good, then Hero stepped up and played in sweatpants. It's like, oh, there it is.
Dunk warmed up in pants.
Yes, Dunk did warm up in pants and then
shorts.
Went into shorts.
Full basketball coming off the bench, pulling off the warm-ups.
But yeah, also, one of them was commentator surveys the chat. I do want to give up. We did forget a couple of things in terms of good resources for people who are trying to learn DDR and play DDR. First one, another community. Shout out to Black Flag Academy.
Yes.
It is a community exclusively, and when I say exclusively, I mean exclusively, for new and up-and-coming players who are just getting into the game, just starting to get into the upper levels of play, and there is a very harsh cutoff. It's not a bad thing if you don't qualify or if you do make it out. It just means that you have graduated. Yep. It's a graduation. It is a feat that you should be proud of. Shout out to the BFA community. They do hold, if I'm correct, they do mostly hold online events, which is convenient for a lot of people that have limited access to cabs, that have limited access to arcades, and they hold events regularly. Shout out to their Discord. Shout out to the people running that. So make sure you check that out. Chat is blowing it up with the links. Make sure you check out their community. They're fantastic. Then there's a couple of other ones. I know someone brought up DDRguide.com, which is a pretty classic resource for all things DDR.
I have an article there.
You have an article there?
Yeah. It's great.
Look at this guy.
DDRguide.com is meant to be kind of a introduction to DDR for people that know nothing. So as probably most of us know, when you first start playing DDR, you just sit in front of the song wheel and go, now what?
Yeah.
And you have to find your own way. Hope you've got some locals at the arcade that'll take care of you, some friends that got you into the game that teach you. But if you don't have that, you're on your own. That's confusing. Yeah. So DDR Guide is built to be just from a ground up, totally new player perspective on what the game's about, how to get through the menus, how to pick songs, how to set goals, how to find the love in the game. how to make yourself into a DDR player from nothing with no help. We, us boomers, we had to go through the dark times where if no one told you about DDRfreak.com, you would never know what any step chart was until you played it. And God help you accidentally sight reading like, I don't know, Cowgirl or something for the first time, going, what are all these jumps? I don't know how to tell the difference between up and down yet. But now, you got places like DDRguide.com, Black Flag Academy, and plenty of others that help players find their way from the beginning, from New Blitzville, all the way up to the community so they can join us in the love.
Absolutely. Make sure you check them out. Shout out to Sky Command, our admin in chat, posting up the links. Lots of good morsels of information for you all to take a look at. As you can kind of tell, we are a very welcoming community. We are very supportive of each other, and we want you, again, to keep on winning. To keep on winning out there and stay getting W's. If you do want to check out some charts and kind of have like an actual visual representation of charts, there you can go on YouTube. Usin is a great uploader of charts, regularly keeping the content updated as charts come out. I know Brosoni or Osama is a lot of people know him. Sorry, Chad, I'm laughing at something. Oshima. Osama, Oshima. That threw me, something in chat that just happened just threw me off. I apologize. Oshima also posts charts on the regular if you do play at an upper level. Also, you can check out Some by Ice Cream.
I'm going to cut you off really quick. We have a visitor to the guest.
Woo!
To the guest. A visitor to the guest. A visitor to the desk. I can words. This is why I'm here. We have a fan favorite from the other day who we'd like to bring back to hang out with us and spend a little time with us. Miss Ambones. Hello. Also, this is the first time I've seen her on this trip because I've been locked in my hotel room.
We're going to get Scoochie Boochies over here.
Oh my God, hi.
So we are, as you are aware, we are hanging out for a bit.
Love it.
But we wanted to, one.
Oh, thank you. Oh, right up in there.
There you go. Masks. It's
Yeah.
difficult.
Yeah. How's it going?
It's going good. Hanging out with my boy Ajakin.
Yes, sir.
Talking about dancing games.
Love talking about dancing games.
Yeah.
Yeah, just talking about providing resources for people who are who want to get into DDR or find out more. We brought up Valkyrie Dimension, Black Flag Academy,
Yeah.
Life 4 for
Love
if
it.
you really are into it. Then
DDR Guide.
DDR Guide is
Usin's
another one.
YouTube channel. There's a
Usin's
lot
YouTube.
now. You
There's-
kids have it so easy
There's
these days.
so much stuff. Do you guys know about the DDR BPM app?
I actually just found out about it yesterday.
Oh.
Tell us, Amber.
Oh my gosh. So I'll have to follow up on who the creator is. But it's just like a super great resource to have on your phone for checking song things like BPMs, speed changes, for me, stops in songs. Check out the DDR BPM app if you don't have it. I just found out about it recently. Great resource.
It's pretty new too, isn't it?
I think so, like past year or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. I'm going to download that immediately because there are plenty of times where I'm playing a song and I go, all right, I know this has a BPM change,
Yeah.
but where? Where is it at?
Right.
What should I be setting my mod to?
Right.
Oh God!
Right.
as I regret my mistake immediately after.
Or you have the New Yorks, the Osakas, you have the Tokyos, you have
The
things
cities.
that are a little bit different on each different type of chart. So great reference.
Yep. So Amber, now that we've got you here,
Now that you've got me here.
yeah, can you tell us what was one of your favorite moments of the tournament so far? I'm not gonna say favorite because it's hard to pick, but one of.
I mean, playing in the tournament. Like, can that be my answer?
Absolutely.
That
Like
part of
it was so much fun. It was such an amazing experience. Like being a participant and watching this has been amazing, but being actually part of this where a lot of everyone in this tournament has put in so much time and so much work and so much training, myself included. And I think for me it was just really like the culmination of a lot of things. So a lot of, getting through the qualifying period, watching the leaderboards for qualifying, actually getting here, and now being here and seeing, my competitors and just doing my best and kicking ass. Like, honestly, that's what I wanted to do. And I didn't make it out of my pool, but I'm like so pumped with how I played.
You were going kind of nuts out there.
It was
You put up
very
good
fun.
numbers.
Thank you.
Really
Yeah.
good showing. I was very impressed by your display. And the chat also was going nuts.
Thank you guys.
One thing I do want to bring up is that I love the support. I love the fact that so many people are here on the stream that copy pasta started showing up.
Yeah.
And you were one of the first players to have copy pasta showed up.
That's so funny.
It was pretty much Fidelin and then Amber
And then it was Amber for quite a while.
for like the whole day yesterday.
Oh my God. Well, keep it coming today, even though I'm not competing.
There it is. Yep, there it is.
Yes, please. Thank you. Wonderful. Oh, that's amazing.
This is also, we gotta also keep scheduling tournaments at the beginning of March because it's kind of like the capstone to dance games every February.
Yeah, that's very true. Dance Games Every Day, February 2023, just wrapped up in time for Upbeat, which is amazing.
Yeah. That's
So
awesome.
for those of you unfamiliar with what Dance Games Everyday February is, it is it's basically what it sounds like. You play dance games every day for the month of February. I think the rule is at least a minimum of 30 minutes. You
Yep.
don't have to go crazy, just
Yep.
30 minutes a day. And then you post your progress, and we all just kind of celebrate the joy of rhythm games and the progress that we all make.
Yes.
So if you want to go ahead and kind of give yourself like a boot camp, so to speak, to really lock in on rhythm games, to improve, get your stamina up. I know that was what I was doing, was I need to get my stamina back up for not only DDR, Dance Rush, but also in my competitive sports. It's a great opportunity and kind of a good format if you want to do it for March, April, or any other month of the year. So
Totally. And I picked February because it's the shortest month of the year, and I'm honestly pretty lazy. So if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it on the month with the least amount of days.
Nothing says lazy like all those 17s you rip, Amber.
Lazy, yeah.
yes,
I know.
lazy. That is exactly that's exactly what we describe lazy as in the dictionary. So chat, just an update for those of you who are just joining. Once again, thank you so much. We like you, we love you, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. To kind of give a short form of the story, we had a player test positive for COVID. That's why all of us are wearing masks. You'll see a lot of competitors wearing masks, walking around in the background on the pad and over here. A lot of players are waiting for test results. A lot have come back negative, so we're pretty much in the clear for a lot of it. We did have what the initial player did test positive. He did drop Evil Dave. Shout out to him. He immediately let us know and then caught the first flight back home. We had Andrew who had to drop. He didn't test positive, but he is a brand new father. Just became a father last month, has a newborn at home, and he said that I just don't want to take any chances. I'm just going to voluntarily drop out. Then we just got news that Dr. D unfortunately did test positive on his initial test. We always recommend, and it's always a recommendation that if you do test positive, that you go and get another test to confirm the positive, be it that you go to a doctor, which is recommended, a medical institution, etc. But Dr. D, almost immediately upon getting his results, said, hey, I'm just going to go ahead and drop out right now. I just got the positive test. I'm not going to take any chances. And so everyone's staying safe. So what is happening is because of all the players that did drop were in the second chance pool. So instead of leaving it blank and doing all of that, we are actually backfilling those spaces. So the players who got fourth, and in some cases maybe even fifth, we are pushing them into that slot, which ended up happening with Evil Dave and Duncan, in which we had Ty.
Yep.
And it was, if I'm correct,
Deathlamp.
Duncan and Deathlamp.
Darren.
Ty and Deathlamp ended up making it into the second chance pool, which is awesome because everyone kicks ass, and that last pool was the most competitive pool I have ever seen. It was separated by literal single points.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where we're at. So we're just waiting the news from the TOs on what it's going to look like, and we're just going to go ahead and push forward. So we will find out soon who is going to go ahead and take that slot, take Dr. D's slot in that pool. As soon as we find out, we were going to let you know. You're going to be the first to know.
Amber, would you like to sit?
Is there a seat for me?
Yeah, here.
Ah, wow.
Yeah.
2 seats for me. Yes.
Take your
thank
pick.
you.
Look at
Pick your
that.
favorite.
Oh, so nice.
You
I'm gonna
can't
be
say
sitting all day, so
Cool. We can share.
I'll kick it. Yeah, I'll pull up half a chair.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll make it work. Wow, look at this.
Look at this.
This
Look-
worked out nicely.
Look at us all sitting together like this.
It looks like my name is Upbeat. I'll take it.
Yes.
That's me.
Here's our Agent Cannon and Upbeat. Up
That's
bones.
so good.
up bones, up bones. There it is. There it is.
Oh, there she is.
All right. As soon as the delay reaches chat, it's getting memed. It's happening.
All right, let's see.
Oh, but to actually, for a lot of you who are just joining us, to kind of update you as to what's going on, as to what's about to happen. All throughout the week, we've had pools. These pools have had 6 players in them. The number one, the winner of that pool, goes immediately to top 8. And then the second and third move on to the second chance pool. The pools were round robin. They played a total of
8.
8 songs. They played a total of 8 songs. One pool was 7 because we had a player that literally at the last minute couldn't make it due to visa reasons, which was the case for a few of them. So shout out to all those people that qualified, but due to diplomatic reasons couldn't make it. And now today we are starting the second chance pool, which is going to be 6 people. But due to some people having to drop out, we are kind of trying to fill in some of those gaps. So right now, as I bring up the list, as of right now, Pool G, which should be hopefully, as soon as we get the word, will be starting soon. We have Bar X, part of Team Australia, just celebrated his birthday yesterday. So Dr. D had to drop out. We are figuring out who is going to fill that space. We have Mr. Dead End Group Radar Special himself, Kaze573, aka Hudson. Team Australia representing once again from down under. We have Blastoise. We have one of the best no-bar players in the planet. So good that he decided to put it in his name, No Bar Ben. And then lastly, I heard a lot of talk in the chat about how this man has just gone on another level with improvement in the past 2 years. Blue Buster. And right after that, we go into Pool H, which is even spicier, dare I say, than that pool.
Yo, Amber, you want to give us a rundown of Pool H?
Oh my gosh, do I? These pools are so amazing. Like, I am still sitting with the names that you just listed from Pool G. Like, this is this would be a hot tournament, like, anywhere, let alone this being a second chance pool going into the finals. Like, this is so stacked. Okay, I'm gonna sit with my feelings, but we'll talk about Pool H. I'm feeling so many feelings about this. Starting last in Pool H is Andrew, who I know had to drop earlier.
He's getting replaced by Ty.
So Ty will be replacing him. Oh, Ty is an amazing California player. Amazing MA, always so crispy, but also really rips on harder stuff too, like 17s and 18s. Evil Dave as well, who had to drop. And
Desk Lamp.
Desk Lamp.
Desk Lamp.
Same,
Just
I mean,
flip.
Desk Lamp is such an incredible player too, a California player, and he, I feel like in the past year and a half, has like really ascended to a different level. His scores have gone from really good to just like flabbergastingly good. I don't know why I said that word, but
Hey, it's a good word.
Flabbergastingly good.
but no, Desk Lamp is such a strong player. So I'm so stoked to see him and Ty in the same pool too, because they also play quite a lot together. Also in this pool, man, I could just like swoon over everyone here. Bogo, who I believe is a Pennsylvania player, and Bogo isn't like super active on like social media, but shows up and has such a strong tournament presence. I think got 4th at Mistake on the Lake back in November. So just really expecting to see some incredible performances from him. We also have Spencer, who is a notoriously amazing New York player. Qualified as the last seed, but here we are in the second chance pool. I think he ripped 9 on possession.
Yeah, that was wild. He definitely did. I remember that.
Like, how can you do that on command? Just an incredible, incredible guy. Harujun, fan favorite. Harujun is just an all-around impressive player, also California. So always super excited to see him
The
play.
youngest player in the bracket at, I think chat confirmed, is 15 years old.
15 years old. Oh,
He's actually 15, yes.
He's actually 15 years old.
He plays like he
How old
has
is
2
June?
decades of experience. Cool, and then rounding out this pool, which is, yeah, exactly like you said, very, very spicy, is Chrono, who's an incredible Puerto Rico player.
Dude's
who
a monster.
Just absolutely a monster.
Eso.
Just
So good.
incredible
Vamos,
stamina,
vamos,
timing,
vamos.
everything about Chrono is amazing. This pool is so good. Both of these pools, just, I don't know what to say. Like, I'm glad I'm not in them. I'm sad I'm not in them, but you know.
So quickly jumping in, got a little bit of good news.
Okay.
The TOs are talking to the players and getting the song picks in.
Yo,
So
we're
song
about
picks are
to.
coming, which means we've got 2 pools full of 6 players. We're a few minutes away from getting it all locked in. We're gonna get the card draw up on the screen, tell you all about it. But it's happening.
It's happening.
Thank you all so much for your patience.
Thank you.
As you know, we don't want to keep you waiting, but we always love hanging out with y'all on Twitch chat. You guys are great. Thank you, Amber, for showing up on the guest commentary.
Always.
Amber, one of the highest quality human beings in the rhythm game community, bar none. Not to be confused with no bar.
Shucks. Shucks.
Yes.
Thanks
It's
for
true.
having me. Hang in there, guys. We'll be there soon.
Yes.
All right. Bye.
Take care, Amber. All right.
Woo! That's the news we needed. That's the news we needed.
Yes.
I can feel it now. Just
We're living. We're living.
I
I can't wait. It's funny. So I actually tweeted about this yesterday. So I have ADHD. If
Okay.
you couldn't tell by the everything about me. And anytime I watch anything, I'm an esports guy. I actually work in the esports industry professionally. Even when I'm working, half the time I'm like, it could be whatever. This tournament defeated my ADHD.
It cured
Literally,
your deficit disorder.
I'm sitting in my hotel room and like my brain's like, hey, you could go text your wife. Hey, you could play Warframe. Hey, you could go do something else. And I'm like, but these scores, but these pools, I can't look away. I can't stop. It's just, I'm so excited. And like, even though we've been chilling, we are hours behind where we wanted to be at this point. I'm still super excited. This is going to be a really good day.
That statement was not authorized by the FDA or
These
by
statements have
medical
not been evaluated by the FDA.
or a medical institution. Please consult a doctor and a physician if you do think you have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Attention Degris deficit.
Attention Degris hyperactivity.
That
Degris.
was Twitch chat. I can't take credit for that.
Oh, that's a good one. Attention Degris. Ah, that's
It's
fire. So, yeah, we are as we just said. The tournament is the pool is literally about to start. I see the TOs over there getting the song picks, which means we're going to update the card draw for you. And you know, normally throughout the tournament, all those stream monsters who have been here from the beginning, they know that I don't just reveal it right away. I just tease a little bit. I just go like, all right, here's a fun fact about this card draw and why it's ridiculous. This time you guys have been so patient. We're waiting. We're just gonna rip the card draw. You're actively gonna watch me update it in real time. We're gonna cut over to the pool view, the pad view, and you're gonna see what's gonna come on that screen. So get hype about that. Get hype. I want to need to see some buttons in chat when this tournament starts. I want to need to see some buttons. So, it's been a long day, but it's been a good day. It's been very positive. It's been very positive, not only from you, all of you in chat, but also from the community, reaching out on social media, on Twitter. And then also all the competitors, all the spectators here have taken it really well. It's just, I'm just so thrilled at how smoothly that this has gone, despite the fact that this could have gone completely different.
Yes. You take the good with the bad. We were saying when we were walking over here, you were like, it wouldn't be a tournament until something goes wrong. It is true. It's the part of the joy of live events is that stuff happens, but you got to keep going. And keep going,
As I've
we
been
will.
saying, we're doing it live. We're doing it live, chat. This is live.
We are. So there is a huddle over by the pads as the picks are being dished out.
I see laughter and head nods. We talked about the FGC head nod.
Yep.
I see that. I see a
that
couple
was
of them.
Ben's pick. So I talked to Ben. I talked to No Bar Ben earlier today. I asked him how he was feeling about the day. I asked him if you've got something special because this is your last chance to pick a song in this tournament other than the override. So if you've got something special, now is the time. This is the last chance you can guarantee that what you want to play gets played. And he smiled a little bit. He says, I have something. I don't know if it's going to work, but I got something. And I asked him what it was, and he just smiled at me. So he wouldn't tell me, not that I would tell anybody else, but he wouldn't tell me. But Ben's got some technique. He does crazy things. He works some real magic with the bar. That lets him play in a very different way. His body weight is managed differently. He controls his core in a different way. So he can do some pretty cool stuff. And he was the one talking when everyone started laughing and nodding. So I wonder if he just revealed his crazy pick.
Oh, they saw the pick. That's what that means. That is the, bro, are you serious? Pick. And he's like, yep, you're doing it. You have no choice. You are going to you're going to play this damn song.
Yep. Yeah, players seem hype. So we'll see. We'll keep you updated. You know everything that we know right now. So we will keep you informed. We are the pipeline. We're going to get 6 songs. It's going to be really good. All 6 players going to play them back-to-back. 3 pairs of 2, as opposed to pairs of other sizes. I don't know how that would work.
A pair is
Pairs like apple? Pairs like fruit? I don't know.
As far as I know,
I'm not going to try to salvage
as far
that.
as my linguistic anthropology, as far as my linguistic anthropology degree will carry me,
Ooh.
I don't think hair means anything else in any other language, as far as I know.
Yes. Cool. All right, so since I think we probably only have like another couple of minutes, I made myself a list yesterday.
Oh, just a few. We gotta save them. We gotta.
Just a few. I'm gonna sprinkle
get a little
couple.
sprinkle, little
so
seasoning.
I made a list yesterday of all of my favorite, definitely not Dead End Groove Radar special alternative pronunciations and spelling. So y'all heard me dishing a bit earlier with the Degrassi, with the degreaser. You hit the 98 degrees. I hit the Deggers Can't Be Choosers.
Oh, that was good.
I like that one. Another one I really like, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Classic.
Which is a good one.
Rip
Fun
the
fact,
account. Rip the account.
I would say that was Neil Need actually that made that account. It was up for like 8 hours. Like I think we tweeted like 1 or 2 things, and we're like we're just gonna post stupid stuff on this, and the account just got locked super fast.
Oh my God.
We didn't even for impersonation. I don't know.
Hate to see it, dude.
Hate to see it. It was a sad day. Think of all of the memes that could have been. Pour one out. Also a big fan of Touch the Grass.
Yes, I used that last night.
Yep.
I was proud of it because the setup definitely was not worth the payoff.
Yes.
It was a very elaborate setup, but I'm proud of it, and I'm planting my flag into it.
Yes.
One of my best pieces of work.
And for any of you that are Formula One fans out there, you know, Hudson was kind of lagging behind in the pool, but he was coming up behind, and then he got DRS. And he was able to zoom right by the rest of the pool and make it into day 2. That might have been too deep of a cut. I don't know how many F1 fans are in the rhythm game community, but if you are, I see you. Sky Command, I know you're out there. I hope you're out there. Otherwise, I might be on my own. But whatever, man. There are dozens of us in America that like F1.
There are, and a surprisingly high amount in the rhythm game community that are F1 fans. All right, so we see.
We have Oliver approaching. We got songs.
All right, the
The
wait is
wait
over.
is, oh boy.
Chat, here we go.
All right, so
I
first
said-
we have the order of the pairings. First playing, we will have Blastoise and Bar X. Team
Ooh.
Australia.
The
Join up.
Australia team kill.
2 came together. 2 came to the last chance pool. Only 1 can leave. Also, 0
Maybe.
can leave. They can
Maybe.
leave together.
They can
Next.
drown together. Who knows?
We have Hudson, Kaze himself, along with Blue Buster. And lastly, and definitely not leastly, oh yes, the fill-in for Dr. D, who will be Dunk, which was the next man
Hey,
from Dr.
shout out
D's
to
pool.
Dunk. Let's
So
go.
shout out to Dunk. He also had an awesome day yesterday. And then no Bar Ben for our last set.
Oh, all right. Chat.
You wanna do the honors, split the honors?
All right, so chat, I said I would do this. What I am going to do is,
Here, you wanna man
hold
the
on,
keyboard and
I'm
I'll
actually
talk?
going to do this. Let's see, is that 5 and 6? I'm going to do this because I want this to not get a copyright strike when those license track pops up. Ooh, yep, that's right.
Oh, savvy. That was actually very smart.
Yeah, you can tell that I've ran
I'll
rhythm
say,
game
It's
streams
almost like you are professional.
plenty of times before. Okay, so we're going to do this. I'm going to minimize this. So, your first pick. Ah, this is even better.
Oh, we got who picked?
So, your first pick was by Duncan. Dunk. Starting off with Over the Period,
Difficult. For the second time this
the
tournament.
second time this tournament. Now, next pick was Blastoise with Triple Journey Challenge.
That's a lot of arrows.
The next one, and I'm going to actually read directly. I'm going to read directly off of the card that was handed to us. Ahem. Is this seriously even a question at this point? From Hudson, which, you know what that means. Dead End Groove Radar Special.
Degree for men.
Ooh, deodorant.
Something
Stay-
that every DDR player should wear.
Please do. Stay smelling nice. Next up, you have No Bar Ben's pick. Okay, I see what he was going for. Fascination Eternal Love Mix Challenge.
No bar on purpose.
No bar intentionally. The man's is doing it. Next up, we have you've seen it before. You're gonna see it again.
Who's
Let me get some prayer emojis in chat. Let me get some prayer emojis in chat
They didn't put their name on it though.
for Tohoku Evolved. Challenge. Lastly, Blue Buster.
Ooh.
Rounding out the pick. Rounding out this playlist with, for the first time in the tournament, Trigger Expert. Chat, those are your picks. Those are your picks for this round. So, seeing that, now that you've had a chance to dissect what's going on,
I'm keeping the Hudson card.
I have a chance.
Someone needs to frame this.
We have a chance to go ahead and see your opinions. We're looking at your opinions, and it looks like your reactions are just as crazy as ours. Spicy, some spicy.
Over the period, the 15,
The 15.
15.99 repeating, as
Yes.
I like to say. We saw this yesterday. It's such a good tournament pick. There's so much in this chart.
Yes.
There is speed, there's tempo changes, there's crossovers, there's step jumps. there's slowdowns, there's speed ups. Like they're the whooshy parts. I call them whooshes.
The whooshy parts.
They're whooshes.
So right now, more than likely, let's see, as we go ahead and scroll down. Okay, so just like yesterday, how it works is that for every pool, every pair that goes up, they get a 3-song warm-up. It's up to them, and they can play any song that they wish. The only limitations are they cannot play any of the songs that are in this playlist. Other than that, they can go as simple as they want. They can play a level 1 chart, or you can go as hard as you want, which we saw yesterday, and play a 19. So it's up to them. This is a chance for them to get loose. Also, you're going to notice at the top that we have a timer that just starts right now. Chat, we are here. We are go. This timer is actually not only for your viewing pleasure because, hey, sorry, thank you, chat, for keeping me going.
I got the gameplay sound.
There you go.
Yeah.
Bear with me 1 second, chat.
It's okay. I'll cover while you're working. So players have 45 minutes to complete the entire set of their warm-ups plus the 6 songs for the competition themselves. They have to start their last credit before 35 minutes on the clock, so for the last 3 songs out of the 6. But all that time in between is up to them. They can take breaks, they can not take breaks, they can push it, they can chill. It's up to the pair to decide how they want to manage it. They just got to get their last credit in by 35 and got to finish the last song by 45.
Correct. That's kind of about it. So, that being said, we're seeing them warm up. It's kind of nice to check out these warm-ups because you get to see how these players kind of tackle these songs, what their strengths and weaknesses might be. And right now, we're seeing both of these two with basically identical scores, ripping hard brain.
Yep.
And if you're not a fan of this song, chat, can I see some cat jam? Can I see some head bob? Can I see some emoji in the chat? We vibing, we coasting out here. Let's get hype. Let's get some buttons going. This is about to be some good ass DDR. We got Team Australia over here. I'm over here. I'm getting hype. I'm sipping my boba.
I was gonna say we're head bobbing over here.
I'm sipping my boba. Let's
Heartbreak
go.
is such a bob, man.
Top tier song, top tier music out here.
Yeah, the rest of this card, man.
Yo!
What is that?
Double PFC, Dub PFC is 12 and 24.
Spicy.
Ooh. Ooh. You love it. You like it. It's been really good. Let's do some more of that. Okay, thanks.
Yes, indeed. It's also really interesting seeing the kinds of songs get picked. We've seen a lot of Hard Brain. We've seen a lot of Awake. What else? We saw Firestorm once, I think.
We did see Firestorm.
I'm here for Firestorm. I love that song.
One of my favorite crossovers from Sound Voltex.
Yes. But usually you see at least a little bit of kind of accuracy. Some of the players feel comfortable just ripping MA on. Depending on the card, you'll see people that will aim for crossovers. We saw a Second Heaven once in one of the pools because there was a super turny pool. Players trying to work on that technique, make sure it's ready for prime time.
All right, went ahead and adjusted audio. Thanks for letting us up. We're going to do some rights metal. If I'm correct, officially the longest title in the game. Maybe even Bimani, in all of Bimani.
It's possible. There's some stuff in Poppin' though. It's like some sentence.
Well, fun fact, if I'm correct, this also made it into Poppin', of course, because this was a crossover event song. Ooh, not the longest song. Shout out to Remy Wiki. shout out to Remy Wiggy for keeping us going.
All right, you want to talk about the rest of this set, though?
So,
Triple Journey.
Triple Journey.
It's a lot of... Triple Journey is the one that's 195, right?
Yes.
Hold on, I have my EDR cheat sheet. I gotta go get it.
So fun fact, we talked about the triple series of songs that it's kind of fun. It's a fun fact. A lot of people think that they're related, Triple Journey, Triple Cross, Triple Counter. They are not related. The only similarities that they share is the fact that they are all crossovers in some form, be it that they are, there are two artists, there are 2 to 3 artists that work together that have never made a song together before, or in the case of Triple Journey, a game that takes influences from 3 different Imani games and has 3 different versions and also is in 3 different games. The Tag Edition is the DDR version of it. The similarities also kind of go on the fact that, and it's pretty easy, and the reason why a lot of people think that they are part of the same series is that all the songs are over 190 or over 190 BPM.
Yep.
Their expert challenge charts, their expert and challenge charts are all well over 650 notes. They're just really dense. And then a lot of the things that make them difficult, the crossovers, the really dense sections, how they just constantly keep you on your toes and you're just going. They all share that feature.
Out of the tournament song list, Triple Journey Challenge has the 12th highest notes per second out of all of them. And a very nice 6.9 notes per second for all 1 minute 45 seconds of Triple Journey Tag Edition Challenge.
And Catch Our Fire, this song originally appearing for KAC, the Konami Arcade Championships that happen on a yearly basis.
This was 2017?
This was 2018, because this came out, this was one of the few times, and now it's kind of starting to be a theme where there are a series of songs instead of each rhythm game, each Imani game having, unique songs for qualifiers. What they instead did is that there were different songs. They're the same songs, but they had different versions depending on the game that it's in. So Dance Rush has its own version of Catch Our Fire, and Dance Rush, came out in 2018. Also, shout out to Konami Arcade Championship. KAC is back in November.
Yep.
So, very exciting. You get to see some high-level rhythm gameplay from the players that do qualify from that. And even if you are living in a region where you don't qualify for KAC, the good news is, there's some amazing songs and unlocks that are about to come our way. The thing about KAC qualifiers is that they pick the best of the best. So just like here at Upbeat, where you had an absolutely just crazy qualifier, KAC does the same. You're going to have some of probably the most difficult songs that are going to come out that year as your qualifier. And we get to get them. So it's something to look forward to around November. So November's going to be sick. You might want to be into not only DDR but rhythm games around that time.
Definitely worth checking out the broadcast. It's a lot of fun to watch.
And also, it's the same time where they make announcements. So for those of you who don't know, Konami Arcade Championships, it is always at the wait a minute. PFC on Catch Our Fire from Blastoise. 27, this boy's snapping. You
think he's warmed up yet?
I think we're good to say that they're warmed up.
Well, that was their 3. Their set ends. They're gonna tap back in, and we are gonna get to Steppin' on the Steppin'.
Good ass DDR.
The good ass DDR is coming.
Let's go.
So the first set, the songs do have to be picked in order, which means we're gonna be seeing Over the Period Difficult, Triple Journey Challenge, and The Gers.
Degrassi.
Which at this point needs 0 introduction.
Not at all.
and then they will put in one more credit. Well, they'll push the button because it's on event mode, and they'll play Fascination Eternal Love Mix Challenge, Tohoku Evolved Challenge, which I've seen plenty of already, and Trigger Expert. Blue Buster with the sneakies.
Yes. I can't believe No Bar Ben decided to slip Fascination Eternal Love Mix. That means he has a strategy, or he has some tech that we are not aware of.
Yeah.
It's going to be sick to see how that's going to go.
He has extremely clean technique, and you have to if you play with No Bar. You have to have extremely good body control, extremely good balance. Man's a cross-country runner, so he's got stamina for days. He's got leg strength and body strength for days. I think he's PFC'd it. I think it was his first 18.
I'm not sure, but we're going
I
to
say
see.
first. I don't know how many he has at this point, but
We're going to see.
he's a heck of a player. And man, if we see another 18 PFC, we saw Prey and we saw Prey.
And then we saw Prey again.
Yeah.
But, all right. Yeah, he's got Yep, thank you. Yeah, he got Fascination Eternal Love Mix and Crazy Love. So, all right, here we go, chat. Eyes open. Your time starts now. Pool G begins. Both players playing on 7
Bar
plus.
X doing the
Bar X
spin.
saucing it.
Trades the gold combo for the spin. A respectable decision.
All right, so some observation. Both players using 7 plus. But it looks like Bar X opting to use Mirror. Use a Mirror mod to flip the steps. But right now, even after the spin, both players are tied going into this next section.
So unlike a lot of the other songs we've seen, Over the Period does have a pretty friendly opportunity to turn off that sudden flush shutter. It has a big long hold that you can lean over and tap. You've got like 2 or 3 seconds to do it. It's very nice. Great candidate for sudden plus if you're not familiar with the tech.
All right, both players still on a full combo. 4-point difference between them.
Bar X actually up a little bit. Good amount of drift to the sync in this song as well.
And we're tied at the freeze. Both players nailing the sudden slap.
Toughness there.
And yeah, Blaster kicking up in this.
Those drills are so fast too. This section of the song a little bit faster than the beginning, so even though the patterns are similar, they're a bit harder.
All right, we're zooming, chat. Eyes open. Very close. It's going to be neck and neck.
Big drill.
Bar X only picking up 1 perfect. And Blastoise, 4 points.
That was clean.
1750, 1746. Bar X, 56-8. Full combo. Blastoise, 49 perfects, 8 greats with 1 miss.
What a pickup. That is such a hard song. I mean, we're gonna say it 17 more times today. For that, I sort of apologize, but it's true. Like, being able to rip that at a tournament to me is so impressive.
All right, so we are going right into Triple Journey Challenge. And we look at the scores, Blastoise with a really, really, really high AAA and 99 and 10 flat. Maybe probably just picked up 1 great on his best. And then we have Bar X with a 99.5, still an impressive AAA, considering what this song does. Like, if you look at that groove radar, that shape is going completely into the score section.
Yep. It's literally stabbing the difficulty. Being like, hey, get out of the way, I need some room here.
All right, so for some things to look at on this chart is, for one, it is moving at 192 BPM. You start off at that 96 BPM. It's really slow, and then it kicks up. Not sudden, but it just coasts like that for the rest of the song. Foot speed is going to be key here for these two.
very busy patterns too. This chart really makes you move. You don't have a lot of opportunities to save your stamina. You really just got to go all out the whole minute 45.
All right, both players starting off with the PFC at the freeze. Blastoise up by about 9 points.
Blastoise so clean in the 16th.
All right, breaking 200 combo. MA looking crisp out of Bar X.
Bar X just showed up to play this tournament. He's doing great.
All right, about a 12-point difference between the two.
Bar X one of, I believe, 3 players to break seed and make it into the last chance pools today.
Yes, and Bar X did pick up a great and a miss right there, breaking combos. Blastoise finally picking up his first great in this dense stream right here.
Those crossovers are so nasty, and especially at speed this far into the song.
All right, so here we go. We're about to go into an absolutely wild stream. Beautiful. Well done by both. Blastoise finally picking up a combo break. We got the last stream. Well done from both. 21-35 Blastoise, 20-81 from Bar X.
Blastoise movement is so clean, just crushing that staircase front.
Coming out of it with 52 perfects and 3 greats with a miss. Bar X putting up an incredibly impressive score, a great showing with 80 perfects and 10 greats out of it.
986 on the machine score too. A great score.
All right, Team Australia, Team Straya, showing that they had some Macas this morning. Let's go. We're gonna end off on. Let's consult the list. Let's reach into your bag. Let's reach into the bag of alternate names. We
got the Goss.
So
fix our CRTs.
Yes.
We got to play the Goss.
If you're a fan of futuristic first-person shooters, you got your DeGauss laser right here.
The Goss rifle.
Your DeGauss rifle. All right, Blastoise a 99 flat, and Bar X with a 96. Judging how both of these players have been playing, especially Bar X yesterday, ripping it. He did touch this. This actually is his up score from yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another up score out of Bar X today. All right, both players taking a chance to get a little bit of a breather. Blastoise pulling this in, concentrating, getting his focus in, bringing his heart rate down, gives the thumbs up. We're locked in. We are going to the end of this first set with Degrassi Junior High. Let's go. All right, so immediately starting off, we talked about this earlier on, how players play a little bit differently. We have Blastoise playing this on left and Bar X playing this on shuffle. So it is going to make quite a difference. A little bit more consistency out of Blastoise as to what to expect with the chart. Bar X is kind of sight reading this as we go, and I don't mean this in its own way, but doing a really good job. Picks up a great really early on, but still sitting on the full combo.
If I remember right, this is, because there was a period where I was playing a lot of this because I was mad at myself. But I think this is kind of a mid-tier shuffle. Some parts get a lot easier, some parts get kind of tough. You have to use some quick switches if you're Bar X.
All right, both of them full combo. Here's where it starts to get intense. Blastoise picking up a good right there. And a combo break from Bar X, combo break for both of them. This song is so difficult, chat.
Bar X had some really nice brackets on those step jumps.
All right, here we go, the triple jumps. Blastoise crushing the triple jumps, only breaking on the second pair.
It's really funny how they have the same up and left arrow, or up and right arrow, but their left and down is reversed.
All right, chat, here we go. And good finish for both of them.
1527 and 1477. 959 for Baras, 979 from Blastoise.
That's let's see, 959. Pretty close to his personal best right there. Pretty close to his PB. All right, both players going brazy right there. Absolutely strong start from the two of them. Normally this would be where they get a little bit of a break, take their time, and they're going to need it with Fascination Eternal Love Mix coming up.
Yes.
A classic from the Supernova era of DDR.
Yep, a lot of jump spam. The stops, the same stops that we all know from Fascination Eternal Love Mix, hard memorization. And then just a lot of arrows. I mean,
Really dense.
18s, they're all a lot of arrows. There's no way around that. One of the nice parts about today is that they have the same 45 minutes but for 6 songs. So they have more cushion to space out that set, catch their
Correct.
breath if they need to. Of course, check your bingo cards. They've had an extra day or two to adjust to the altitude.
Man, no kidding. So, fun science facts for all of you out there. Denver is called the Mile High City. It's because the city is over 5,700 feet above sea level.
It's 5,279. It's technically 1 foot short of a mile, but come on.
Okay. Anyways,
Actually.
actually, 5280. So that being said, the air is a whole lot thinner up here. It takes a lot more time with the air being thinner, the air is drier. It's harder to get a lot more oxygen into your blood. So the side effects are, you get winded a lot easier. The recovery period is a lot tougher. I mean, I went ahead and while we were waiting for the stream to start, I went ahead and played some sets earlier on, and you feel the fatigue immediately. It just kind of feels. It's an intense pain. It almost feels like you've just run the fastest race of your entire life, just doing stuff that you normally would do. There's a history of a lot of athletes coming up here to train because then you go back to your normal elevation. Your stamina is just nuts. So a lot of players up here have been taking it easy, pushing themselves as they will, but also staying hydrated. And first of any, chat, stay hydrated. Are you drinking water? And if you're not drinking water, I hope you're drinking something, be it that you are drinking water, sparkling water, juice, adult juice for some of you out there. No matter what, please stay hydrated. No one likes it when you're thirsty. All right, chat, both of them locked in. We are going into the second set. Fascination Eternal Love Mix.
Ready, set, step.
All right, Blastoise dropping the Marvelous Combo at step 21.
Look at all that bling. Get the combo king.
Both of them PFC, and we're going to the next slowdown.
100 combos.
These step jumps super tricky.
And both of them, nailing it. Oh, unfortunately, looking like Baras kind of missed one of those step jumps. Here we got the stops. All right, and here we go into the fast section of the song. We get these gallops.
Borrowed straight from the older brother, Fascination Max. These gallops are really tricky too. A lot of movement, tough to time. Literally and technically in the sweet spot between a jump and a run.
Oh, and these step jumps are absolutely crazy, and both of them nailing them. Woo. Blastoise still sitting on the PFC right now.
Got
All
the
right.
triplet run into the speed up in the ending.
Here it is, chat. Eyes open. Blastoise drops it finally right there. Woo-wee! Great showing from both of them. 17:08, 16:29. Blastoise with an impressive 43 perfect, 2 greats and 1 miss.
Really, really clean.
And a great score, 97 perfects and 10 greats with 4 misses coming out of Bar X. Bar X PFCing that entire step jump section at the end, only dropping it 2 steps before the final freeze. Absolutely incredible showing. So here we go. Chat, you've seen it a lot during the original Prey set from yesterday.
We got 3 more Tohokus, minimum.
Minimum 3 more Tohokus. So make sure you get those prayer hands ready. I'm gonna need to see some prayer emojis in chat. Pray for all.
For you.
So as we look at the scores, Blastoise with a 99.4 on this. No full combo as his best. However, Bar X with a full combo, a 98.1. So relatively close scores to each other.
Another really dense song. A lot of really fast crossovers. A lot of repeating steps. You kind of have your left down up, right down.
With this song flying for majority of it at 340 BPM, so they will be taking a lot of those step jumps at 340 BPM.
Yep.
So it's going to be interesting to see the differences in techniques, whether you're going to see one player choosing a turn on some of those step jumps, or if they're going to double step and just kind of like shift their weight and kind of like shuffle, as I like to call it, on those steps.
Yep. Also, a lot of different approaches to some of the crossover runs too. There's some opportunities to switch feet. There's opportunities to bracket, or you could just go all out, play it straight, get all twisty.
All right, so both of them, Bar X kind of acclimating himself to the rhythm, keeping his legs warm. Blastoise over there catching his breath. Both of these players, part of Team Australia, along with Kamsa, going absolutely crazy yesterday. And of course, what a beautiful way to move on to go to day 3 and to play against a figurative brother, if you will, a cool friend, if you will.
Blastoise firing the crowd up.
All right, here we go. Song number 5. All right, Bar X picking up a great on the first step. With this song, then you have no warning. It just starts immediately.
It is just brutal. This song has nothing that can even be remotely construed as a break in it, except for maybe that stop, but it's right before the double speed run, so.
Blastoise MAing that entire stream right there. Bar X was doing the same, but he ended up picking up just 1 miss right there. But doing a good job of MAing outside of it.
Blastoise has a very minimal technique. He has a great control. He doesn't move a lot while he's playing. That gives him an advantage on songs like this that otherwise would be throwing you around a lot. Still really good MA from Bar X as well. Big crossover run. Clean.
All right. The only break you get in the song. Here we go. And Blastoise picking up a miss during that speed section right there.
Bar X got it. Got some goods, but came away with it.
All right, Bar X putting some emphasis in those turns, working out for him as he MAs that previous section and combos it.
Here comes the random corner.
And
Mutual
mutual green on both sides. Love to see it.
It's really like a roll a D5. And whatever you roll is your judgment on that set.
Natural great hit by both of them.
Yeah.
So, fun fact, Bar X and Aussie, however, former Canadian, just recently, if I'm correct, he was talking about how he moved there. It took him 5 years for him to be an Australian citizen. And on the car ride over, there's Australians, I love them. I love my Australian crews. You can tell that they love you by how much they josh with you, like how how they
Yeah.
mess with you. Barex says something a tune to the tune of like, oh, it's something something butt or ass. We'll say what it is. And Blastoise, without missing a beat, goes, oh, look at you over here saying ass. I thought you were an Aussie. I thought you were an Aussie. You're a terrible Aussie. But you're a better Aussie than a lot of people that I love and know, so you're all right. And I had to stop the car for a second. But both of these players representing their country well. Shout out to the Australian rhythm game community. A very strong DDR scene and an absolutely amazing Dance Rush community down there.
Yep.
Arcade availability, not quite available in a lot of areas, but all the players that are able to go out, they're some of the best players out there. And I really hope I get to meet more of that community very soon.
Yeah. A lot of Aussies in Life 4 as well.
Correct, yeah. So we have Trigger here. Blastoise has a PFC of 30, if I'm correct, that is 34 on it. And Bar X does not have a PFC, he has a 98.2 on it. So Trigger,
musical bop, a little bit of arrow salad. I mean, it's lots of speed ups and lots of slowdowns. It's very similar to NGO in that regard. It's a lot of whiplash on the scroll speed, lots of crossovers, lots of step jumps.
with some very abrupt stops during the speed up section.
Yep. I think the actual song tempo is 205, I want to say, but it's quick.
All right, we saw this song come to DDR as the final extra stage of DDRX. And this song is very significant because this was the first version that came right after Supernova 2. And it kind of ushered in a new style of high-level DDR play where at a high level, there's a lot of focus on learning a lot of the gimmicks of the chart, but also making them pretty complex to hit. So here we go into this first slowdown right here. Both players still with the full combo. And Bar X hitting those turns, using the full turn.
Lots of step jumps and lots of awkward stops coming.
All right, about 30 points difference between the two. And both of them handling that slowdown beautifully, MAing it. All right, we are about to go into another speed up. Beautiful. Well done, well done.
Crossovers into gallops are really tricky. If you don't manage your body weight correctly, you're going to pick up lots of perfect spots of grace. Blastoise again, just handling the fast crossovers.
All right, and we are well done. Full combo from both.
Impressive stuff. That ending's so mean too. Offset by a 16th note, a yellow arrow, and that step jump, and then the tap right after the step jump. Super tricky.
All right, we end the set. Blastoise 1501, 1420. Chat, I'm gonna need for you to give it up. Let me get some GGs in the chat for Team Australia. Team Australia with Blastoise and Bar X. Bar X coming out with another up score at the end of it.
Yep.
So continuing his journey of up scores throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah.
GGs to all. Australia, be proud of your boys. They laid it down. Thank you so much. GGs
Yep.
to both. So next up, it looks like we have a Blue Buster I see over there, and Mr.
Hudson.
I just started this new MMORPG. I decided I wanted to play a thief, and I was given the default weapon of a dagger.
Yes. All right, there
Kaze
we go.
573.
Check. I actually have a list on my phone that I made over the course of yesterday.
So let's talk about these two.
Yes.
You have Kaze 573, one of the cornerstones, one of the most storied players of DDR,
Fuck.
who's been around since the beginning. One of the few people who passed. Is it Legend? If I'm correct, Legend Road in the Supernova, or Boss Rush.
Yeah, Boss Rush.
Boss Rush and Supernova.
Yeah.
I jogged my memory right outside it. Passing Boss Rush, one of the few people to do it properly at the time.
Yes. That was on Life 4 back to back with I think it was only one bar back between songs.
Correct.
So it was like you had to pass Pluto Relinquish, Healing Division Only, Fascination Eternal Love Mix, all on challenge without getting more than like 7 or 8 misses.
Collectively, no more than.
And I think you couldn't change your speed mods either back then.
Yeah.
So you pretty much had to play
You had to
on
hold
1X.
it. You had to hold it. It was wild.
Yeah, it's
So-
just brutal.
Absolutely storied player, classic, been around since the beginning.
KAC competitor.
KAC competitor as well.
The first time they let us Americans show up at KAC,
That guy was
Kaze
there.
was part of our contingent.
So then next up we have Elliot, as he's known by those who know him and love him, aka Blue Buster, a player who came up in the Life 4 and the Black Flag Academy
Yep.
world, a former graduate, person who, not disrespectfully, but is constantly slept on throughout
Yes.
tournaments.
Absolutely.
And always blows people's minds with how hard he rips, the scores that he puts out. Even in this tournament, narrowly making out of a very competitive pool to
Yep.
take third place and make it into this pool.
Yeah, man's got incredible MA, SDPs on almost the entire 15 folder. He's got the
Nice.
gold lamp on, I think the 16s now.
Woo!
I mean, he's clean. The guy plays a lot. He loves the game. He studies it to pieces. He knows his charts inside and out. Case in point, he's the guy that picked Trigger, which is a great
that was
tournament
him.
pick. Great tournament pick. Also the expert chart, not the challenge chart, so a chance that you get players that only focus on that 18 might get caught napping. So really excited to see what he busts on that Trigger pick. But also really excited, he's been working really hard in his uppers recently.
Yeah.
He's been more of an MA player for a long time, but over the last year or so, he started ripping those 17s.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and check out their warm-ups. We are about to start the timer. Timer start. Here we go. Starting with Love You More.
And also, as chat mentioned, Blue Buster is also one of the nicest dudes in the community.
Super nice guy. Love You More. Originally, we saw this as an extra stage, an extra exclusive in DDR Ace.
820.
Was this 820? I thought this was 8. Oh, chat.
Oh, we're gonna
chat,
fight.
keep me honest.
We're gonna
was
fight.
this A or 820?
Hold on, I have the cheat sheet somewhere.
It was A. I see A. I see A. It was Ace. Ah! Ajakin knows. Ajakin knows. Ajakin knows. Let's go.
I'm not believing it until I see it. No! Oh, wait. That's. Oh, I was thinking I Love You. Dang it.
Yeah. So.
All right, my bad. All right, 1-0.
So Love You More, as you kind of saw earlier on, very consistent song, very great song for one. Pretty on sync. The thing about it is that you have these random stops that the first time you play it, it's gonna catch you. You're gonna kind of stumble on it. But a pretty good 16 to warm up on. I would say in terms of the 16 chords, if you compare them all to each other, not a terribly difficult 16 to work off of. A really good warm-up 16 because you have a lot of gaps, a little bit of everything to kind of go off of. You have some Sofon in there, you have those crossovers just like that, and it kind of keeps you going. It's dense enough that it gets your heart moving.
Yep, 100%. A couple of crossovers, they're not too crazy. Once you know where they are, you have time to set up for them. This is definitely a song that'll get you the first time you play it, though, with the stops and with the turns. I'm pretty sure I sight read this to like 980 or something, like not good. because both stops got me and then both crossovers got me.
So looking at that, just off of that warm up, 6, yeah, Elliot with 20, Blue Buster with 20, and Kaze with 14. So 6 perfect difference between the two. All right, so we're still going to the 14th. We're going to another extra exclusive stage in between. Very similar kind of style. Well, yes, in between is a little bit easier depending on your skill set. They kind of still have the same gimmicks. You have that stop. You have the stop. Both around about the same BPM. These came out around the same time.
Yep. A lot of step jumps. A few longer but low movement streams.
Yes.
So up, down, left, down, up, down, left, down type stuff. Has a stop somewhere, I think?
Yes.
Yes. It's been a while since I've played it. Great song though. Pure banger. If you love hardstyle, put your gals in the chat.
I know my hardstyle fans in the chat out there. I know y'all exist. Y'all show up all the time. Head bobbing.
Definitely the kind of song that players can absolutely riff on. Like, if this song is within your wheelhouse, then you've just got the whole song. You can lock in on this and see some really cool stuff. I always pay attention when players like Hudson and Elliot play songs like this, because you can see some stuff.
All right, and we're seeing both of them comfortably PFC this song so far. Hudson with a little bit more of a minimal style compared to Blue Buster this time. Blue Buster choosing to use more of his body to manage some of those turns.
With warm-ups, it's always a balance between trying to loosen yourself up and trying to save some energy. Now, they're not playing 8 songs today, they're only playing 6, so this seems like a nice break for them. But there's an element of loosening yourself up, especially because this is all you get.
Yeah, this is your shot. You know, you need to make the most of it. So there is a little bit of a meta game, so to speak, a little bit of strategy that you have to take in these warm-ups. Do you want to kind of like loosen yourself up a little bit, or do you really want to kind of like play something a little bit harder and kind of see where your mind and your body are at for when you face those like charts that are going to be at that same level in the playlist?
Yep.
All right, easy PFC from the two of them. Once again, 6 points apart, 6 perfects apart, just like last song.
11 and 17. Never DDR player knows it's like your warm-up versus tired balance is such a fine line to walk.
Absolutely. You can, if you are feeling a little too ambitious, you will cross that line really quickly, and it's kind of really tough to like recover from that right away.
And especially with this tournament format, there's 6 songs back-to-back. Best case scenario, they're 15s, but that's never gonna happen. I'm pretty sure the average difficulty of the song picks is like 17.8.
Yeah, I do believe someone actually gave a number. They said that the difficulty average of these is 17 point. I do believe they said 17.4. So pretty ridiculous. Now, as we just talked about, there's a strategy that goes into it. Do you want to play something that kind of loosens you up a little bit? Or do you want to play something that's going to be pretty similar to what you're going to see in the playlist? And we're seeing that right here with Triple Counter, the fastest of all the triple songs, moving at 216 BPM. Hudson pop it off, Triple Counter! Hyping up the crowd as he is known to do during tournaments.
You gotta get that foot speed ready.
Absolutely, because it's going to be, you're going to see this in your second song.
freezes at the beginning of this song are almost the hardest parts to MA. I don't know what it is. There's something about slower parts and high EDM songs that just throws me. Because like, I feel like my brain says, oh, this is slow so you can chill out, but then it's still going that fast. It's still going 210. Woo! Hudson's only, what is that? Is that 8? Our preview screen's a little small.
Looks like -6, it looks like.
Goodness gracious. Alright, well, we know who picked this one. The repeating steps, the Legend of Max steps.
Hudson looking pretty sharp during this warm-up.
I was talking to Hudson a little bit on the True Blue Cruise. That's hard to say quickly, as it turns out.
Hey.
He was saying he got really excited for this tournament, but had to get himself back into shape a little bit. Hudson is one of our DDR dads. Got a couple of kids.
Dad Gang. Shout out to Dad Gang.
He's one of those guys, he can never stay away for too long. He's playing for a while, he'll be active for a bit, he'll take some time away, but he's never too far from the cab. Obviously working around one helps with that, but he said it was a bit of a challenge to get himself grinding the hard stuff again, get him back into shape in time for this tournament, but he's doing okay, it looks like.
It looks like he is pretty warmed up. And Elliot giving him like right on, good stuff, dude. With 39 perfects and 4 grades.
Elliot really is a true bro. He's so happy for everyone. Like, he loves it when people get good scores. He loves being supportive and cheering people on. One of the nicest dudes in life for. He's one of those people that I feel like is everybody's friend. Everybody has nice things to say about him. And he's a monster.
Yes.
He can rip. He's so good.
No one has anything negative to say about him, but they will say that, yo, I went into a pool with Blue Buster and I kind of got smacked. And he has a trail of W's. He's handed out L's to a lot of people.
Yes, he absolutely has. With a smile.
With a smile, of course.
And usually a hug, too.
So, speaking of which, I'm smiling because I'm happy all of you are here. It's like, look at the stats. 432 of you stream monsters out there. More on, in a little bit more on YouTube. Thank you so much for being here. You could have been anywhere else, but you chose to be here supporting some good-ass DDR here at Upbeat 2023 in Denver, Colorado, at the Round 1 in Littleton, Colorado. Thank you so much. Shout out to Round 1 for hosting us, keeping it together, realizing how important this tournament is, not only for them, but also to the DDR community, and going well out of their way to make this all happen. So thank you so much to Round 1.
100%.
So we are going to go ahead and go to over the period difficult. So it looks like Hudson doesn't have a PFC on this. He has a full combo. But Elliot has a 19 perfect PFC on this.
So nuts.
So you saw Hudson kind of strategizing and judging his reach to the cabinet to go ahead and eventually slap that sudden plus button. So one thing that makes this cabinet a little bit unique is that it is a little bit further back compared to your standard DDR cabinet. So for some players, it is a little bit more of a challenge for them to go ahead and get the sudden slap off. And you almost are reaching over with your fingertips to do it. But so far, both of them starting off strong. Elliot picked up a great really early on. Only 5 behind Hudson, and Hudson picks up just a string of greats right there on that first roll.
Coming out of that stop is so hard because there's a tempo change and a speed up at the same time, and it goes right to a 16th throw.
All right, Hudson with his crisp MA making up for it as we go into this slowdown. Both players just making it snow here in Denver with the combo. Hudson picking up one. Elliott picking up one only at the end. Absolutely wild.
This song just throws, I've said it already, but this song throws so much at you, and it throws it so much at you so quickly, back to back to back. Having this level of consistent marvelous attacking is so difficult.
All right, Hudson ended up breaking combo, but MAing out of it, picking up a Gert. And both players successfully pulling off the sudden slap. Hudson white comboing that. All right, we are about 15 points different between them. We're going to go into the speed up. The MA is nuts right now. Both players trading a perfect.
Came off the bar for that?
Here we go, chat. Well done.
Buster came off the bar for that drill? That's crazy.
And it worked out. Hudson 1759. Blue Buster with a full combo 1772. Chat.
That was awesome.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what day 3 looks like when you bring 48 of the best DDR players across the globe together. You get some stuff like that.
Some good ass DDR,
Some
baby.
good ass DDR, chat. So next up, we have Triple Journey Challenge.
With the MA and the fast parts of over the period from both of these fellas, I'm really excited to see how they rip Triple Journey.
Yeah.
This could be special.
It could be. Both players with no PFC, however, Blue Buster with just a little tiny bit of a better score of 99.2, Hudson with 99 flat on it. So, an escalation of difficulty here. This is the foot speed chart. This is the foot speed chart that Hudson practiced for. We saw him during his warm-up. He was going crazy during that.
Yep.
Got the full combo on. Got the full combo.
Hudson's got some fast speed. His foot speed is seriously impressive. One of his biggest strengths as a player.
So, okay, we're going to see if his triple counter warm-up is going to pay off, and he's going to put up some ridiculous scores. But as we talked about, Elliott's a monster, man. He, going in tournaments and devouring people is his specialty. So he has that X factor going. This is his elements. Both players dap it up. We are locked in. Let's go. Song number 2, Triple Journey. Chat, let's go. Eyes open.
I think Buster's gonna have high variance on this song. He could totally rip it, or he could find himself in a bit of trouble. He's got the capability to go either way.
All right, both players within 2 points of each other. After the freeze, here we go. Foot speed coming into play.
Oh my goodness.
Hudson's MA is absolutely absurd right here.
And Elliott's.
Elliott's as well. Elliott picks up a good right there on that right, but makes up for it, continues the pacing, picks up a great.
Hudson's still only 3 off his pacemaker right now. Incredible command.
All right, both players using this section. This is kind of the only break that you truly get to kind of recenter yourself. And both of them dropping the combo on that section right there.
Turn.
All right, well done.
Buster slipping up a little bit in the staircase.
All right, we are about to go into the first drill. And Blue Buster kind of misplacing it, and Hudson full comboing that entire section. All right, we're about to go into the last drill. Here we go, chat.
Oh.
Hudson full combos it to get a score of 21.57.
Hudson, baby.
2078 for Blue Buster. 31 perfects, 1 great and 2 misses?
Nasty. They both got by the Scoobies in the middle, which, of course.
So that the triple counter warm-up paying off. As we see, one of the management, as we mentioned, Hudson is a round 1 employee, the store manager for round 1, dapping him up like, yo, I had no idea. I did not know. All right, so
Back
it's
into
time.
Hudson's wheelhouse.
So we go from one song that Hudson prepped for, and it worked out, to his specialty, Dead End Groove Radar Special. Hudson, always a proponent of playing this on shuffle.
Yep.
One of the few people that has played this enough to know what the shuffles are going to be upon, you know, within a minimal amount of measures.
Yep. Hudson was a pretty early proponent of turn mods. Big
Yes.
on the shuffle, big on left and right. Actually, very early on when I was getting back into playing DDR Ace after a very long post-IGG hiatus, I kind of asked a general question in one of the Facebook groups, and Hudson replied with his entire list
He
of
had
songs.
he had a minimal wiki for you. Are you serious?
Yeah, it was like 40 songs, I think, and this is Ace. This is before 820, 820 plus, all the new stuff. And he was just like, yo, here are my notes, copy them, go for it. Super, super helpful. I became a big turn mod player because of that.
Yeah, and this was one of the songs that back when this did come out in Supernova 2 and people were still reeling over its difficulty, it was one of there was, back in the day, there were pretty hot button topics. One of them are using shuffle or turn mods on specific songs.
Yep.
There were a few songs that people universally agreed that the shuffle was pretty okay, either because it either made the song more difficult, and the song that comes to mind was Healing Vision Angelic Mix. It makes it kind of rough. Or in this case, Dead End Groove Radar Special, everyone agreed that shuffle was probably the way to go because playing it vanilla is even more of a challenge.
Without shuffle, you end up getting step jumps into left-right, or the up or down jacks into left-right jumps, which is just so difficult. Really, really uncomfortable. Every single shuffle will break that up and put it into one of the
All right,
corners.
Hudson hits the water. We are locked in. We are at the end of the first of 3 in this first set. Dead End Groove Radar Special. So as we mentioned before, you just kind of went into the construction of playing the vanilla. We're going to see that from Blue Buster. He's going with the vanilla version of the chart, no sudden plus.
Ooh, look at those side switches from Buster. I kind of talked about this earlier with taking the vanilla chart because you can practice it. It becomes a known quantity instead of shuffle, where you get what you get. You can see Buster's put a lot of work into this. He's very proactively switching ahead of a lot of these weird turns. So instead of getting caught in a weird spot, he moves while he has free time and puts himself in a position to get out of a weird spot before he's even in it.
Okay, we are about to go into this stop. Here we go. This is what Degris is known for. All right, now both players finally with the combo break. We're going to see how they handle the hardest parts of the chart. All right, those jacks, the triple jumps. Blue Buster nails them and drops the second.
Blue's crossovers are so good.
Yeah, he's having a little bit of trouble with the foot speed on that part. Hudson nails the slap.
Kept the hold by dropping to his knees. Dude, Hudson's Galaxy Brain, man.
All right, good showing from both of them. 1588 to 1533 from Blue Buster. Hudson with 56 and 3 greats. and 4 misses. Absolutely wild display. Once again, I almost want you guys to clip, chat. I almost want you to clip that.
Definitely
Dropping
clip the
to
sudden
his
plus.
knees to get the sudden slap is next level. It is absolutely wild.
That's it.
That's some tech. That's some new tech. Are knee pads, Tizza, is it are knee pads now the new tech for DDR, and when you're doing the sudden slaps, is that where we're at now?
Dude, we've over the last like few years, it's been really cool seeing legitimate athletic wear becoming a thing. Not just, you know, the Under Armour and shorts and hats and whatever else, but people wearing braces or wearing tights on their legs, wearing sleeves
Case
for
in
the
point.
bar, like thinking beyond just what to do with your body on how to give yourself an edge, how to make yourself as good of a player. Hudson, like, same with the turn mods, he thinks very, very broadly about what can he do to get the most out of himself, to get the most out of those scores, and that's what you gotta do. Like, if you want to rip on a score like Dead End, then you gotta think very broadly, very laterally, because that song is unlike anything else.
I'm speechless of that. But we are going to go into Fascination Eternal Love Mix Challenge. Hudson doesn't have a score. However, I know for a fact he has played this chart.
Yes.
He has experience in this chart. Now, can we talk about Blue Buster ripping 48 perfects on this song?
Yep, this is one of his best. Super impressive score. Definitely in the, it's kind of the Dragon Ball Z arc where like first Goku goes Super Saiyan and it's a big deal, and then you fast forward and like there are 18 Super Saiyans.
Uh-huh.
That's kind of Fascination Eternal Love Mix. Like Chris got this and it was like, oh my goodness, and now like the rest of the squad are showing up. And that's Blue Buster. Blue Buster's like, oh, we're doing this now? All right, here we go. And then just rips a sub 50 PFC on an 18.
Oh, I am so excited to see this. Once again, this wasn't even his pick. This was No Bar Ben's pick.
Yeah.
This was No Bar Ben's tech. And it just happened to land right into the pocket of Blue Buster, who has the PFC on it.
Yep. And that's the tough part. That's part of why these pools are so hard. Part of what makes tournaments so tough when you're at this level is that it's strength versus strength, always. It's so hard to find something where you're just going to have a clear advantage. And when you've got 5 other players in your pool that are this competitive, this experienced, this seasoned, there is no opening. You just got to go for your strength and cross your fingers.
Thank you so much for that clip. Thank you for that clip, chat. Share that out on social media. Share that out. Share that out on Twitter. Share that on your IG. Show that some love. Let the world know that there's some good-ass DDR going on over here. So, all right. Hudson getting the shoe tie. Elliott kind of feeling himself out a little bit. Feeling how his ankle, I can tell he's kind of like feeling his ankle out. Kind of judging his positioning on his turn, so.
This is a different kind of physically taxing. This kind of jump spam works your body really hard. A lot of times you just can't use your legs for balance the same way if they're both in the air.
All right, we are locked in. Song number 5. Here we go, chat.
Here comes the beat.
Really working your core strength in this song, your balance, getting those traps and tries involved.
All right, first speed up. Both players beautiful. Hudson picking up an early grade in the slow section at the start. Oh, the foot speed section handled beautifully. We go into the stops. Both of these players know this like the back of their hand. Woo, wrecked from both of them.
Crispy. super clean in the gallops too.
All right, we are about to come into these nasty step jumps coming up. Both of them making ease of it. And Ellie picks up his first grade on that cross step jump. Both of them still maintaining the full combo. All right, we're gonna have this burst right here before the final speed up.
Here we go. Foster. Blue. Wow.
5-point difference.
I think Blue got maybe like 3 perfects and the 1 miss in the last 16 measures of that song.
38 and 2, full combo from Hudson. 42, 1, and 1 grade.
That's crazy.
Holy crap, chat. Absolutely well done from the two. Super close set, super close set. I don't know, chat. I'm having a good time. I'm hoping you are enjoying this good-ass DDR. These competitors are serving up to you right now. It is pairing very well with this boba that I have. And I hope it is pairing well with whatever beverage you are using to stay hydrated at home. Your water, your sparkling water, your juice, your tea, your adult juice, your soda, your pop, Gatorade. I don't know. I just hope you're staying hydrated so that way we can continue enjoying this show. These competitors are not thirsty, but they are thirsty for these W's to get this prize, to move out of this death pool, chat. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Hudson, again, he does not have a score on this card. He has played this before. Blue Buster has a 98.9. Just a literal blink of the eye away from a 99, a AAA.
So I believe Hudson's playing on a different card today because he lost his Mewtwo's card.
Yes,
yesterday.
he misplaced it last night. So
It is probably somewhere in the room. Hopefully.
fingers
Hope it
crossed,
gets found.
fingers crossed, fingers crossed.
Fortunately, you can transfer your profile on the News website, so.
All right, Blue Buster looking like he's feeling pretty good after that film.
Yeah.
Seemed to be pretty comfortable for him. He's going ahead and getting that Gatorade.
Yeah, Buster looking super relaxed. The mental game in a format like this is really interesting too because you don't have the kind of in and out flexibility that you do in a match where you play your 2 songs or your 3 songs and you're done.
Yeah.
Like, you got to manage the entire time. So we've talked about managing the energy plenty, but there's also the element of managing the mental. If you have a rough song early, you got to be able to pull yourself out of it, get your focus back, get yourself back in the arrows, back in the pocket, find the beat. On the other hand, if you get some good momentum in, if you're feeling good, feeling loose, feeling yourself, then you can carry that with you through the full set.
Yeah, it goes both ways. You want to, you want to be able to have the ability to kind of, shield yourself from what I like to call the mental damage whenever things don't go your way. But also, you want to be able to kind of temper yourself. Be able to use the good vibes that you get from popping off, and not let it go too far to your head, but not let it give you rose-colored glasses on sets on songs like this. So here we are. We are in song number 5, the penultimate song for the set for the 2. All right, Hudson hypes up the crowd, locks in. Here we go. Song starts immediately. Both players MA the first step, pick up a combo 3 steps later, so we are tied, chat.
Off to the races. This credit's like, yo, I heard you like jumps. Yeah, these guys are serving this.
And gorgeous!
Oh my lord.
We are tied, chat.
Whatever you think about the EX scoring system, whether you like it or you don't, people are divided. It does make for some real close matches.
Oh man, and Blue Buster picking up a great in the freeze pattern right there.
Yeah.
And a miss. All right, we're gonna go into our slowdown or freeze, into the speed up. Elliot also MAing that entire section, picking up a break right as the BPM shifted back down.
Well, I'm not gonna say it.
All right, both players
maybe I
breaking
should've
combo.
said it. But still, Hudson's MA is ripping.
All right, here goes the random.
Oh, perfect and a marvelous.
Chat,
Wow.
2145.
8 perfect.
2095, 77 perfects out of Blue Buster. Chat, you know the deal. Let me get some prayers, pray for all. Let me get some prayer emoji. And also, yo, are you serious? One great.
How you figure? Like, man.
Hudson on another one this set. Making Blue Buster work for it. We're starting to see a little bit of exhaustion from both of them at the end of this.
I mean, this is a heck of a set. But fortunately, they've got 11 minutes left on their clock. So they got time to catch their breath, pull it back together. When I look at Buster, I see someone that is like a nudge away from the upper echelon of players. Like, he has so many moments, even in the songs that are not quite in his comfort zone, like Tohoku, where he will rip for 200 arrows at a time and then get caught because the song is brutal.
But that's also what makes them so scary to play against.
Yes.
Is that there are people out there that see that, and not to say that they let their guard down, but you know, maybe they may change their pick, they may give themselves something more confident, and then he ends up just going nuts. He rips it. I agree with chat. I'm gonna say Blue Buster at this tournament is evidence. He's in the upper echelon. He is there. He is firmly. His seat at the table has been reserved for a little bit.
Yep.
This is him confirming that he's supposed to be here.
100%. He's at the point, so I'm also a speedrunning guy. He's at the point where his sum of bests is awesome. He's like, his sum of bests is in world record territory. He's just got to start piecing it together to get that consistency on the very, very hardest bit of songs. Like, I think, not that, you know, Buster has most of the 17s at this point, PFC. He's already an incredible player. I think Buster's ceiling is maybe non-existent. Like, Buster's going to go places.
Absolutely.
He's going to go more places, to be clear.
I mean, so let's look at this. This man has 14 on trigger.
I know. This is... I'm really excited to watch this.
This is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible, chat. So both of them taking advantage of the spare time that they have on this break to recatch their wins after that back-to-back brutal set of 18s. As we see Trigger for the second time.
Also really fun to see kind of a very clear old school versus new school kind of vibe in this matchup.
Exactly.
Hudson's just one of the OGs. Yeah. Hudson's pointing at me. He's like, yeah, you're damn right. Hudson's been so good for so long. Diet Coke, no ice, says Hudson. He doesn't need the ice because the ice is in his veins.
Oh.
But Hudson, he's an eternal. He's been so good for so long across so many mixes, so many styles. Buster with just this meteoric rise over the last few years. Seeing them come together in a tournament like this is just such a treat. Seeing them so close on so many songs, like, It's just great.
It's absolutely been great. The chat has been loving the guy. He has a massive fan club.
It's so hard not to like him. He's just
so
such
nice.
a friendly dude. He's just got
So
such a-
tall.
He's got such, yeah, so tall.
He's so tall, chat.
Great smile.
You can see it in the camera. I mean, it's even more so when you compare it to Hudson. You just how it's not that Hudson is short, it's that Elliot is very tall. He's a tall guy. And it's so awesome to see the new school versus old school, as you said. We're gonna do it, chat. Final song of this playlist for these two. Here we go.
Tear it up, y'all.
See the ring.
All right, Hudson picking up a great very early on.
Got the song.
Blue has 2 perfects in the Scoobies and nothing else.
Yo, just picked up only 1 perfect during that.
Oh, my eyes are glued to the blue side of the screen. He's got like 6 or 7 right now.
All right, Hudson making up for those perfects. Those MA, the MA is dumb right there. So good, so good.
Still super close. Blue's pulling away a little bit. Like 10, picked up a couple.
That's what I'm talking about. You got the magic.
All right, so both of them sitting on a full combo. Hudson, Blue Buster just breaking the 950 at this point. Handle the slowdown beautifully, both of them.
Come on, everybody. Make some.
He picked up a good on that on the turn right there.
Those Scoobies are so hard. You have to pre-turn to hit those correctly and be able to flow out of them, so it's a little bit awkward to start. Woo.
Yo, the white combo coming out of Blue Buster.
And Hudson. Oh.
Hudson with the full combo, but Blue Buster, despite shaking his head with the higher score, 1505, 36 perfect, 2 greats, 1 good from Blue Buster. Hudson with 58 and 2.
That concludes pair 2 of 3 for Pool G. Baby, baby, baby. No bar bend. Yeah, I was gonna say I need a drink after that.
Woo, that was hot. That was hot, chat. Chat, that was hot. GG's to both players, chat. You know the deal. Let me see some buttons. Let me get some GG's in chat for both of them. Both Hudson, representing the old school, one of the faces on Mount Rushmore of DDR, and Blue Buster, just one of the most fastest growing players over the past couple of years. Definitely going to continue to be a force to be reckoned with, showing that he has a seat at the table of the upper echelons of DDR currently to this day. You love to see it. It's a beautiful thing. It's a very beautiful thing. So chat, as we get ready to prep for this next set, want to give a shout out to the people that made this possible. Want to give a shout out to Red Note Gaming for providing us not only with some of the things that we needed to actually logistically make this possible, but providing every finalist, every person that qualified for this tournament with these absolutely fuego, and I mean that with like 4 O's after it, upbeat competitor jackets, each one personalized with their name and their country of origin. It's been so awesome. They're a gaming community and venue out in Vegas, the Las Vegas, Nevada area. So if you ever on a Vegas vacation and you want to get some good ass DDR popping off, you might want to check them out. They do events and tournaments on a very regular basis. Make sure you go and tell them thank you and check them out. rednotegaming.com and Rednote Gaming on Twitter. Thank you so much for all your support.
And cross your fingers, the oft-awaited East Coast Red Note.
Yo, that's
location.
gonna be
Soon
sick.
TM.
Gonna be
Spreading
sick.
the love to the other side of the continent. So we have no bar bend and dunk. The dunk man. Who
So-
for the second time in a row is warming up in sweatpants.
Yes, he is actually. We're gonna see that some nice sweatpants. I'm gonna have to ask him where he got those. Actually, those are kind of heat. No Bar Ben also warming up in sweatpants.
Yeah.
It's the all sweatpants. Shout out, chat. It's that sweatpants set. We got the sweatpants set going on. It is kinda pretty chilly up here in Denver. Turns out, who knew that being right next to a mountain would make things really cold? Who knew? So, fun fact, we saw No Bar Ben absolutely go completely crazy yesterday with his play, making No Bar look like just making it look effortless and flawless. But Dunk also snapping yesterday. I talked to him early on day one, and we were in Dunk, by the way, also just like our favorite Swan and Cygnus.
Oh, yeah, set the clock.
Yep, hold on.
Focus.
All right, just like our favorite Swan, Cygnus, videographer, does great edits. Volunteered to help do these edits for the videos, and he walked in. He said, and they were like, "Well, yeah, you did good. You're gonna do good." He's like, "I don't know, man. I'm not gonna qualify. There's no way I'm gonna qualify." And look at him here, in the death pool, taking fourth place in his seed. Thankfully, and not thankfully, shout out to Dr. D. Had to drop out at the last minute due to testing positive for COVID. Chose to do so of his own volition instead of trying to, run it back with another test. But it gave us an opportunity to see Duncan and honestly blow his own mind. He wasn't ready for this, but that doesn't mean that he's not going to put up some good ass DDR. He put up some good sets yesterday.
He put up some really good sets.
All right, we are getting the thumbs up from the TO. Timer start. Here we go. They are going to go ahead and get their warm-ups going.
Again on my technique-ish, but I love Duncan's technique. His crossovers are so clean. He somehow makes it so effortless to just get his legs to the other side of his body. Very loose style.
All right, both players were choosing to do their first song to warm up with Wadatsumi, song that is a pretty consistent 16, an upper 16, and is very infamous for its pattern at the end, where it looks like it's an impossible pattern where you have a planted freeze note, and then you have 16 crossovers on the other side. You have 16 gallops. When you first play this song, your first instinct is to immediately break your ankles trying to hit it.
Yep.
But instead, it's one of those kind of big brain types of approaches where you kind of need to understand what the chart is trying to make you do at that moment. And we're going to go ahead and see that from these two when we hit that point.
Also, banger.
Oh, fire.
One of my favorite songs musically in DDR. Fun question in chat about Life 4 allowing other forms of dancing games. Technically, no, you cannot submit scores for Life 4 that were not got on an official arcade hardware. However, the requirements are the same, regardless of what you play on. So if you want to follow along at home, your Setmania setups, your home versions, your Grand Prix, you're welcome to follow along, join the community, use the guidelines, come hang out. We'd love to have you.
And Dunk just casually PFCing Wadatsumi.
Stage clear.
No Bar Ben getting a full combo. 58-1 from Ben and a 46 flat from Dunk. Jeez, okay. So chat immediately noticed upon start, is this man wearing a bag that says bag and his jacket? Now that he decided to stun on us a little bit, bags off,
Well, we're
bags
getting the
off,
show.
sweatpants off, TOS, TOS. Oh no, I'm kidding. He's changing into his shorts. This shows that now it's time for Duncan to ascend. He got enough experience to now go into his second form and evolve.
Wait. Wow. So they're taking the warm-up to foot speed thing very seriously with Egoism Expert.
I see what I would, you know what? I would take my pants off too. What is this? Yeah, we are locked in.
Egoism 440, named for all of the beats per minute at its max speed, which for those of you keeping track at home is a lot.
It's a lot of beats per minute. So we have quite a bit of impressiveness going on here, if you want to use it as a word. This is Egoism 440. This is one of the hardest 18. An amazing and legendary song. So first you have Ben laying this with no bar. And then you have Dunk, who decided to ascend to another level and really just grind down on this song. It was enough that he had to completely just evolve just to go with it.
Ben's actually up in EX despite the combo breaks. The Dunk's still holding it.
So what makes this pretty difficult, as you kind of are observing, you have these BPM changes that swing all the way from this lower BPM, the slowdown, all the way to 440, and you are doing some of these patterns at 440 BPM, and even the slower parts, you are like this part, foot speed, pure foot speed.
The bass kick, one of the most legendary beats in the PBI, I think, is just the bass kick run of Egoism. On every difficulty. Also, dang.
Can we talk about, so Ben, despite, you know, having the higher combo break and almost borderline failing the song, still has a 12-point EX score over Duncan at warm-up. Absolutely incredible. Wildin'.
Between Ben and Ringo, like, no bar players have a lot to aspire towards these days. Like, it always felt like, you know, kind of the end of the great bar, no bar debates when it was like, all right, let's all just stop arguing about this stuff. Let's just play the game. Definitely felt like eventually everyone was just going to play with the bar because we would just all converge on that. But the no bar fam keeping it alive and well. And as you can see from these two amazing players that we have been graced with this week,
Absolutely.
you can go all the way to the top. You can crush Paranoia Revolution Challenge without a warm-up, no bar, and get like a 870. Just like ain't no thing.
It's absolutely impressive. Like, it can't be expressed just how absurd the accomplishments of No Bar Ben and Ringo this entire tournament have been. But also, chat, this song bang. This song bang now. This song is great. I love this song. So,
I don't blame them for making Hyper Twist Challenge what it is because the song is called Hyper Twist. But also I wish they didn't go full Supernova 2 with the challenge card. Ben keeping the light combo to like 110.
good showing. Both of them really close to each other. Fun fact, this is Tanuki's second song in all of Imani. First was Night and Day from Dance Rush during a legendary Spark Festival event. And already second song in Imani and getting the epic challenge chart treatment with a challenge chart that is quite, it is a hot button topic in itself, as you kind of mentioned. You can kind of understand it, but then you go, but why though?
But why though? Yes.
Ben still with the PFC so far.
I love this song though.
Oh, yo, we got the
Doctor, the 270.
270 treatment from both of them.
I told you, Dunk just turns his body so fluidly. And it's really funny because by necessity, Ben as a no-bar player is very controlled, is very tight, has to limit his motions because he doesn't have the benefit of his arms on the bar to keep his balance for him. And then on the other hand, you have Dunk, who's super fluid, lots of movement, ripping some 270s, because why not?
You see the love, the head nod. Oh, look, see that? You see that? That's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
That's the DDR equivalent of that. Yeah, you got me. The head nod, like that's right. That was good. That was sick. That ooh.
Yep.
You just ripped that. Ooh.
That's that good.
That's that. That was mean. This boy nice. This boy nice. Speaking of nice, chat, we are on the number 3 part.
Third pair
The third pairing.
of the first pool
Yes.
of the third day of the 5th hour. Sorry.
Of the 4th day of the 3rd month of the year, 2023. You're here tuning in to Upbeat Denver 2023 in Denver, Colorado. This is the final day. We have worked to this day throughout all the week. We have gone through some of the most brutal pools, some of the most historic moments in all of Dance Dance Revolution.
Yep.
To be here to witness this right now. And I'm so glad you're here. If you're just joining us, welcome. My name is Adrian. I'm over here with the boy Tizza. So glad to be sharing a mic with you. It's been a long time coming.
It has. I was jonesing so hard listening to you on the desk from my hotel room earlier. I was like, oh man, Adrian's so damn good. I want to be on the desk with this guy.
Thank you.
So bad.
I appreciate
It
it.
is a pleasure and an honor, my friend.
Right back at you. I couldn't be happier to be here. I'm so glad that I'm here compared to anywhere else in the world right now, witnessing some of this good ass DDR for you. All 477 of these stream monsters, more over on YouTube. This whole week has been absolutely incredible, and I'm so glad that you're here to share it with us. So we are going to go ahead to over the period. Difficult. Both players just hugged it out. We are locked in. Both players have a PFC on this chart. Here we go.
The very subtle tempo changes in this intro are so tricky.
Yeah, and you see, it's really tricky. Both players picked up a great at the same exact point. One point difference. Here we go, chat. All right, here we go into the slowdown. So far, not too much to say. Both players still sitting on a full combo, handling the song beautifully. Ben up by about 13 points.
Dunk also coming off the bar. Dunk actually does come off the bar a good amount in slower sections. For some players, it helps kind of their balance. But you get more body into it.
First, both of them nailed it. Here we go. Both of them nailing the speed up. drills, crushed by both of them. Both of them MA'd those drills.
Dunk with the MFC on the drill too.
Yeah, Dunk picking up a good. And Ben picking up his first combo break. All right, speed up. Dunk still sitting on a full combo. Ben, despite the miss, PFCing his way out of it. Drills. Both of them MA'd the drills. Incredible, here we go. Towards the end. Dunk with the full combo.
Got a little ahead in the ending,
17:45.
but man, also, Dunk's read that on what? That had to have been 2-2 or 2-5.
2-5.
Yeah,
But
that was flying.
Let's talk about Ben getting 33-1 with
Yeah,
one miss.
1780. That's the highest we've seen so far, I think. I haven't been writing it down. Chat, am I right?
We have our stream monsters. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, chat. Chat, we just
we're not going to spoil yet, but we just saw the songs for Pool H.
and they
Y'all
are
are in for a treat, but we got to finish Pool G first.
so
You got to eat your vegetables before you get this first.
oh, you tried to work that, brother. Brother, you tried to work
I
that.
tried really hard to make that happen.
You know what? You tried, and that's all that matters. That's the most important part. So we're going into Triple Journey for the last time in this set. We've already seen it. It is the absolutely wild foot speed song. No Bar Ben with a 97.4. Dunk with a 98.4. Coincidentally, it's a 98.4, but a fail. So that was either a border fail or it was a life 4 that, you just was like, this score is solid. I'm just going to rock with it.
I mean, they both passed this song before. so-
Exactly. So, pass, fail, we're, not really terribly important here. But you see Dunk getting them hops, warming up, staying warm, staying loose, then stretching it out. Both of these players started off in sweatpants, then decided that they had enough experience that they wanted to cash it in and evolve. You have Dunk going right into the shorts, and then you have Ben going right into the shorts and leggings combo.
It's interesting to see what makes players comfortable in configuration, clothing, and equipment.
All right, here we go, chat. All right, Ben MFCing right up until the freeze and the speed up, so now we both are sitting on the PSC. Let's go, chat. We're in there.
Off to the races.
Both players separated by about 3 points right now.
Ooh. Risky. It's snowing in the city of Denver.
Right, a little bit of a break right here. Both of them handling those jumps beautifully. Ben picking up just a couple of perfects. Dunk putting in some emphasis, and both players trade out a great right there. Dunk dropping that burst right there. No Bar Ben still sitting on the full combo. And Ben couldn't get the turn quick enough and drops the combo. All right, here we go. First drill.
Ben looks like he's floating when he does runs like that.
All right, chat, here we go. We're about to go into the last drill section. Absolutely impressive run by both of them. Well done, well done, well done. 2006, not a bad year from No Bar Ben, and 21.04 from Dunk. 97.15, 4 goods and 60 misses, 60 and 10 with 4 misses from Dunk. Both of them popping off during that run. This pool is crazy.
It is.
So the stream monsters in chat, shout out to all of you doing the work behind the scenes, pointing out that No Bar Ben won over the period. The first place score. Not sure how the score is on Triple Journey. They will talk amongst themselves. They will let you know if you are participating in chat. But we are going to go to Dead End Groove Radar Special next.
Dunk just asked us to tell Hudson that they hate him. Hey Hudson.
Hey Hudson,
Dunk says
they
he
hate
and
you.
Ben hate you.
Yeah.
Dunk and Ben hate you.
Hudson gives a thumbs up and says, it's good, right?
Hudson just asked them how to pronounce it. Dunk leans over and goes, "Deguah."
Ooh, that's a new spicy one. I like it.
With the fancy food pronunciation hand gesture.
For all of my Francais people, the lovely, the quoi.
I've never met Dunk before, but I like him already.
Seeming like he's a good guy. He is a good guy.
Wonder if Dunk's a sparkling water guy. You might enjoy some of the quah.
Ooh, some of that spicy water.
Yeah. So it's Jackson LaCroix right as I said it. That's great.
The quoi. Oh,
Right as I
there
said
it
it
is.
in real time.
We got it.
I don't know what the time delay is backwards. Because the chat is behind us in our time, but we're behind chat in their time.
I mean, so chat. So they're behind the action maybe by about 5 to 10 seconds. However, chat is like Galaxy Brain, a whole order of magnitude ahead of us in terms of just bringing the heat and workshopping the jokes, the copy pasta, all of it, and making some of the strongest observations throughout the entire time. Also, if you do want to follow along at home, make sure you go to upbeatdenver.com. We have the pools, we have the results of the pools from the past 2 days, as well as the seeding of the pools. There have been a little bit of updates due to players having to drop out and people getting replaced and kind of getting filled to this. Dunk is a result of being filled, and some good ass DDR because of it. Absolutely, both of these players are busting it on this dance floor. They are going crazy. So make sure you follow along at upbeatdenver.com if you want to see the tail of the tape, as I like to say. All right, both of them talking about strategizing that sudden slap. It's pretty important in this song, let me tell you. It's very important.
It is. And it's tough. It's one of those things that's different on every machine because every set of pads is a little bit farther away or a little bit closer, a little bit to the side. Skill check, by the way.
All right, here we go. We go ahead. We're about to cook a little. We're cutting the heat up just a little bit.
We're both on shuffle.
All right, both of them with a different shuffle. So we're going to see a little bit of variance as to how the approach is for both of these players hitting this. But both of them doing great so far. Ben with the PFC into the slowdown. Dunk picking up a grade pretty early within the first 20 notes. But still, both of them sitting on a full combo.
As we discussed yesterday, there's a 1 in 8 chance of getting the same random,
Yes.
the same shuffle, which means a 7 in 8 chance of not getting the same random.
All right, 11-point difference as the heat is on. We are fully into the part that makes this chart very infamous. As you see the patterns right there, the brackets. Both of them kind of stumbling on those triple jumps. Ben and Dunk nailing the second pair. Oh, correction. Dunk is playing right, actually.
Oh, he is? He is.
Sudden plus slaps. Dunk nailing the slap. Ben choosing to trade a miss for the slap. An amazing score right at the end of this set. Ben, 15-52, 73 perfects, 8 greats, 2 misses, 2 goods, and 5 misses. Dunk with 15-05, 98 perfects, 19 greats, and 7 misses. Chat, I'm just saying.
Tell him. Boba's very important.
Some good ass DDR that we got going on over here. I'm just saying. This is some good ass DDR.
Tell him.
If you don't know, now you know. This is some good ass DDR that's been going on. And would you believe it? They're only halfway through their playlist.
Yep. They got 1 more credit, 3 more songs, and it doesn't get much easier.
It show does not. We are going to go right in to Fascination Eternal Love Mix. Woo! Would you believe this is No Bar Ben's pick?
I would, because I know him. And I know his play style, and I know that he piffed the heck out of this. But, yeah. Sight unseen, No Bar player picking this in a tournament. Would not have guessed. Very impressive. I'm excited to see how this goes.
Yeah. So we are going to check this out. Both players starting to kind of get themselves a little bit ready for it, kind of get warmed up. T.O. checking in with them. As someone in chat just mentioned, the points for this whole entire pool are still pretty crazy right now. It's super tight. Coming down to just a few perfects. So we see the 99.89 from Ben on this one. As we mentioned, you said that he does have a PFC on this,
yes,
historically. Just not on this card. Dunk with a 99.3, still an incredible score.
This is one of those songs that when you reach this high of a level, when you're this accurate, everyone's going to do crazy things on it. Because you can get the timing of the song is not the challenging part.
No.
It's the jumps. The jumps are nasty. So you're going to see lots of low perfect counts, relatively speaking, and that's going to keep the scores very, very close. So really it comes down to who just has the finest of the fine-tuned execution on the nastiest parts of this song. Like the intro, 400 BPM, quarter notes, like very friendly, very nice for high-level players to just smash out. Maybe a couple of perfects, but not a huge deal. It's just, do you execute it when it counts, when it's the hardest, and that's the difference.
All right, here we go. Both of them getting ready, dialing it in. Dunk taking an MSC all the way to 32 steps. Both of them sitting on a PFC. And we are tied into the slowdown, trading about a perfect or two right between them.
Ben is extremely accurate with the jump.
Both of them with the PFC still into the stops.
No stress from the stops whatsoever.
And Dunk picking up a good right into that burst pattern right there. Ben still sitting on the PFC.
Fun part about having picks and pools like this, you get to see people at what they feel is their best. We are seeing No Bar Ben at his best in what is certainly the biggest moment of his DDR career so far.
And No Bar Ben just finally breaking the PFC right on the step jumps.
But
one
still,
great and one marvelous. I mean, one great and one perfect during the step jumps.
Such a low perfect count for him. He's got a huge lead right now. He's up 35 or so, 40, and growing. Here we go.
Welcome handling step does. Ben breaks combo,
Wow.
but Dunk gets there. gets the get it. The right behind get it.
17:02. That puts Ben in the pile, I believe. I don't remember what
44.
that put his numbers.
44 and 3 with one good and one miss out of Ben. 78-5-2 out of Duncan with the full combo.
I think that puts Ben around third or fourth in the pool for this song, which with these names is a tall task. That is impressive as heck.
Oh, jeez. So, chat, next up. After a chart like that, you would think that, all right, you know, they get to ease down a little bit. No, that's not what's happening. If anything, we're keeping the intensity up. We're going to Tohoku Evolve for one more time in this pool. We're going to see how they're going to do it. 97-9, 96-3 from Ben and Dunk respectively. Basically very similar scores on this song. Both of these players giving it their all in this first death pool of the day. Their performance on this song is going to determine who moves on to top 8.
Yep. It's still pretty close. Ben might still have an outside shot. We'll see. Either
We'll
way, Tohoku no bar is just so brutal. All the turns, the repeating steps, it's just having to do so much more work to control your balance on a chart like this. It's so much effort. And like, if it wasn't for the fact that Ben was a literal cross-country star, varsity in high school, varsity in college, like, I don't know how he would do this at all. You need such incredibly good physical conditioning to rip 18 snow bar, and especially this nasty piece of work called Tohoku Evolve.
All right, both of them taking a little bit of time to kind of regain some stamina, hydrate, wiggle it out, wiggle it out, wiggle it out.
Appreciate the love chat.
Absolutely appreciate the gas.
Shout out to the chef, Leon C. Brunson himself.
Mwah. You know, as we break the wall a little bit and talk to chat. Shout out to Leon. Chef Leon, not saying that figuratively, if I'm correct, opening up a second restaurant very soon in the Florida area. So if you happen to be in the Florida area and you want to get some rhythm game, some actual, not just good ass DDR, but some good ass food? Question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, actual exclamation mark. Make sure you check out Leon's when you get there.
I believe he recently opened a second location.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, I spaced a little
a awesome supporter of the rhythm game scene, not just DDR but also ITG community. This man stays awesome.
Also the proprietor of many a fine fishnet top.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I bought a fishnet because Leon started it, and then some other players started picking up on it, and I'm just like, genius, genius. Speaking of genius, here we go. Tohoku Evolve. Last song of the set, chat. Let's go.
Second to last song.
Oh, second to last song. I'm sorry. Let's go. Penultimate. It is the penultimate song. Jeez, Ben. Getting the white combo all the way up to 60. Dunk sitting on the PSC right now.
It's interesting to see the contrast in no bar styles between no bar Ben and Ringo. Ringo stayed very straight up, almost standing up straight, very little flex, and did a lot of double stepping and bracketing. He really tried to minimize his feet movement on the pads. Ben, on the other hand, leans forward, gets low, bends his knees, almost like he's ice skating, and really uses his arms to turn his body around, and he's just crushing these crossovers.
All right, it's looking like Ben playing this on mirror with crossovers that just tend to work out a little bit better, but making crazy work of the crossovers.
The two of them.
Oh! All right, to the speed up. Here we go.
Ben, you see the Scoobies, did they both PFC
They
the
both
speed up?
NFC the Scoobies. Let's
Let's
go.
go.
All right, Junk picking up a miss right there. And I'm handling the first really well. All right, here comes the random. Here comes the random. Perfect and
And
a
a
great.
perfect.
Ben.
Ben just ripped that.
Ben, 61 and 9.
The triple A. Bravo. Holy
Ben
moly.
he just got an up score. That's
Yeah. I mean, look at his reaction. His mouth has not closed.
shit going across the arcade. No bar, Ben.
Good sport, Tom, starting the chant for his competitor on the amazing up score, the huge play.
Jeez, man, this is what we've been talking about this entire time.
You know, Twitch chat getting in on the no bar Ben chant. You
Love to see it.
Wow.
We appreciate the chat setting the spirit energy to these players.
Just that is an iconic score. Like a 99-1, and like he was putting those crossovers through the wall. I mean, he was just smashing some of them.
This boy was schmoovin'.
Yes.
All right, so the actual last song of this pool, we are going to go to Trigger Expert.
This is going to be interesting because both of these players have great technique,
Yeah.
really good with crossovers, really
Yep,
good with jumps.
yep.
We've seen that throughout this whole set. Trigger's got a lot of that, but Trigger's got a lot of the tempo changes too. Sync's a little tricky. Those Scoobies not only are tough, but you have to set up for them correctly, because if you don't set up for them the right way, you can't come out of them correctly. You'll have to double step. It's so much.
So much going on.
So there's definitely, this could be really, really cool, or it could be another example of why this was a brilliant pick from Blue Buster
Yes.
to put this in there.
So far, you can see it's been great with this poll. You can see the logic of everyone as to why they picked why they picked each one.
Yeah. I love being able to see. I understand. I'm an old school pick random guy. I've always been a little bit of a card draw hater, mostly because it's fun to argue about silly things. But I love being able to see the player agency in pools like this and the strategy behind it. And I've said it a few times already, but having players have the opportunity to show the best they've got.
Yeah. So
Saying,
good.
especially in a pool like this where every single player in this pool is looking at this pool going, oh my God, how am I going to get out of this? Everybody, all the way up to Hudson. So you know they are backs against the wall doing the best they can, pulling out all the stops. This is the stuff that they workshopped for this. This is the stuff that they studied. They grinded it out in Stepmania at the arcade. They maybe held back their score posts so people didn't know it was coming.
All right, here we go, chat. Final song of this poll. Let's get it. Both of them nailing
Ooh.
that slowdown pattern.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's like our third Jinx in like 5 minutes. Jinx like we said the same thing at the same time. Not we curse someone's combo Jinx.
Ben still sitting on the PFC. Both players rocking the full combo so far.
200 combos.
I think, yeah, Ben's playing this on mirror. I love Ben's ghost steps. He snuck in a ghost step right after the stop jump.
All right, both players handling the slowdown. Full combo still rocking. They are 1 point apart.
Here we go. Pedal to the metal.
The ASMR of this pad mic is so beautiful. Ben picking up a miss right there.
Great run from both of them. Ben sneaking over the 1500 mark.
And they hug it out. 15:05 from No Bar Ben, 41 perfects, and Dunk with 46. 9-point difference. Absolutely amazing
Over.
amazing set. What a fantastic way to conclude this pool. Chat, can I get some GGs in the chat? Can I get some GGs in the chat?
GG's
Some
for G.
applause, push some buttons. Let's show some love to Dunk and No Bar Ben for putting on a hell of a set and capping off the first of the Death Pool qualifiers, the second chance pool today. I see all of you monsters on Twitch, all 497 of you, all of you on YouTube as well, holding it down. Thank you so much for being here. This has been an absolute hell of a day. And you can hear it from the crowd here at the venue, the applause going around.
Yep.
Woo!
Crowd's pretty big today too. We got that Saturday round 1 buff.
Yes,
So
sir.
we got lots of casual passers-by going, what on earth is going on here? And then stopping by for the good-ass DDR. It's
And
pretty great.
They're handing it out to them, let me tell you. So, next up. So let's start in reverse, okay? We're gonna start in reverse. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at this bracket that we are just inching towards today. So, this is the top 8 bracket. After this pool coming up, we are going to get right into it. So, let's start from the bottom. On the D side, we have the local hero, resident of Denver, forged in the Rocky Mountain air. We have Mark going up against the champion of Florida, the slayer of many Florida men to get here, Squid. Both of them qualifying directly out of their pools. Now, some of the stream monsters have already done the math, and so we know the result of this. But the winner of the pool that we just saw is going to go up against the number 2 seed of the tournament, not only overall, but in the qualifiers. Paul, aka Chunka, is going to be going up against the winner of that set. Next up, after that, probably the one that just about everyone is looking forward to. Both of these players snapped during their pools.
Absolutely.
Especially that bottom name, Captain Canada, as the stream likes to refer to him. The greats. Name rhymes with great. We got Nate. I get 8 on Prey Expert, and then pop off with 4 on the challenge. Up against the GOATs. And that is not metaphoric. The GOATs. The boy from Ohio, residing in Kentucky, the legend in DDR and ITG, Kevin Bodie, aka Mega Man X, aka Kevbo. Then lastly, the winner of this pool that we are about to get to has the pleasure and the monumental task of going up against our number 1 seed of the tournament, top qualifier, 2-time KAC champion, so many other titles to go with, Chris for life. It's all I can tell you is
This is nasty.
it's nasty.
It's extremely nasty.
Gotta wash my mouth out.
I legitimately cannot pick this bracket. Like, there's absolutely world. It's very easy to just look at the seats and pick the low numbers and go all the way. And you know what? You're not necessarily wrong for doing that. But I think if you take all of the people that have ever taken a song off of Chris in a tournament, except one or two, I know Mead has. I don't know who else has. I think they're all in this bracket already.
They're here.
Yeah, they're all here, not counting the KAC folks. So like, if there is a time we would to see the king of US DDR of the present day get dethroned, it might be today.
Oh, yes.
It might be today.
I don't know.
That's
I
a
mean,
tall order. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, but also the man has earned it
yes.
time and time again.
I mean, we all know that Chat historically loves to root for the underdog, and there is a target on Chris's back for this tournament. So it's going to be pretty crazy, and that's not to discount the skills of everyone else. These are the top 48 people that put in qualifiers across the globe to be here. You're going to see some absolutely crazy historic DDR thickness. You can put it in the bowl and just and stir it. It's about to get really crazy.
Yep.
So we're gonna go ahead and get ready to go to pools in just a moment, chat. But first, I want to take a time out to thank all of you lovely viewers at home. Whether you are on Twitch, you are watching this on YouTube, or if you are in the future and you choose to watch this VOD, we love that you are being here. You could have had your eyeballs anywhere else, but you chose to be here. We like you, we love you. Thank you so much. You the best, you the best, you the best.
Indeed.
So, we're gonna go ahead and cut over to these pools. We're gonna go get right into Pool H. We have Harajun. Harajun versus Bogo.
We gotta set up the card on the overlay.
So that being
All
said,
of our solar cards.
that being said, chat.
One moment.
So it's y'all. I know y'all want to know what these picks are, don't you? You want to know what these picks are. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it live as usual. You're going to be. We've already seen it. We already know what's about to happen. Now, we're going to go ahead and do this here. So, we're going to start off. Coincidentally, Bogo's pick is first. And as you see it, I'm going to type it out. I'm going to load this in. Chat, it's Endymion. It's Endymion. It's Endymion. Experts. Absolutely crazy. We're starting off with that.
Welcome to the pool.
Welcome to the pool. Now, by the way, right now, we can't see what you're doing, chat. We can only imagine. We can only imagine the faces that you're making right now. But it gets better. So, we kind of bring it back a little bit with Spanish Snowy Dance, but in a different way. Super technical song.
One of the trickiest, most technical 17s. Throws everything but the kitchen sink at you.
And then lastly, to round out that pool, we have Vanquish the Ghost. That is Desk Lamp pick. Spanish Snowy Dance was Spencer's pick, by the way. So after that intense set, get a little bit of a cooldown. Vanquish the Ghost, very drill heavy. It's a 15. The only 15 in this bracket.
16.
I mean, the only 16 in this bracket.
Got rated up.
So we are going to immediately kick it back up to first time challenge. Now, we talked about this earlier on.
Yes, we did.
You said, who do you think is going to go ahead and pick this? And I said, historically, the Japanese players have picked this song. Harajun by Way of America, Birthright of Japan, picked our favorite song of this tournament. The most picked song of the tournament by far, Dead End Groove Radar Special.
We can't escape. It's like Groundhog Day, but it's Dead End Day.
Chrono picked first time. Harajun picked Degris. Lastly, Ty. Getting into this death pool by way of the back hill, we have, and this is actually going to be really funny. There's a fun story to this.
Second stage.
Orca expert.
It's lit. I love this pool.
So the thing that makes this funny is, as you all know, or some of you who are just joining the stream, all 508 of you stream monsters, all of you, the other ones, the rest of you over there in YouTube land, thank you very much. Evil Dave had to drop from the tournament. He tested positive for COVID this morning. Immediately, let us TOs know, said something, and caught the first flight home, rescheduled his flight. He was one of the players that had to drop out, along with Andrew, Best Dad. Best Dad, we all loved him, the hero of day 2. And Dr. D, who tested positive and decided to drop out of the tournament as well from the previous poll we just went to. Do you want to know what Evil Dave's pick was? If you're going to say Degris, you're wrong. It was actually Orca. So Ty, honoring Evil Dave with the Orca pick. It is almost, Dave, we love you. Thank you so much. You are an amazing person. Your spirit is going to live on in Orca today. And we're going to see what spirit energy you're going to go ahead and contribute to it. So, we're seeing the warm-up right now, Boss Rush, an absolute, one of my favorite Usao songs. Every time this gets played here at any function I'm at, I swear to God, I never cat jam harder than anything else in my entire life. And both of these players, Bogo and Harajun, dripping it, full combo on both.
I absolutely kept up with the intensity of the song.
Oh, whoa, wait a minute, who is that? Who do we have right here?
Hello.
We have the return of our special guest commentator for the event, for this entire event. Talkian, welcome back. How are you doing?
Hello. It's a little stuffy, but I'm managing.
We appreciate it, man. We appreciate how you're working with us and all of this. It's been kind of crazy for all of us. It's been an adventure today.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm so glad that you're here and we're all here to be able to provide this good ass DDR.
Agreed.
Talkian, as you all may have known, or if you didn't, was our special guest commentator yesterday, along with Ambones, during Pool E, providing the Japanese commentary.
Yes.
So we are bringing you back on to go ahead and contribute that for us.
Yep. So there is a little bit of a connection here right now, as we just saw. It's Jun and Bogo playing. Jun being a Japanese player with lots of connections to, well known among both American players and the top Japanese players. Lots of respect, and hopefully with some Japanese commentary as well, we'll be able to reach out and make this entertaining for the Japanese viewers in the chat as well.
Yes, and there are plenty of them, so arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very much for tuning in here.
日本勢の皆さん、ありがとうございます。ご視聴ありがとうございます。
So we are seeing the final song of the warm-up with Bogo and Harajun. Both of these players, both relatively young. Harajun, of course, 15 years old. Bogo, not too far off. I do believe he is about 7 years older than Harajun. Harajun, of course, so many words that can be said. Some people are calling him the future of DDR. Started playing at a very young age, passed his first 19 at 11, which is an absolutely crazy statement as I hear it come out of my mouth.
For sure, and his talent expands.
Sorry, 29,
beyond.
thank you.
His talent expands beyond DDR as well. Him being coached by Happy Feet and Pump It Up for a while, and just absolutely ripping it in that game as well. Getting difficult clears on double starts left and right. So very, very well-rounded player with very good, not just game knowledge, but also mechanics as well. Nailing difficult charts that have been pushed out lately in A3 with, sequences like jack jumps and beachside bunny, the very fast drills and 24th sequences and Eon break, just nailing those like there's nothing.
And you have, right next to him, you have Bogo, who, just like Blue Buster that we saw in the previous pool, a player that has not been playing for very long, but
he is insanely clutch.
Absolutely crazy what we've been seeing from him in the past 2 years from tournaments.
And,
going from absolutely dominating the lower division to just, and I use this word in a comedic sense, deleting people in uppers.
Yeah.
And making top 8 at 2 tournaments recently.
Yeah.
His home tournament in Pittsburgh, Don Right, and Mistake on the Lake 5.
Yes, so didn't Bogo get 4th at Mistake on the Lake?
He did.
Yeah, that was really hype. I had the pleasure of playing against him. He was in my pool, and it went to tiebreak between the two of us. I beat him on Air Heroes, he beat me handily on Endymion Expert, and it was very close, but he beat me on Rakukisto. And despite how close that entire pool was, he went on to absolutely crush it in top 8 and finish in 4th.
Absolutely.
If that isn't clutch, I don't know what is.
Fun fact, Bogo and Harajun were 1 place apart at Mistake on the Lake 5.
Wow.
So you could call this is the run back, chat.
This is.
So we have quite a start to this set.
Absolutely.
Endymion Expert.
And this is Bogo stick, correct? Or is it someone
This
else's?
is Bogo's pick.
Yes.
Here you go.
この曲はボーゴさんにとっては、一番得意な楽曲と言っても過言ではないと思います。Mistake on the Lake、去年の Mistake on the Lake という大会でも、この楽曲を選曲しましたし、とにかくこの曲がうまいです。220というとても速い BPM とともに、ひねりとかもありますし、ソプランとかいろいろ癖が強い譜面ですけど、継続自体までいっても未だにパーフェクトフルコンボという。
Super close, chat. Super close.
Absolutely.
Bogo getting a combo break. June still sitting on a PFC right now. +1 over his personal best.
Just a PFC plus a miss, I believe.
Ah, thank you. Speed up. June nearly MAing that entire run. Crazy.
I think that Jun's strength in the speed and drills is pretty unparalleled. It's kind of hard to say that because he's good at basically everything, but in my opinion, he is especially skilled.
They just MA'd that last run here with a slowdown. Both of them. They are snapping.
Yes. Bogo is absolutely skilled at the song, but Harujun is really just showing, his mastery in difficult content with this song.
Excellent performance from both players.
Absolutely. And a 987 from Bogo.
988 from Harajun, 2295, 2258 from Harajun and Bogo respectively.
Incredible.
86 and 8 coming out of Harajun.
Both ともとてもすごかったですね。語彙力 ないんですけど。
Absolutely unreal. So next up, we have Spanish Snowy Dance. This was Spencer's pick.
Yeah, very technical chart with a couple of spots that'll trip you up if you don't know how to enter them or what's coming. Like the intro, you know you have to be facing right or you're immediately facing a double step. A couple of interesting crossover sections with the 24s. You got to know ahead of time whether you're going to cross them over or you double step them. Stick to a plan and you'll be fine. But if you get tripped up or you hesitate for a moment, you're going to be streaming perfects and greats. And it has a little bit of everything. You know, it has the bursts, it has the crossovers, it has the step jumps. Very much an all-rounder kind of chart. But as we've seen, Bogo and Harjun are both in their element when it comes to these kinds of operas.
All right, so both players taking advantage of that break time. Once again, chat, if you are just tuning into the format, this is a round robin format, much like the pools earlier on this week. The timer at the top is a timer ticking up. Both players have to finish all songs in their pool by the time that timer hits. They have to at least start the last song by the time the timer hits 45 minutes.
両者とも譜面の知識が見えますね。最初見たようにイントロはアップダウンという少し、入り方間違えるともうすぐにグレとかパーフェとか出そうなところですね。Neither of them are letting up at all. 今のところはほぼ引き分けですね。ここが難しいところ。A3 の譜面以外ではあんまり見ないその24部、16部でいうと 270ppm、 さらに速いパターンなんですが、もう難なくこなしました。同時押しも問題ありません。ここからは少し休憩ですね。こういう優しめな機体でもちゃんとマーベラスで済ますのも大事ですね。このレベルになると。残す16の先は1つ。綺麗すぎでしょ。
Yeah! 2249, 29 perfects out of Harujun. 22-29, 38 and 2, and one miss from Bogo. Absolutely crazy. かっこいい。
いや、順位君もボーゴさんも両者ともとても綺麗なプレーでしたが、順位君の方が少しだけ、精度が高くて、そのパフェ数で決まりましたね。
So, chat, I wanted to go ahead and issue a correction. This is funny considering that I was there and I helped run this tournament. So, mistake on the Lake 4. Both Bogo and Harujun were there. Bogo took third place.
Oh.
That mistake on the Lake 4.
Oh my god, that's embarrassing. I was there.
Harujun took fifth place.
What an upset.
And just kind of a little bit, if you weren't here when I explained it, when I was with Tiza and we were explaining how the override system worked. It's basically pocket pick, how it works in this. There's a little bit of difference. We had pocket picks at Mistake on the Lake 4. Every player in top 8 had a physical pocket pick. You literally reached in your pocket and grabbed it.
You may want to change that pool playlist header after this.
Yeah. The deal was, if you lost your pocket pick physically, you lost your pocket pick in the tournament. Unfortunately, Harajun lost his pocket pick. And he was distraught, and you could kind of see it in his play. And afterwards, he mentioned that being the reason he took 5th place. He was really upset and disappointed. So it's super awesome to see him bounce back and absolutely go crazy in this set.
Yeah.
And like I said, this is a run back. This is the run back between him and Bogo.
And definitely, for this song specifically, a bit of a place to regroup. Both of them have been pretty close to each other, with Harujin taking the first 2 songs, but not by much. He definitely can't let his guard down. In a 15 like this, with just the right amount of tricky sections, you're going to want to watch that window. Make sure that you don't fall out of it.
Absolutely, and both players showing they have the knowledge. They are tied, trading a perfect back and forth between the two.
比較的に最初の2曲に比べては優しめな曲なんですけど、そのソプランがあったり、そういう地団打みたいなそのパフェ数が上がりやすいパターンとかもあったり、とにかく集中して立て直して。
Double PFC, double gold on both sides. Chat, let's go. 1630 from Harujun, 20 perfect, and 24 out of Bogo to wrap up this first set between the two.
Yes.
Woo!
And that one definitely could have gone either way. We saw, those EX counters very, very close, and even tied at multiple points throughout the song.
It was tied all the way up until that last section, in which Harujun managed to keep it clean enough to have a 6-point lead to go ahead and move on into this next.
This is definitely going to add up. Now we're going back to the difficult songs. They have First Time, Dead End Groove Radar Special, and Orica lined up. So, it's Harujun's bread and butter.
Yes, that it is. This has been working out, but Bogo also, like I said, if you can see how far Bogo has come in this scene over the past 2 years, no matter how he does, it'll inspire you. In
Agreed.
just 2 years alone, he has gone from smacking people in, I would say, like lowers to middle division, to absolutely crushing people in the upper tiers. Just like Blue Buster, I'm going to say he earned his spot at the table of some of the best players at the world. He is in the upper echelon of DDR.
But honestly, both of these players' trajectories have just been insane.
They are both. We're going to see so much out of these two. So much out of these two over the rest of this year, because we still have more tournaments to come. We have Don Right. We have DDR Storm. We're going to find out more information soon, probably about the state of the big deal and also the next mistake on the lake.
Exciting.
And also, if you are not on Twitter, or if you don't know,
might be coming back.
Eclipse East made a tweet that just simply said, soon. And then last we have KAC. This is a good-ass year for some good-ass DDR. And we are going to continue it into first time CSP.
Yeah. 見えますね、そのボーゴーさんが最後の24分の滝に対応する練習をしているところ、とにかくそこが難所ですね。そこをできるかどうかが要になります。ボーゴーさんが少し崩れましたね。疲労が出ているかもしれませんね。これが普通なんですよ。ハルジュンみたいなプレイヤーがもう異次元すぎるだけで、これだけその標高 1600m のところで難易度18とかバンバンやってたらこうなりますよ。 かし、まあこの後の楽曲でジュン君も崩れる可能性もありますから、ボーゴさん的にはそれでももうできるだけ全力で踏ん張る必要はあります。残すは最後の勝ち。これで全てが決まります。ボーゴーさん崩れましたね。それに比べジュン君はもう圧巻です。
29 perfects, one great from Harujun, 1664, Bogo, 1585. Chat,
Just couldn't get it together in that last stream.
you know what? He was just narrowly behind June and then kind of ended up having just a couple of slips right there on that last stream. Also, Chat, I forgot to mention, Beast in the East just also recently got announced.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This August,
DDR players are eating this year.
man, we are getting
They're
our
eating good.
fill. It's so hype.
少し日本語で説明してもらいますと、アメリカ側ではもういろいろ大会が予定されてますので、5月にはペンシルバニア州のダウンダウンライト、6月には DDR ストーム、8月には Beast in the East、あとは秋にはそのオハイオ州で行われている Mistake on the Lake と、あとは冬にはエクリプスも入ってくる可能性もあるので、とにかく大会が多いですね。じゃあ行きましょう。ペンタエンド、この大会では何回ぐらい見たのか。ジュン君はシャッフルとサドプラスで挑みます。ボーゴーさんはレフトとサドプラスなしと、それぞれ策略が違いますね。今のところはハル君、ジュン君の方が精度が高いですね。やっぱりサドプラスの影響でもあるかもしれませんね。両者とも目つきがもう肉食動物のようです。ここですね。もうジュン君の異次元すぎるスキルが出てくるのが、もうそういう同時押しとか何もなかったようにこなしてますね。でサドプラスの解除に失敗しましたね。しかし立て直しました。
1592,
信じられない
1487.
EX スコア出しましたね。That's unbelievable.
Yeah, still really good, despite the slip on the sudden plus.
You saw the way June 8th those jack jumps, right?
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. Chat, also been informed that if you love the DDR and you're itching to get to another tournament, the Boba Cup is the return of DDR tournaments to the West Coast in San Gabriel, California, April 1st. April Fool's Day. The tagline is, "It's no April Fool's Day. This is real DDR."
Yeah, everyone turn up to that boba tea place in San Gabriel.
Yo, you
See
get
some more good ass DDR.
you get DDR. You come
boba.
for the DDR, stay for the boba.
少し面白い話なんですが、4月1日にエイプリルフールズじゃないんですけれども、3年ぶりですかね、3年4年ぶりの南カリフォルニア州での DDR 大会がタピオカ店で行われます。
All right, finishing the last song of the set with Orca, a tricky song. We saw this in Day One Fools.
both of them having no problems with the speed up, pumping very hard. Gotta make sure you get those in. Ooh, Arjun rushing a little bit, or
And ooh, picking up a good Bogo, trading in a miss as well.
both of them recovering nicely. 難なくリカバリーしましたね。もう総連の迫力がもうとんでもなかったです。
Oh, Bogo a little late on that stop.
ゲージのところで、EX のスコアの差が16です。まだまだ巻き返せる。ジュン君は集中し直して、もう一個もパーフェクトを落としません。すごいです。この後半やばくないですか
？Excellent finish. Both players hug it out. Clearly exhausted. Harjun
nailed that
combo.
second half.
Harjun,
I don't think I saw.
1990.
Yeah, I don't
Oh
think
my
I saw a
God.
single perfect in that second half for a while.
Not at all. What an absolute thrill. 1990, 1957. What a god darn crazy run that was. Woo!
これはちょっとやばい必然ですね。
Chat,
Yeah, let's get some yabais in the chat.
let me get some yabais in the chat. Some yabai for this amazing set that both of them just delivered. Both of them setting the bar
チャットの皆さん、
for the
や
rest
ばいお
of
願い
it.
します。
Woo! All right, so chat, we're gonna take just a tiny break. Just a tiny break. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're not going anywhere. We're not going far. Your boy has to rehydrate. Gonna do a little bit of shuffles, talking. So once again, thank you so much for
you.
coming on.
Yeah, I mean, I could stay on like this if it's okay until the end of the poll.
We'll see how that's gonna go.
Yeah.
But oh,
We got some, cheers in the crowd for Spencer and Chrono. Well, Chrono got a lot of love last pool yesterday.
all right. So chat,
Can he carry that energy and make it to top 8?
we're gonna be right back. Don't go far. We'll see you in a second.
Hello.
Sorry about that, chat. We are back. We have the next set of competitors in this pool getting their warm-ups on.
The history of the future.
So, chat, these two faces right here. Let's start in reverse. I mean, these are two amazing people. Let's start with. Hey, I see all of you Hispanic people. All you mamacitas, all you muchachos y muchachas. I'm gonna need for you to get hyped for your boys. So vamos, put the PRs in chat. Let me see some. Deseo, vamos for Chrono. And then, right next to Chrono, we have one of the biggest inspirations of this entire tournament. This man has came from literally being immobilized in a wheelchair after breaking both of his feet. And that was after having substantial knee surgery. To see him come back to the scene after about a 2-year break of literally not touching this game to take second place in his pool.
And that's from what, lowest seed in the entire tournament?
The lowest seed in the entire tournament, placed up in the head-to-head. The first match of the tournament was against Chris for Life. Taken second, we have Spencer. Both of these players, absolutely amazing at what they do. Stellar players. We are going to see Chrono all the way from Puerto Rico. Top player out there, absolutely amazing person. And then we're going to see Spencer. Both these players.
Out the PSP? He does.
Woo. Both of these players playing out of their daggone mind this weekend.
What a warm-up.
Insane warm-up.
Wasn't there a spot on that upbeat bingo that was like, player picks a 17 or higher for warm-up?
Yes,
they
there
better
was.
They better be if they're getting scores like these.
I mean, that bingo card is looking mighty. It's full of whatever your favorite color choosing is for marking your bingo card.
It's just like a blacked out square now.
We've almost hit blackout statuses. There are two spaces that I know for a fact have not been filled. First one, No one, and this you're gonna enjoy this one because this is your wheelhouse. No one has made an uninformed comparison to an ITG chart yet.
Well, I could do that right now.
No, that's collusion. That is collusion. We have to keep this pure. We have to keep this pure.
All right.
And then the second one, let's see, as I re-look at this one. These 4 songs in this
And people can just not get enough of this song, huh?
There has not been at least 4 songs in a set without gimmicks.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if we'll get that one filled.
I honestly, I mean, it could happen during the card draw, but I highly don't think that it's going to happen either.
Did we really not get one in that set with 3 praise? I think that one also had Trip Machine, XAT, Nanoglide, right? So that's 3 praise and Trip Machine, which makes 4.
Oh, yep, there we go.
All right, yeah, we got everything except the uninformed comparison, the ITG charter.
Yep, that has to be.
Awesome.
It has to be paired. It has to be pure. Oh no, the other one was a White Monster cameo.
All right, someone go buy one right now.
Yeah, no one. White Monster energy drink has not been the beverage of choice for this week.
It's because there's a Starbucks kiosk right there.
Starbucks has been carrying all of the players and especially all of us on staff this entire week. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
But let me tell you about. They've been ripping this song apart.
Yeah.
Chrono getting that crazy MFC run. Up 2 from his personal best.
What am I even watching? Oh,
Jeez.
oh. That 1917 has to be, what, like
8 and 2. Oh my God. 8.
saw Nate's score.
Tying Nate's
Yeah.
score.
He saw Nate's score and
Nate's
he was
perfect count at
like, I
least.
gotta catch up.
He said Nate got 8 on Prey Expert.
I'm taking that 8.
I took that personally.
Yeah.
That's
All
it.
right.
See you next
So, chat, I still have Tolkien right here.
Yes. Hello.
He's sitting on relieving Tizza, who, if you didn't know, like so many other things that have happened this week, Tizza started off immediately landing here in Denver, catching the flu.
Ouch.
So Tizza has been confined to his hotel room every single day of this tournament. A lot of you have been in the chat this entire week, and we thank you. You're awesome. But you got to experience Tizza being the mod goat, moderating the Twitch chat, and keeping things nice, civil, and fun on top of that. And doing a lot of engagement, taking a lot of questions, polls. It's been absolutely amazing. So Tizza's taking a little bit of a lunch break. I saw him with a plate of food, just literally just gobbling
Yeah.
it. Shout out to Tizza. Glad that he is able to make it out today.
Yeah. Agreed.
So as we go ahead and
Brings
cut
us
over.
to our first song in Demion Expert. So perhaps the reason they were, playing all those past songs like History of the Future and Pray was to lead up to this, I'd say.
That totally makes sense. You definitely want to get your foot speed is something that you really want to have dialed in before you go ahead and
Demion Expert is absolutely not a song that you just jump into.
Not one bit.
Even for top players.
Not one bit. So, fun facts. Not fun fact, but facts. Chrono, one of the best players in Puerto Rico. There's not much access, if at all, in Puerto Rico.
Oh, yeah.
So throughout this tournament, you're going to see that he doesn't have many scores, if any at all, for a lot of what's going to come here. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have the experience. As you see, Chrono crushing it. Spencer still sitting on the PFC right now. Both of them looking absolutely amazing.
日本語で説明させていただくと、クロノさんはプエルトリコ出身ですから、プエルトリコでは正式なそのイアミューズに接続されたダンスダンスレボリューションはないので、その空っぽのスコアだったり、今回のようなE がレコードだったり、そういうの結構あると思いますので、それは無視して今のプレーに集中していただいたらと思います。両者ともめちゃくちゃフォームが綺麗ですね。僕が見ている角度は結構横からっていう感じなんですけど、とにかくこの足を上げる仕草があんまりないんですよ。とにかくもう最小限の動きで済ませています。それはこの曲みたいな16部とかスピードが試される曲には有利ですね。黒野さんが少し勝ってますが、スペンサーさんは少し苦労しましたね。同時押しのところ。
And you see the pop off. You see the fist, the victory fist from Chrono. 22.71, Spencer 21.99.
That was a haul. Spencer did very well, and most of that song just fell apart a little bit at that ending. I don't blame him. Those step jumps are brutal.
They are intense, and both of them doing a good job of handling that.
Really, like if they were just by themselves, it'd be like kind of manageable. You just shuffle your feet, lift them, hit that shit. But like they come after all those 16ths and everything else that goes on in the song, and you just feel like your feet are just dragging on the pad. You can't lift them. You're so tired at that point. You're losing your accuracy. So it's definitely a lot harder than it appears.
All right, so we are going into Spanish Snowy Dance. We saw it earlier on with Bogo and Harajun. So if you want to have a good idea of what to expect a whole lot of tech, let me tell you.
And definitely another one where chart knowledge shines. And we'll see how familiar Chrono is with the chart.
All right, it looks like Spencer does have a PFC on this.
Oh yeah.
22, which is insane on this song.
My impression of this chart is definitely that it was a bit of a staple during the Ace era tournaments. Like it'd be pulled up in card draws and finals and stuff. Whoa, it was like choking on my own spit.
No, not now.
But yes, we'll see if we can channel that, Ace era tournament energy and rip this.
All right, so both of them taking a little bit of a breather. Wiping the sweat down. Chrono giving the thumbs up. He's locked in.
スパニッシュに関しては、エンディミオンよりは少し総合的に速度が低い譜面なんですけど、24部とかもあったりしますし、エンディミオン同様同時押しが最後の方に襲いかかってくるし、もう手が抜けない譜面ですね。
All right, Spencer gives the thumbs up. Chat, we are locked in. Quick hug it out. Spanish Snowy Dance. Here we go, chat.
Right. No turning back now. Both of them locked in at the beginning. Chrono's still holding on to that white combo. 素晴らしいイントロでしたね。さて難関が襲ってきます。これもこういう風な同じ矢印を多く使 使うパターンは、体幹が必要となりますね。そのバランス、どこに体重をかけているのかが重要になってくると思います。この今の12部に関してはやっぱりスライドするか、どこでスライドするか、どこでひねるか、それも大事ですね。
Spencer still rocking the full combo.
接戦です。じゃあスペンサーさんの方が少し有利ですね、今のところ。崩れなければスペンサーの勝ちだと思いますが、どうでしょうか。残すは一つだけの滝。黒野さんはめちゃくちゃ集中してます。EX 差は6個いけるか。スペンサーさんがわずかの差で勝利。
Super close, 5-point difference. 22-37, 22-42. Spencer with the full combo. 30-1. Chrono.
I believe
31 and 2 misses.
so close. I believe, as someone said in the chat, the score to beat for this song was 22-45. Very close standing.
All right, so we are going to round out the third song of this playlist.
There it goes. This is a chance to catch up and get points. Very, very depends on, minute differences in concentration. This is, I think, a song that most of this pool could probably, at their peak, get sub 20, even SCPing, but, half scroll, all these difficult patterns and gimmicks, it's hard to stay consistent on it, so anything can happen.
And speaking of which, Spencer with the single-digit PFC, 8 perfects on this chart. So as we saw previously with the previous set, this song, despite being a 15, has a lot going on with it. You have multiple BPM changes, and in those slow sections, you have very dense rolls that you really have to concentrate on. With that slower BPM, it's really easy to just be a hair off, and it will throw off your timing for the rest of that.
この曲に関してはもうとにかく集中力が問われますね。そのソプラノがあったり、ソプラノ途中に16分の滝が来たり、わずかの差が、わずかのタイミングの差がもうそのパフェ数に大きい影響をもたらすという、トップランカーにとってもスコアにバリアントっていうんでしょうかが出やすい曲だと思います。だから逆転の場でもあったり、もう崩れる余地も十分ある。Runner still keeping that white combo, 83 notes in.
All right, Spencer, not too far behind, still sitting on the PFC.
Definitely retakeable if Chrono messes up even once during a slowdown. It's going to be Chrono picking up a lot of perfects there, but Spencer also picking up some perfects. Having the ability to quickly adjust your timing on the fly is going to be important here, because you don't have as much visual information to take in. And both of them faring much better with the slowdown. 英語で言った通り、その低速自体に関しては、わずかなタイミングの、タイミングを変えるスキルが必要とされます。早パフェや遅パフェをとっても それを変えて、すぐにマーベラスに戻す必要となります。
Whoa! Chrono 16 perfect PFC.
And that beats out Harjun for first.
Absolutely stellar. Spencer 32 and 1. What a crazy conclusion to the first set of songs. Jeez. And not to mention, it is super close in the bracket right now. Absolutely crazy. If you are watching on Twitch, go ahead and check the pinned link for the unofficial song by song tracker, getting updated very quickly with the results. You get to see the live results. YouTube, gonna wait in suspense. And if you're watching the VOD, we're just gonna do our best to kind of preserve the integrity of that, keep you in suspense. So that way, you know, we're gonna keep it suspenseful. It's very important. So next up, we are going to Chrono's pick. First time challenge, in which immediately after that vanquishes the ghost score, I'm sure he is just ready. He is up there. He is on cloud 9, ready to take that shot at that.
Definitely a song, as we've seen where the Bogo and Harjun said, that last 24th stream, you know, just if you're just a little bit off, it's so hard to adjust. Whether you can enter that 24th stream with confidence and then just keep up with it, it can make or break your score.
Absolutely. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at these scores. So far, like I said, due to the lack of official e-amusement access, we're not going to see prior scores on most songs in this pool from Chrono. However, Spencer, once again with a PFC of 11 on this guy. Absolutely unreal.
結果が興味深いですね。まあそのワンキッシュは微調整できるかどうかが重要と言ってましたが、ファーストタイムに関してはやっぱりその最後の24分の滝が大事になってきますし、その滝はもう微調整はしにくいですし、とにかく自信持ってちゃんとマーベラスの判定に入りながら滝に入ってそのまま維持できるかどうかの問題だと思います。
All right, we are locked in. Once again, this was Chrono's pick. So we should expect to see Chrono excel on this song. Spencer picking up a miss during that first burst right there. Chrono still with the PFC. Spencer doing a good job of rallying, but having quite a bit of trouble catching those bursts.
そうですね。ある意味最初の24部とか、時短だみたいな向きが変わらない24部の自体は、グッドとかグレートとかミスが取りやすい印象だと思います。特に反応、そのパネルの反応が結構センシティブだとそうなりがちだと思います。曲の半分ぐらいになっただけだというのにかなり差がつけられましたね。
Despite the miss, Chrono still with no grace in this charge. Taking up his second miss, Spencer having a little trouble earlier on, absolutely going nuts.
すごい。
Spencer MFC'd that entire end run! But chat, let's look at this. 13 perfects. One great for Chrono. Spencer 16-16, a 98-2. Had a little bit of trouble, but still managed to clutch out 40 perfects and 12 greats.
僕が言ってた状況と異なりましたね。 スペンサーさんとクロノさん両方その最後の滝に関してはめちゃくちゃ良かったんですけど、やっぱり最初の方とか、中盤とか、クロノさんの精度の方がずっと良かったから、それが3になった感じですね。スペンサーさんは、カフェとかグレとか落としすぎたのが、敗因となりましたね。
All right, absolutely unreal. We're gonna go to the second song of the second set, song number 5, Harojun's pick, Dead End Group Radar Special. Thirteen on first time.
Yeah.
That being said, he was outside of the misses he had.
Yeah.
He was 2 perfects away from tying Spencer's score, best score. Absolutely unreal. So we've seen this, as the statistics say, we've seen this so many times. We've all reached in the fridge quite a bit to reach and grab that cold can of Pamplemousse de Croix. So both these players have experience with this song.
How many of these have I missed?
I've
never
buddy.
heard Declaw.
Oh, that was a new one, courtesy of chat. We have to give chat credit for that guy.
I see. 少し日本勢には分かりにくい話だと思いますが、その天体エンドが頻繁に出過ぎたせいで、チャット曰く、コメンテーター曰く、もう新しい発音の仕方がもう続々と出てきてます。
All right, chat, here we go. Lock in. Chrono playing this on shuffle. Spencer playing this on right.
両者とも違いますね。Definitely a song where I feel like there's no right answer to how to play it. You just have to know what you're doing.
Yeah, there's no right answer, but most people agree that choosing to play this vanilla is the harder way to do it. And it looked like Chrono kind of had a little bit of trouble right there on that one freeze pattern.
They are neck and neck. ここからですね。総連からの同時押しとかあったり、同時押しの総連があったり。
All right, we are opening up. Here we go. This is where Degris really goes to town on you.
この総連とかにミスがあっても、マーベラス判定の中で済ませるのが大事だと思います。I think it's definitely important to, even if you mess up the jacks and like all the bullshit parts, just staying in that marvelous window and not letting the misses and grace affect you is very important in my opinion.
All right, last little section right before we get into the speed up.
Spencer さんの完全勝利ですね。
1484 from Chrono, 1542 from Spencer. Chrono had quite a bit of trouble at, coincidentally, some of the more tamer parts of the song. I feel like it almost is kind of like, how you hype yourself up, prepare yourself for, the scarier parts of whatever you have to do, and then like you try to carry that over to the more gentler parts, and you're just too riled up. So
in a song like Daggers, you need all the marvelouses you can get, and that means nailing those easier sections too.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to go to the last song of the set. We are going to go to Orca.
Oh, 残すはオルカ。ハイスピはどうなるのか。
So Orca was Ty's pick. It's pretty funny because if the tournament would have shaked out how, and all the competitors would have been able to compete, this would have been Evil Dave's pick. So clearly, Evil Dave sending some spirit energy to Ty.
Yeah.
He knew something. Evil Dave knew something going into this.
まあチャットがおっしゃる通り、ハルジュン進出濃厚ですね。
All right, chat.
Harujun's definitely sitting very pretty right now as the standings go.
So, chat, this is your last moments. If you are a fan, you habla español, you want to send up your spirit energy, muchachos y muchachas. Eso, vamos, give it up for your boy Chrono. And if you are a Spencer fan, make sure you send that love to Spencer. We're gonna get to it, here we go.
Yeah, let's get hype, chat. クロノさんにとっては結構意外な配置の選択だと思います。その 3X という結構微妙な配置だと思うんですけど、多分その 310bpm の機体が完全に暗記しきれてない感じでしょうか。両方とも問題なくという。おー、スペンサー忘れたのか。これはものすごく不利になりますね。心が折れたのか。集中は完全に切れました。それに比べクロノは、通常運転って感じです。これはスペンサーさんにとってとても痛いと思います。
Right, Ronda still sitting on the perfect full combo. Spencer picked up a string of misses pretty early on. Had a little bit of trouble kind of adapting.
Yeah.
Right, not too much song left. Here we go, chat. Send your
Final
spirit
push.
energy now. Final push.
Chrono definitely has a chance of beating Harujun's record on this, which is 1919 EX. There it is!
Chrono does it! Perfect full combo! 2004!
Get hype, chat! With a clean 36 perfect.
36
UFC.
perfects! South America, Puerto Rico! Everyone rise up! Cheer on your boy! Give it up for Chrono!
And what a way to end that set.
And also chat, I'm gonna need you to send some love, send some GGs in chat. Push some buttons for Spencer. This man came from being unable to play this game, sitting in a wheelchair, to being one of the top players of this entire tournament. Absolutely incredible run to not only Chrono, but also Spencer. Both amazing people. Oh my God. This is incredibly crazy. This is that good ass CDR I've been talking about, chat.
And Harujun may have a little bit of an advantage right now, but things could absolutely still swing in Chrono's favor. If enough scorers fill in between Chrono and Harujun on the 3 songs that Chrono has Harujun beat on right now.
Woo, chat. Man. This is that good ass CDR. I'm so happy. I'm so happy you get to be here to witness that. All 560. Hold on, let's do some math. 570 viewers. All of you eyeballs out there. Let's get 3 more. Let's get the magic number. Let's get the magic number popping off in
Konami's
chat.
blessing. まあその英語で少し言ってた通り、今のところでは。クロノさんがハルジュンに勝っている曲は3つ。今のところはハルジュンの方がポイント数は多いんですけど、 残されている2人が、黒野とハルジュンの間を埋めることができれば、その3局で間を埋めることができれば、黒野さんが進出することになるかもしれませんので、まだまだですよ。ご覧の皆さん。
Oh my God. So once again, thank you so much for tuning in. We are still here in this last pool, this last second chance pool. Sorry, I'm just recovering.
Yeah.
We're still here. The last two players of this pool are coming here. They're lining up to see what they can do to try to fight for their life to make it out of this second chance pool.
These two players who've gotten a second lease on life.
Yeah, that's definitely worth mentioning as we get ready to start the timer. And timer starts.
Two people who both placed fourth in their pool by a very small margin, but due to COVID-related withdrawals, have gotten a second chance.
Yes.
A last chance, if you will.
And both of them couldn't happen to two more incredible people. You have Ty, the boy, Bay Area, going up against Desklamp, Bay Area fellow as well. One of the most positive people, constant smiles, happy to see you no matter who you are.
Absolutely. I have had the pleasure to play Ty at Beast in the East, but his pure potential as a player to just rip it and step so accurately and get such good scores under pressure, it's not to be underestimated.
Yes, along with Desklamp, who let's talk about just how narrowly close he was in his pool. Points away from third place. Absolutely incredible pool. Been killing it.
That pool was so close as a whole.
It was so nuts, dude.
That fight for third was just something else.
Desklamp, another one of the players that has been on a lot of people's radar, been consistently crushing it over the past couple of years. Couldn't happen to two better people as they play the hardest song in all of Dance Dance Revolution, Max 300.
Yeah, but they're using the bar.
So, Talkion, are you familiar with the Max 300 challenge?
I am.
Ah, yes. Good man, good man. So, chat, if you didn't know, the Max 300 challenge started by actually players that are here in this building today. Is on your birthday, for every year that you have been alive, you have to play Max 300. So if you are turning 16, you must play Max 300 on the highest difficulty that you are capable of passing. At least, I think we came up with 60% have to at least be on your highest difficulty. And then if you are a boomer like me, and you are turning, let's pick out a number. Let's say you're turning 42. You have to play Max 300 42 times. People who have done it, myself included, it's fun until you get about halfway.
Ooh,
And then you are just persevering after that.
Very interesting warm-up pick from both Desklamp and Ty. Delta Max, which is a song infamous for its gradual BPM changes, one every beat. And the expert chart in particular, difficult for its beginning because of its concentration of freeze arrows that obscure note coloring during its very first section.
So I definitely want to give a shout out to Bill, the artist, the name of the artist, DM Ashura.
Absolutely.
A math teacher, a mathematician. So, in case you're wondering, Delta Max, if you look into the background, despite the fact that it is being covered by the dark setting for both of the lanes, you see that it is showing the BPM slowly increasing, starting all the way from starting, and then it ends at 573.
Very
So,
poetic.
fun fact, and I am not a mathematician. I am not qualified to properly explain what's going on. There is an actual mathematical formula
Yes.
that goes into how much the BPM changes throughout the song. So as I bring it up, now, chat, if you are a person in which hearing complex math kind of, you start to kind of go into, you have brain fog, you white out a little bit, you might want to take your headphones out now, you might want to go and refresh your water. But the same sound effects it's very long. I'm going to read it all. So it starts at 100 and gradually builds up by 1 BPM every quarter beat until it hits 573. The same sound effect then gets played every time the BPM hits 100, a multiple of 100. And the video puts in a new section. So it has 473 BPM changes, which holds the record for the most amount of BPM changes in all of BPM. I mean, of all the Bimani songs.
Yeah, I don't think you could beat 473 BPM changes.
So, if you want to, this post is very long. So there's a Reddit post in which DM Ashura actually explained in great detail the mathematical formula that goes into it. I cannot read this all. The pools will end by the time I go into this. So if you want to find that out, look up Delta Max on Remy Wiki and there is a link to the post. It is some next level mathematics that are going into it.
And also listen to DM Ashura's other songs as well. They're very cool. There's like a Orbit Stabilizer in Pump It Up, which is also named after a mathematical equation. So, like people who know, people who don't know kind of deal. It's cool, like being a math professor and also making music. The two kind of blend together a little bit. And also the music slaps, so.
Yeah, he's awesome and he's a super nice guy. So we are going to the final song of this warm-up, the final warm-up of all pools in this tournament. Ty and Desclamp, the Bay Area boys, getting a second lease on life in this death pool, the second chance pool. Their performance in this pool, in this playlist, is going to determine who moves on to top 8.
Exciting.
It's, as this song is titled, unbelievable that we are here, that it is coming down to this.
It definitely is interesting to see how each duo's warm-up strategy differs. So we saw the last two players who were playing focus on, developing foot speed, working up to that 220 threshold to tackle Endymion. But Endymion also happens to be a very twisty chart with plenty of crossovers, especially you see that like towards the end. This song is very specialized in crossovers, so perhaps they're playing this to get those hits kind of loosened in preparation for that.
Okay.
And of course, the following song, Spanish Snowy Dance as well, which has lots and lots of turns. It's also a nice song to just time, so it could be that they're just finding the window.
Absolutely. And both of them putting up near identical scores.
Find the window they did.
Within 4 points as they laugh it out. All right. Oh, same perfect count from both of them.
Very crispy.
You have a great and a miss.
No, that miss was Deathland, dude. You let go of that last phrase.
And of course, they let it go at the same exact step. Fun to see. Them Bay Area boys, man. Shout out to Tyler, shout out to Ty and Desclamp. So, chat, we're about to get to the finale of pool play for this tournament. It's been an absolutely crazy road getting here. Starting off with the pool's day one. Just absolutely crazy play coming out from people. Seeing some obnoxious moments going on all day to day two. Historic moments were made from all of these players, the top 48 players across the globe, coming together here in Denver, Colorado.
And here we come, Endymion. Both
So-
of them choosing.
So for those of you who are just getting here and have been to the website and are looking at it and following along, what ended up happening is that three players had to drop. Two of them were in this pool. So because they were fourth place in their pool, they got promoted to the last chance bracket as replacements. All right, here we go. Death Slam with a little bit of a lead, just by about 10 points. Anything can happen though between these two.
They both attacked upstream. Ty is up with a 15 or so EXP.両方とも全てをかけて全力のフォームでプレイしています。何も失うことはないと。この2段はどうか。2段だけは特にこれくらい速いと疲労感が増すとやりにくいですね。ここでまさかの1点差。
Right. 1 point difference.
コロコロと EX 差が変わりますね。やはり体力つきか。スランプさん4枚抜きと。
All right, good finish from both players right there. 2021 from Deathlamp, 2081 from Ty.
Good fight from both of them. Perhaps just maybe a little bit too cold for 220 crossovers.
Yeah, I definitely say for so. All right, so next we are going right back to Spanish Snowy Dance. Looking like...
All right, they got to regroup for this.
Deathlamp with a 99.8, but Ty with a 56 PFC.
It definitely is maybe a little bit less physically intensive than Endymion, and they get a 15 after this. So I'm sure they'll still want to give this as much energy as they have right now, and hopefully cause an upset.
So what's interesting is that this chart, it's in terms of progression, this is kind of going in reverse. So you have Endymion, which you just saw is Endymion, but you have Spanish Snowy Dance, which is going to be your foot speed chart, your high-tech chart. Then you have Vanquish the Ghost, which is not necessarily as high foot speed compared to like Spanish Snowy Dance and Endymion, but has the BPM shenanigans that Endymion has. So it's a pretty kind of well-rounded set, so to speak, hard air quotes on that, where you have to constantly focus on just a wide sort of skills to be able to score really strong on this.
Chat, can we get some lamps in the chat?
Let's shine some light on these boys, these California boys, Bay Area, NorCal. Raise it up. Let's get some W's. Let's get some buttons. Let's push some buttons in the chat.
Yes, let's get some lamp emojis and let's get some nap emojis, some sleepy emojis. for Ty. And they enter the second song.
All right, both players now sitting on a PFC as we go into this.
この曲に関してはね、エンジニオのすぐ後に来るということで、足が固まらないかを、その固まることを回避しつつ、こういう風な動きが多いパターンをアタックして。
Ooh, both the players, just like before, we traded a great and a miss. They're still within 10 points of each other.
Thank you, chat. Keep the energy coming.
Kai doing a good job of recovering from that, getting about 120 perfects before he traded in a great.
両方ともひねりにスライドせずに、その最後のところはスライドしましたね。
And Justin picking up his first miss right there in those roll jump patterns.
タイさんは結構省エネのフォームに移りましたね。ここでもちゃんとタペを落とせず、マーベラスで精度高く踏むのが大事だ。
All right, here we go, chat. You see the end of this song?
どうか。
All right, Death Slam.
Nice.
Up in that song, 2171. Tie with 2144. All right, so chat, if you want to know, keep the updates, you want to see how these players are doing, check the Twitch chat. The spreadsheet is posted there. All right, so to end off this first set, song number 3. We have
could be their
Banquet to Go.
moneymaker. They seem rather exhausted from the last two songs, how they performed on that. But given this is a 15, it's a bit slower. Physically, as long as they can avoid their legs locking up, they are definitely both players that are capable of doing 30, 20, even sub 20 on this song. So this could be the song that causes an upset.
Yeah, as you mentioned, both have a PFC on it. 10 perfect difference. 13 from Death Slam, 23 from Ty. So we saw the PFC earlier from Chrono. Both of these players have the history of getting the PFC on this song. This is a 15.
16.
I'm sorry, God, I keep on saying this is a 15. My brain is just, if my brain keeps
It
on
was a
remembering.
15.
Thank you, I'm not crazy. My brain is not going to let it go that this was a 15. So with this being a 16, not as difficult as the first two songs. However, it does have the constant BPM changes. The slowdown, very, very dense.
Yeah.
When you have to do the 16 drills in there.
I'm sure they're both aware that this is a pivotal song for them. Possibly their best chance to earn points. So the pressure's on. 英語で説明した通り、2人にとっては、こういうふうな低難易度の曲、高スコアを叩き出している黒野さんとハルジュンさんも、20、30パーフェクトぐらいの、周りですし、絶対この2人にとっては、もっといいスコア、勝てるスコアですから、プレッシャーを感じていると思います。
All right,
どうなるのか。
Here we go, chat. Let's send some energy to these two.
タイさんとデスクランプにとっては、デスクランプさんにとっては、今が最大のチャンスですけど、デスクランプさんは早々、カフェを落としましたね。
Ty breaking his marvelous combo at about 67. PFC on both sides.
いけるか。計測スタイが来ます。いい調子。
Ooh, tight. Drops his combo. Desclamp now left to carry the PFC torch for the rest of the song.
でもこれはいける。両者ともめちゃくちゃ判定合ってますね。計測自体は、ソフランはこれで最後。ここで崩れなければクロノさん超えがハルジュンさん超えかいけると思います。
Desclamp clutches the PFC.
惜しい。
27 perfects out of Desclamp. 26 from Ty with one good and misses. Very, very close. Very, very close pull.
That's it. See you next time.
All right, so as we go ahead and start to round ourselves into the final 3 songs of this pool. They're not. It's not gonna get any easier for them, unfortunately. They're gonna start off with first time challenge.
And I'm sure Harjun and Chrono are both watching these songs with very, very intense eyes.
Yes, their fate, their placement is literally going to be determined by these two in these next 3 songs.
But every song that Deathlamp and Ty do worse than them on is one step closer to Harjun qualifying. The window for an upset is dwindling.
So, as we go ahead and get ready to continue on in this pool, both players have had a chance to take a little bit of a breather. You can see the energy returning to them. It could either be that they took the breather or Vanquish the Ghost kind of gave a shock to their system and rejuvenated them. All right, so as we look at the scores, Desclamp, 98-3. The E full combo. The finest, one of the crown jewels of full combo ability that you can technically get. And then on the other side you have Ty with a 99-8 full combo. Both players have a full combo on this song. Ty closer to the PFC.
Oh, it will be hard to beat 1671 on this song.
So in chat, in Twitch chat, one of our lovely data, our data brokers, as I'm going to call them, our stream monsters, keeping track of the data in the unofficial document, put the score to a B, and in parentheses said, "How in the hell?"
Yeah.
All right, both of them. Like I said, they are boys. The DDR crew from Cali, from the Bay Area and NorCal, respectively. Chat, here we go. Second set has began. Let's go.
Ready, set, step.
ワンキッシュを通してこの曲にとって十分体力を回復したのか、それが気になりますね。
Both of them looking very clean at the start. As usual, within about 1 point of each other.
おーっと、そこでグレが入りましたね。デスクランプさん側に。今のところは悪くないと。両者ミスをしている。
Right, and Ty picking up his first miss, getting the combo break and a great right after.
This is insanely close. They are neck and neck.
Jeffland doing a good job of MAing outside of his miss. Score tight between the two once
最後の
again.
先はどうなるか。おっと2枚抜きとタイさんは通常で挑んで、デスクランプさんは諦めて4枚抜きと。
All right, 1577, 1630 on Ty. Now, chat, debate amongst your both, debate amongst yourselves. Take a look at the score, take a look at the unofficial tracker and see where that shapes it up. Because we are going to go into the second to last song, the penultimate Dead End Groove Radar special. Once again, showing that these two are connected in ways that we can't possibly fathom, having the exact same perfect count. So Ty with 96-2 on this. And Desklamp with a 94.5. Tough song to go up to right after you go with the foot speed for the first time. It looks like Desklamp is just going to lock himself in. Ty taking his time. Both of them still have plenty of time. We have 45 minutes on the timer. Once again, chat, the final song needs to be locked in by 45 minutes. So they have a good amount of time to recover, take a break, hydrate, cool off a little bit, and just have a good time. As we see, they're both chatting it out. Both of them, I'm very sure, very happy to be here. All right, this may be the last time that we see Attention, Degresit, Hyperactivity, Groove Radar special. Here we go, chat.
Ah, デスクランプさんとタイさん両方ともシャッフル使いましたね。
Both players using shuffle.
以前言った通り、このペンターエンドに関しては、難所以外でもちゃんとマーベラスを拾うのが大事になってくると思います。それは容易ではありませんが、ほとんどの譜面のほとんどが反則で、低速でありますし、 いろいろありますからね。今のところはデスクランプさんの方が有利ですね。残すは 380bpm 地帯。どうなるか。幸いに両者ともシャッフルを使っているおかげで、普通にスライドなしでできるようになりました。
All right, there we go, chat. 1446 for Deathlamp, 1381 for Ty.
今回はデスクランプさんの勝利でしたけど、
Okay,
ペ
final
ンサー
song.
さんとハルジュンさんのスコアには及ばず、
Final song of the set, Orca.
いや
Both players giving it their all, but also having quite a bit of fun up there.
Yeah. And at this point, they're not fighting so much to place at this point, but just to do the best they can and give it their all. And, end with something that they don't have regrets with.
And they shouldn't. Both players from California qualifying for one of the biggest international tournaments of the year. Definitely something to be ultra proud of. Chat, we are here in Denver about to watch the finale of Pools for Upbeat 2023 here in Denver, Colorado. Thank you so much, all of you, for supporting all of the competitors of this stream. Every single one of these people all over the world, people whether they were from Taiwan, Japan, Australia, Chile, Puerto Rico, Colombia, Canada, United States. It has been a phenomenal tournament so far.
I have to agree. The support from the chat has been incredible. The energy has been kept up no matter what time we've been streaming at, even though, the stream has gone so late and so early for so many of the viewers. It's incredible.
I'm just so thrilled that we get to be here to witness this. All right, here we go.
Last
Big
song.
clap it up. Last song.
Guys, let's get some lamps and some snoozes in the chat.
Shout out to Camellia Kamete
Oh,
for putting out a banger of a chart. Recently just got a long version, brand new album, Ash Wings.
yeah,
Give it a
listen to
listen. Give it a listen on your favorite streaming platform of choice.
Deathlamp opting to read this aligned to the 310 BPM, which does give him quite the advantage. This Cramp さんは多分 310bpm 自体暗記してないので、2.25 でしょうか、 2.25x という配置の選択で、これは不利ですね。見ての通り、タイタンが 30EX ぐらいの余裕を持ってますね。
Hi, picking up a great right on those jacks. Both players still with the full combo. All right, chat. Let me see some cat jam in the chat. Let's go.
Let's go. Last start. 両者とも楽しんでます。で、スピンと
And there you have it, chat. Pool play complete. 1936 for Deathlamp, 1963 for Ty. Deathlamp ending it off with the full combo.
And that seals the deal for Hydrogen to move on to final bracket.
All right,
Well played,
chat.
everybody.
All right, chat. So, before we take a break to get the official score, we're just going to go ahead and take a look at this bracket that we're about to come up to. So, chat. Let's take a
Reminder
look at
that this is Pool H, which means Hydrogen will be facing Christopher Life in his first match. And Kaze, aka Hudson, as the winner of Pool G, will be facing Paul Chunka in his first bracket match.
But in between those, we have what is going to be a slugfest between two of the players, the GOAT himself, Kevin Bodie, versus Captain Canada, the pride of the Queen, Nate, aka Nat 8. And then right after, in the D pool, we have the local hero, forged in the Rocky Mountains himself, Mark, going up against the champion of Florida, defeating Florida man, Squid. All right, chat. We are going to go ahead and take a break. We're going to do a group photo. We're going to go ahead and sort some stuff out. Don't go anywhere. We're about to get ready to get started with top 8 very, very soon. So we'll be right back. Thanks so much for watching. Don't go far. We're going to be right back, chat.
You ground me, yeah, you keep me close. You let me know that I can take you anywhere. Take you anywhere. Ground me, yeah, you keep me close. You let me know that I can take you anywhere. Help me find a way. Ground me, yeah, you keep me close. You let me know that I can take you anywhere. Take you anywhere. Ground me, yeah, you keep me close. You let me know that I can take you anywhere.
Chat, we are here. It is time. Welcome back. Welcome
I might need
back.
to swap those names.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you so much for being patient, every single one of you. We did a little swapsies, as you see.
I'm just like that good of a commentator that I just keep getting called back, so I'm back.
Oh, you have ascended. That is very high praise. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to go ahead and adjust my mask. Chat. Woo! So first of all, thank you so much for your patience during that extended break. We got some really cool things in store for you.
Yes.
You talked about the production quality being this high, right? Well, you're going to see the fruits of the labor of the hard work of all the people that went in that are making this happen to you. Once again, hi, hello. My name is Ajikin. I am your commentary from here on out for the rest of Top 8, familiar face, and I am here once again with our special guest and now main team commentator, Talkion, who will also be providing a smidge of some Japanese commentary for our Japanese friends that are watching across the globe.
Hello. So, I was called in because Jun is playing Chris right now, which is a very, very, I would say it's like a shonen manga kind of showdown that's going on here.
All right.
The old generation and the new.
Look at that. Look at that. That's right. Production quality go up. Look at those photos. Chris for life. Your number one seed of the tournament against Harujun, qualifying in an absolute nail biter from the second chance pool, making it out of Pool H.
And one of the, if not the most talented, not an adult DDR player right now.
Yes, the youngest player of this entire tournament. So this is going to be hype right away, chat.
Absolutely.
You're not going to want to miss this.
日本語で言い直しますと、
Gameplay.
世界一と知られているクリスさん対
All right, so this set we have Tokyo Evolve Type 1. Degris as the June Protect.
Ew.
And we're just going to kind of go from there. So, chat, here we go. We're starting right into it. Both of these players going absolutely crazy so far. Yes, and while you get your eyes on this, we're going to have Renalis explain how this format's going to work.
Hey y'all, Renalis here. So a quick introduction on how this format works a little bit differently than standard. So they don't do the vetoes unless it's necessary to break a tie. So the three songs that are left to potentially be a tiebreaker are Helios, Expert, Prana plus Revolutionary Addict, Expert, and London Evolved Version B Challenge. Chris will have the choice of the veto order if it comes to that. Back to Jamario.
All right, thank you so much, Renalis. So far, this is incredibly close. Chris for life still sitting on a PFC. June breaking the PFC, however, still sitting on the full combo, only down by about 25 at this point.
Chris definitely has a lot of practice on this chart, going for that 16 MFC lamp grind. Just kind of an absurd statement, but...
And full combo from both PFC.
Absolutely. Could we get the volume on these lowered a little bit?
1573, 14 perfect from Chris for life to take song number 1.
Awesome performance from both, but I really think it's Chris's, super deep knowledge of like the intricacies of the sync of that song that resulted in his win there.
Absolutely. So we are going for song number 2. This is June's Protect. We have, oh man, where do I reach deep into the pool of going into my backpack, going into my inventory, and pulling out the Gauss rifle. That's right, Dead End Group Radar Special. We saw June pick this in the second chance pool. And it was for this reason that June is here. This song was what separated the ultra close pool. This song has been giving June much luck this entire tournament, and you better believe he is going to do what he can. He's going to ride that.
またのエンタエンドですね。まあこの選曲はジュン君に対して有利なのか。ジュン君はこの曲を得意とされていますが、クリスさんも世界最高記録でしたっけ。まあとにかくパーフェクト9個持ってますからね。
All right. So, as we see the different approaches between the two, Harajun going with shuffle, sudden plus. Chris for life, instead electing to use right. And it is paying off for both of them. Chris for life with a lead, however, not by too much, only by about, I would say about 20 points. But here we go. The PFC still going on both players.
イージケンさんが言う通り、ジュン君のシャッフルの選択に対して、クリスさんはライトで行くことにしましたが、これはやっぱり安定重心でいっている感じでしょうか。シャッフルだったら、少しは分からないじゃないですか。どういう風な譜面が出てくるか。
Right, so far, June picking up a combo break. However, Chris for life still riding out that PFC. June this time trading a miss for the 7 plus lap, making sure that he gets it. Chris, looking to get the
残念。今もう会場感すごかったですよ。もうこのおーからのおーっていう歓声。会場が一体となってます。
Chris for life getting the full combo, 34 and 1.
Yeah.
Harajun with a very respectable score, 1582, 68, 3, and 2 misses.
You can just tell how invested everyone is in this match.
Absolutely impressive. Good showing from Harajun, but Chris is going to go ahead and move on in the bracket and take it 2-0. I mean, we said it before when we were talking about whoever moves out the bracket. Their work is cut out for them. What an intense, I mean, shout out to Harajun, giving it his all, putting up his best score yet on Degris in this entire tournament. But, I mean, it's Chris for life. He's not going to mess around. And he went ahead and did it, putting up a absolutely crazy display with 34 and 1. So, as we go ahead and get ready to prep for the next match. Yes. Sorry, a little bit of production, behind production. Renatalis making sure that everything is flawless for you guys. This is going to be the most that you're going to see him probably on camera for the entire tournament. He's going to be watching and making sure that everything is perfect. So how this is going to work, chat, is that first set we were kind of getting stuff set up, but this time we are now going to know the results of the card draw. We're going to have it brought up on screen. The TLs are going to go ahead and borrow one of these monitors right here. The competitors are now about to get a chance to get ready to take a look and get their card draw. Next up, we have this spicy, remember how I said that there was going to be a spicy set? Well, it is here. We have the pride and joy of Canada. Captain Canada himself, Nat 8, aka Nate, going up against the GOATs. Playing out of his mind as well. By way of Ohio, now a Kentucky resident. You know him, you love him. Kevin Bodie, aka Mega Man X, aka Kevbo, in this North American battle of Canada versus America. Woo! Chat. Chat. We see you. We see you in chat. We see y'all popping off. We see you going crazy out there. This is going to be your moment. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do,
That's what I
chat.
like to see, all those copy pauses. Let's get them in.
Here's what we're going to do, chat. So, this is now the head-to-head, where head-to-head actually matters. Double elimination bracket. This is game time. Now, we know that we have our fans. We have our favorites. So what I'm going to need you to do, chat, during this warm-up, we're going to go ahead and bank the spirit energy right away. So if you want Captain Canada, Nate the Great, Nate to pop off in this, get the W and move on to go up against Chris for life, I'm going to need for you to put some maple leaves. I'm going to need for you to put some leaves in the chat. Push some buttons. Let's see some maple leaves. Let's see some Canada flags. Let's see it. Now, if you want one of the greatest players in all of Dance Dance Revolution history to clutch it, you want to see him go up against Chris for life in the winner's semis, I'm going to need you to put some goats in the chat. I'm going to need you to put some bleeding animals, whatever you have. If you have goats, if you have sheep, some rams, I'm going to need you to put that in chat. And if you're here just to support everyone and you want to see some good ass DDR, I'm going to need you to put some W's in the chat. Chat, let's go. Let's see what you're doing. Let's see how we're feeling. Let's see how we are feeling. Some good ass DDR, some GA DDR, some W's in the chat. I see some W's. I see some maple leaves. I see some goats. Oh, I love it. I love to see chat pushing those buttons today. Oh man, I can see it.
I'm seeing that viewer count go up by the second. It was at 6:03 just like 15 seconds ago. Now it's at 6:30.
We have broken a record. We are at an all-time high for this entire tournament. 634
Let's
of
get
you
pumped
wild
up,
street
chat.
monsters in chat on Twitch. All together, 645 eyeballs, pairs of eyeballs, or, you know, eyeballs that belong to people on this stream. Chat, this is crazy. We are here. It's about to go crazy. Love to see the support. Here we go, chat. So, once again, none of this would be possible without a few things. You know, we got to thank the people who helped make this possible. Starting off, let's give it up to round one, especially round one here in Littleton, Colorado, a suburb of Denver, Colorado. This tournament has suffered so many trials, tribulations, minor and major setbacks. We had to change venues, and we contacted round one out here in Denver, and let me tell you, they stepped up. They saw how important this was going to be to us, and they really came through. Been super accommodating to all of us, staying with us the entire way. Also, getting hype with us with some good ass DDR, popping off in the crowd along with us. It's been awesome, all the way from the accommodations to the on-demand pad maintenance that you guys have had. So thank you so much to round one. I also want to give a great big shout out to Red Note Gaming. Literally would not be possible without them. Red Note Gaming, a rhythm game community, rhythm game venue out in the Las Vegas, Nevada area. Also, looking at open up some spots over in the east part of the U.S. If you are ever in town in Las Vegas and you want to get some good ass rhythm games going, check them out. Check out their website, rednotegaming.com. They host events and tournaments regularly. Please look forward to it. Please show them some love. Tell them thank you. Tell them thank you for this good ass DDR being brought to you. Check them out on Twitter, Red Note Gaming, and online at rednotegaming.com. Also, lastly, I want to thank the groups that helped make this possible. I want to give a shout out to SF Evolve crew as well as the Ohio DDR team for bringing you this awesome production. We have people from all over coming together to get the website done, get it updated, making sure that things are crisp. We have the production team over here. We have your boy Oliver manning the buttons, giving your boy Ajakin's hands and fingers a break, taking over on the production. Literally helping to put together not only the bracket that you see, but also these crisp player profile photos. Woo! It's been sick. I also want to give it up to your main man, Tizza, battling the flu all week, but has been manning down the moderation in the Twitch chat. Selfless job, contributing wherever he can, and then spending some time hopping on with the mic with me to show his face and show some love to all of you out there. Our two TOs, Oliver, who is now back here, Telepron, and Fusion, who has been out there just making sure that the tournament goes smoothly. And lastly, I want to give out to our favorite goose, our favorite swan, the Queen Cygnus, who is responsible. Wait a minute, chat. Take a look at this. Take a look at this warm-up. Take a look at this warm-up. Take a look at this warm-up. This is what's going on. This is what's going on. This is what you're about to see. This is what you are about to see. This is what you are about to see, chat. And you know who captured that? You know who's right there with the camera, getting the photos, getting the video? Cygnus, lovely Anne. And we got something special in store for you right as we conclude this event that couldn't be possible without her. So thank you so much. And I, as part of the Ohio DDR stream team, am glad to be sharing this microphone with you this entire week, bringing you the ones and twos for some good ass DDR chat. Here we are, getting ready for their last warm-up. Nate against Kevin Bodie. Kevin Bodie making it to top 8 very early in the second pool. Had a great amount of time to just go ahead and relax this entire week. Doing the needful also. He was the roommate, unfortunately. The people that did have to step out a little bit early due to coronavirus. Testing positive. Kevin Bodie sharing the room, but however, testing negative. And also doing us good, doing the needful, and double testing to make sure that he came through negative. So, awesome work. Glad to see that he's able to make this stage. But we also have him going against Nate, who, in one of our largest clippable moments in pools, ended up getting on Prey. By the way, this pool had Prey 3 times, Prey Expert twice, and Prey Challenge. Nate, back to back, popped off and got a PFC of 8 perfects on Prey Expert. Then in Challenge, put an absolutely crazy score of 4 perfects on Prey Challenge and sealed the deal on making sure that he shows up in top 8 for you. Absolute monster. And you see them popping off, going crazy, going nuts in these warm-ups. This is just a taste of what's in store. Chat, you can expect to see an absolutely devastatingly just crazy, absurd, off the wall DDR as it's within 2 points on this warm-up. 2 points. Are you serious? Are you serious, chat? Come on now. Come on now. So chat, it's time. We're gonna go ahead and kick it over. We're gonna go ahead and see the card draw going live.
That's it. See you next time on the...
Oh. Okay. All right. But before we get to that, I want to give a shout out to Talkion, who has been holding it down this entire time with me. Hi. He's been going crazy. Talkion, thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, I think it's about time, I joined the crowd.
I don't blame you, man. It's way more
feel a
fun
lot of
over
energy
there.
for myself.
It's you've earned it. It's time for you to absorb some of this hype from that end.
And
Go ahead
best
and
of
do
luck
it.
with the rest of the matches. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna take a lot to keep up with the amount of energy that all the players are putting out right now.
Yo, so thank you so much. Talkion, chat, show some love for Talkion. Arigato gozaimasu. Doing the awesome stuff of being not only a very knowledgeable, awesome translator, but also doing awesome in the pools as a competitor this past weekend.
It was a lot.
So, chat, go ahead, thank Talkion, put some W's in the chat, show some love. We're going to go ahead and get ready, as Talkion is going to go ahead, and we're going to swap with a new commentator. Let's just remind ourselves what we are looking at today. We have, on the right, the GOAT, Kevin Bodie, versus Captain Canada himself, Nate the Great. Nate. It's going to be unbelievable. It's going to be unbelievable, chat. It's going to be unbelievable, chat. It's going to be unbelievable, chat. And look who's back. Look who's back.
Tall Keon.
He's taller. He's talking. It's Talkion. But nah, we just, you know what it is on the ones and twos, coming right back to help me bring the hype, bring the knowledgeable commentary, show some more of his beautiful face as much as he can.
This much.
Your favorite admin of the Life 4 community, your favorite admin and moderator of the Twitch chat this weekend, Tizza!
Hello.
How are we doing? How are you doing? How are you doing, Tizza?
I'm so hyped, man. This is I'm still catching my breath because I think I held my breath for all of Hardbrain just now. But yeah, this is gonna be the business, especially after the pools were a lot of fun. This is gonna be like the lightning round. Woo! So I'm just excited to see these crazy matchups, these crazy songs, and just flying through this bracket.
Okay.
It's gonna be the best.
So, as I'm gonna signal over. Gonna wait for the results of the card draw. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna do a little reconnaissance. Give me 1 second.
All right. This is the first round of top 8, and we get this match. Like, we cannot stress enough just how good this is. You never get this opportunity to see players of this caliber, let alone so many players of this caliber. This is this could be the year. A lot of people were feeling like 2020 was going to be the year for DDR. We had so many great tournaments lined up. Then the stuff happened. But we're coming back.
So, chat, the card draw. So I'm going to tell you what we have.
Oh, sorry. I saw.
We see that Elemental Creation we're starting off with. As Renato was explaining with the rules, it is a 5-card card draw. Traditional rules, there are protects and pocket picks or overrides. So, player 1, top C, gets to determine the order of the songs. Kevin Bodie protected Elemental Creation. All right, here we go, chat. Eyes open. Both players starting off strong, PFCing right into the speed up. Kevbo with just a tiny bit of a lead by about 3 points. Nate not too far behind as both of these MAs It is snowing out here, chat. Going crazy.
Elemental Creation clocking in at 424 beats per minute. Tons of arrows, tons of speed, and then that big, long slowdown in the center. Very tricky to time. You're going to have to read it slow because you get a double time slowdown for a while. But these guys are clean. They are keeping the MA crispy. This is going to be very close, and it's still within a point.
All right, here we go into the slowdown. If you're going to see any breaks, any gaps widen, it's going to be now. But both players showing the talent. I told you this was going to be a spicy match.
The freezes are so hard to time in this song. You kind of like, this song is pretty late. It's like noticeably late. But when you're playing at speed, it's sometimes hard to notice that. You
Yeah.
get into the flow, you get locked in. When you have those big long holds with huge gaps, you kind of lose that built-in lock-in you get from lots of arrows, and that's why you saw all those perfects coming out in that section. But Nate has pulled ahead by about 3.
All right, as we get ready to hit the last stretch of the song, both players still sitting comfortably on a PFC.
Kevin's starting to slip a little bit. Gap's widening. It's about 18-20 right now.
All right, here we go, chat. Here's the finish. Nate takes it. 24-17, 23-97. Both players, the double golden rings. 16 perfects for Nate. 36 for Kevin Bodie.
That is just, imagine getting 36 perfects on Elemental Creation, a PFC, and losing by 20. Like,
Woo! So close.
Yeah.
So close, so close, so close.
First round of top 8.
Nate absolutely feeling it, absolutely hype.
Nate proactively apologizing because he actually hit the button. Technically, the TOs are supposed to be doing all of the button pushing.
Yes.
Not a huge deal. It was an accident. TOs got the score ready. No harm, no foul. But
All right, so next up we have Prey. Now, little bit of detail behind this. As I said before, the P1, the upper seed, gets to determine the order of songs. However, at any point, the other player may use an override and use the song that they picked. This was Nate's override.
you get 1 for the entire top 8 bracket.
So, deciding to cash it in early to get his advantage, it might pay off because this is potentially what Nate could use to move on, as he is now 1 up in this best of 3. Otherwise, we are going to go to our other picks, in which, by the way, the other picks are Paranoia Revolution Challenge, Mirai da Future Expert, and Max 300 X Special Challenge. We are locked in. We're just going right into it, chat. Let's go. Let's go.
One of those 3 is not like the other, but here we go. Interesting that Nate used it here. He would play Chris in the next round if he wins. So he thinks it's higher value against Kevin than against Chris.
All right, we're going to see if it pays off. Nate, as we said before, getting 4 on this weekend. And he is in the zone, as he is sitting on the MFC right now. Kevo picking up a perfect right before the jump spam. Kevin Bodie electing to use shuffle, actually.
Yep. That's a pretty common choice for this song for some players. A lot of the jump patterns in this song have lots of movement, lots of, for example, up left to down left. So you have to do a lot of movement. Shuffle breaks that up. You lose the predictability, as we've talked about before, but it gives you the advantage of moving away from a lot of those nasty patterns. Ooh, those jacks.
Chat, we might be witnessing history here.
Too soon. Too
It
soon.
might be. Up, there it is. I broke it. That was my fault. However, it's still very impressive that Nate is sitting only on
-3.
3 perfects. Just got 4.
Has about a 15 EX lead on Kevin.
Kevin picking up a miss really early on. However, still making up for it with a crispy MA.
Yeah, Kevin's still absolutely ripping, but I mean, -8.
Nate takes it. Nate takes it.
Nate running around with the Canadian flag. Our home
Five.
land.
5.
Holy
Perfect.
moly.
14:35. Kevin Bodie, 24 and 2 misses. GG's to both players. Nate moves on in the bracket, and he will be facing Chris for life in winners semis.
That's just, there comes a time in a tournament bracket where you do everything you can,
Yes.
and the person on the other pad just does that. And it is at least for me, for people that I've talked to, it's kind of a weird feeling of like peaceful frustration.
Yeah.
Because on one hand you're like, dang it, I lost. But on the other hand you're like,
What the hell could I do?
I got 24 on Parade Challenge. I got 36 on Elemental Creation Challenge. That's great. What can you do?
So, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket in just a moment. We're going to go ahead and update this bracket for you. Boom, look at that right there, on demand. Chris for life taking 2-0 over Harujun, moving on to winners semis. And in this match, we just saw Nate 2-0 Kevin Bodie for the top half of the winners semis. Next up, and the next 2 matches are about to be pretty special.
Yes.
Chat, the commentary cam isn't on, and I'm glad it's not, because I am falling apart over here.
You'll see in a minute. We have 2 very special players.
The production
So we have Paul.
the production that's going on in this tournament on this stream is undefeated right now. Let's take a look at the player profile pictures.
So on the player 1 pad, we have Dead End Groove Radar Special itself.
Literally
Known more commonly as Kaze 573.
personified, even as some people would say. Then we have the number 2 seed of the entire tournament in qualifiers and in pools. We have Shunka, aka Paul, arguably one of the, I would say in conversation to be one of the top 5 best players in the world.
Absolutely.
It's going to be another crazy one. Hudson, Kaze 573, Hudson, as he is formerly known, is here because he made it out of the second chance qualifiers. And I don't know why, he was surprised that he did it.
I mean, the competition's fierce. There was never any point in any pool that any of these players, for the most part, except for maybe Chris and Paul, felt comfortable. Like, okay, we're good here. Everything else has been hotly contested, really tight. And Hudson got out of his pool, but not even by that much. Like, players were at his heels. Talking to Hudson in the morning, he was saying he was nervous. He knew he had a shot, but he didn't know how good it was. A lot of respect given all over the place for all these players. For those of you who were not here earlier, when Hudson submitted his pool for his last chance group, he literally wrote, "Why is this even a question?" for his song pick. And then in the bottom in tiny letters, he wrote, "Daggers."
Yes. So, that being said, we know what his override is going to be, clearly, without question. Now, Shanka, on the other hand, well, we might be a little bit surprised. So, definitely up there to continue to go, and on a lot of people's quote-unquote fantasy bracket, fantasy DDR bracket, slated to go pretty far, actually.
Yep.
So, just as we kind of saw, we saw Nate use his override immediately to make sure that he clutched that match. Paul, on the other hand, kind of, we're gonna be a little bit unsure. They're warming up right now, and we're gonna go ahead and take a look at the warm-ups, see how they're both feeling, see how they're both faring, and judging from what I can kind of see already, it's pretty damn close.
Yep. Gonna be spicy. Depending on talking to people around the tournament, some people have Paul as the easy number 2, some people have Mark as the easy number 2 overall. But that's the great part about tournaments. You gotta get on the pads and play. A very, very nice start.
Both of them, we got yet another pair of golden rings. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of that in this top 8.
Yes. There's gonna be a lot of PFCs, not a lot of perfects. that's just gonna be the name of the game at that point. These players are elite.
All right, chat. This worked out really well. You know me, I'm a big fan of pushing some buttons, showing some love, giving some spirit energy. I see some Team Dragon Force down there. So tell you what, here's what we're going to do. If you think Hudson is going to rip it, you're sending your energy to Hudson. Let me see some spectacles. Let me see some glasses in the chat. Let me see some sunglasses. Whatever buttons you want to push. Let me see some spectacles in the chat. If you want Paul, Shanka, Team Dragon Force to go ahead and lay the smackdown in this head-to-head. Let me see some mythical beasts. Let me see some dragons. Let me see your Loch Ness. Let me see your wyverns.
Or ducks. For ducks,
Oh, actually changed my mind. Let me see some duckies. Let me see some duckies.
Quack, quack.
Let me see some quack quacks. Let me see some duckies in the chat. Give me these duckies. I mean, a raptor is a bird. It is a progenitor of birds.
Progenitor, yes.
A progenitor is a bird progenitor. So let me see some quacks. Let me see some duckies in the chat. If you think that Paul is gonna get this work. All right, chat. I'm seeing chat push some buttons. Oh, also, you know the deal. If it doesn't matter and you're just here for that good ass DDR, you want to see both of them pop off and succeed. Chat, let me get some W's. Let me just get some W's from you. Oh, yes. All of these street monsters pushing these buttons.
Paul with a successful sudden slap. Hudson. Oh, also, I thought I saw Hudson get a great, but I'm incorrect.
All the way, by the way, breaking records, 700 stream monsters here today, watching both of these players go back to back with some double golden rings in their warm-up. Absolutely incredible. Is this a sign of more to come? 5-point difference in that warm-up?
Very, very, very spicy. I don't know. I have trouble talking sometimes when I see something just that dope. It's just, they're warming up and just ripping this. And yes, they're warming up for a tournament. They are under a lot of pressure. They gotta figure this out real fast. But at the same time, just hopping up on the pad, and like you see Paul, he's dancing around, he's totally relaxed, he's having a good time. Hudson also just chilling, goofing off with his friend, and then they're just like, oh here, let me just SVP to 16 really quick.
Casually.
Just PFC all this other stuff.
I think the phrasing we use is just casually PFCing ridiculous stuff during the warm-up. Going absolutely crazy. All right, we are going into the final warm-up. And in a hilarious role reversal, Paul getting the crowd hyped up. Hudson letting Paul do his work for him. Love to appreciate the camaraderie. It is, chat, for reference, it is 9:32 p.m. here in Denver, Colorado. The energy is higher than it has ever been. Nobody is sleeping here. Nobody is slept. We are all hyped. We are all here for this good ass DDR. And we are watching it happen right now.
So a couple different people ask in the chat, but there are 3 warm-up songs. So basically everyone gets a warm-up set before their first match. And then play their match, and then after that we are all just flooring it.
Yep.
There may be extra warm-up for winners later, depending on the flavors of Rana and how much time we have.
That's correct.
But yeah, everyone's getting 3 warm-up songs, and then they're kicking it. So,
Woo. I have so many words and not enough ways to express them. I'm just going to put it that way.
yes.
So after this warm-up, the players are going to go ahead and reconvene with our TO and determine the flow of this next match with the card draw. Once again, as a reminder, these matches are going to be best 2 out of 3. In the event of a tie, which does happen, we have seen it happen this weekend multiple times.
Wow.
Wow. Chat, 6 golden rings. We got the Larry Bird. We got the Larry Bird popping off. Chat. Double PFCs. Back to back to back. Shaka with the 7-piece. Are you crazy?
One perfect for every rating over 10 that song is.
Are you wildin'?
That's just it's so good. Like, Paul is crazy. This is, yeah.
Good ass DDR. Just no
it's
other way to
good-ass
put
DDR.
it. No other way to put it. It's just some good ass DDR.
Yeah, you think he's feeling okay yet? You think he's ready to play DDR now that he's warmed up?
I think it's safe to say that the warm up has been had. Both players have dialed it in.
The up is warm.
They're doing it over there. Yeah. So
All right, so the card draw is happening with Admin Fusion and the guys.
and as soon as that gets done, I will go ahead and grab that. I will let you know. We will let you know what the results are going to be.
It's going to be interesting to see because you never know. You know, we were talking about the strategy of using your protects or using your overrides. You get 1 for the entire top 8, and it is double elimination. So you can lose now and have a whole lot of tournament left over, and you only get your 1. So you got to be smart about it. So it's not only about who you are playing against, but it's also what you're dealing with next, what you might deal with if you lose, but also the quality of the card. You get to see the card before you override, but it's before anyone gives a protect or a veto. So before any decisions are made, you have the ability to pop that override. So it's going to be interesting to see if, you know, we see Nate dropping it round 1, if that becomes kind of the meta. Everyone wants to make sure that they make it to their winner semis, avoid that long losers bracket run, which is a gauntlet in this bracket with all this talent.
Slugfest, just constant. Constant.
You're like, oh good, I made it to the lower bracket. Now I have to deal with June and Kevbo,
Grimy.
the loser of Ball and Hudson, and the loser of Mark and Squid. Just like, okay, that's the lower air quotes bracket. All right, looks like the card draw is complete. We are going to get those results very soon. I'm excited. It's gonna be spicy.
All right. So, chat, we have the card draw here. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So, first up, we have, on this card draw, in no particular order, we have Idola Challenge, which is a protect.
That is Paul's protect.
we have first time challenge coming back. Next up, Hudson's Protect. We have Boss Rush. After that, we have Neutrino Expert. And then, if we see a fifth song, it will go down to Blew My Mind Challenge.
So for you veterans of the audience, you might be a little bit confused about how this card draw sounds. In the interest of time, because we are still a little bit behind, what we're doing first is having the players just give their protects right off the bat, and we're playing those two songs in the order that the higher seed selects. And then if it becomes 1-1, we go back to the three remaining cards, to the three remaining songs on the card, and the two players will drop their respective vetoes. The reason for that is, in the experience of our esteemed tournament organizers, the vetoes are the part that takes forever in a card draw.
They do.
People are hemming and hawing, deciding on the optimal way to do everything. It's pretty tough. But really, we can just put the protection up front, and chances are someone might get 2-0'd, and then we don't need to veto at all.
All right, chat, here we go.
And we're flying.
Tied at the freeze.
Joel is a really interesting song. Very relentless. A lot of arrows, very consistent speed. Quick, it's right on that threshold between, you know, that kind of egoism, hang on for dear life speed, and the like comfy two-speed players, you know, 170, 175. I believe this is like 190 or 185.
This song is actually, it is an over 200 song. This song is,
Which is?
Yes, this song is 201 BPM.
Oh, yes. So then quite fast.
Quite fast. Foot speed experience is going to be quite key here.
Yep.
But as you did mention, it's a lot of arrows. It's really dense. It throws a little bit of some of that foot speed at you with some of the bursts that we saw earlier on, and also throws a lot of tech at you with mixing it up with some crossovers. Some tricky patterns right there. Both of them handling it with ease within 10 points of each other. 7-point difference as we get a little bit of a break. Chunka up, 1282.
Triplets. Big long triplet crossover coming. Oof. Still two gold combos. The switches. Paul up 3 on his pacemaker, holding term.
However, the gap is closing just a little bit. Bouncing back and forth. And it looks like Paul picked up a great.
Buttery smooth turns though.
Still maintaining the lead. +4 of his PB.
Paul by 16.
Hudson picks up the PFC. However, Paul with the better MA takes it by 16. 2172 to 2188. Hudson with the 36 PFC. Paul going crazy with 14 perfects, 3 greats. So Paul is going to take the first W of this set and be in a really good position to be up and force this to be a game point as we go to Hudson's Protect of Boss Rush.
I really like Boss Rush. I think it's a super interesting chart. It spends about 30% of the song at about half tempo. Lots of jumps and jacks at eighth note, at the equivalent of an eighth note tempo at 180. Then it speeds up. You get some quick 16th runs. Still more jumps. All backed by the thumping Usao kicks.
Ooh, base kick. So, I know both these players have a PFC on this. Hudson, if you didn't know, misplaced his card yesterday during pools. So he's playing on a different account.
A fresh EMU's card.
Fresh EMU's card. However, as we look at this, it looks like Paul has a PB of just 1 perfect.
Solo uno.
The most cursed of all of the flags.
Second stage.
Here we go, chat. All
Double fist bump.
725 of you tuning in today. Let's get it. Hudson picking up a perfect within the second step. Just 1 point right behind Paul, who is still MAing in the step 60. Paul rushing it a little bit, picking up a grade.
I am a little concerned about that grade, but we'll see. Not much of a reaction from Paul, but Paul is also a stone cold killer. He doesn't have time to worry.
Hudson maintaining the MA in the slow section. Closing the gap. We're only separated by 1 point, chat.
All right, so I just saw Paul catch up by 1 on his pacemaker, which, unless the pacemaker is broken on this song, which that's true for a lot of songs, then Paul flagged it in the slowdown at about 300.
That checks out. That makes sense. All right, Paul making up for those grades.
Ooh, it's only 3 or 4 EX apart.
All right, here we go, chat. Breaking it down. The head bobs. 3 points. 3-point difference.
This song is a lot of the same kind of feel and technique through most of the song. So if you get locked in on this song, you just need the stamina to hold on to it, the consistency to keep it rocking. Because it's a lot of these eighth note jumps and your quick 16ths. And you're seeing just not many perfects at all. We are upgrading to a blizzard here in Denver. Very late in the season.
Eyes open. How are we going to finish? Woo. Paul pops off and takes the 2-0 over Hudson. Hudson gets a PSC of 29. But Paul, just like before, 11-3. Absolutely crazy. We were concerned about those being pad grades early on, but Paul just probably kind of slipped right there.
Oh, no, he just said diffusion. It was me.
Okay, never mind.
I saw him say, he was like, nope, that was me.
He said, that was me.
All right, cool.
Nope.
Crisis averted.
Thank God. I'm sure the awesome tech that has been helping us out this entire weekend, his heart stopped a moment.
Yeah. I mean, because you never want to see that. We all know, you played an arcade. Everyone has experiences at some point.
Mm-hmm.
If you have mechanical things that are designed to be stepped on all the time, you can only do so much. And in a public arcade, you got kids, you got people who aren't here to appreciate the arts of the 4-panel Machina de Valar.
What a very elegant way to put it.
Yes.
But
And that's okay. That's what arcades are for. They're not just for us. They're for everybody.
And speaking of which, all of you, by my count, last time I checked, all 725 of you, woo, lovely folks on stream. I hope you're appreciating this good-ass DDR that we got going this weekend. And if you are inspired, motivated to go out and play by seeing this, or you just happen to be new, check out a few resources. First of all, make sure, if you're absolutely new to this game, check out BFA, aka Black Flag Academy, a community that's specifically dedicated to people who are just entering the game or people who are just now deciding to enter the competitive level of DDR. It's awesome. Check them out. The cool thing is that it's only explicitly just for people that are at that level, and it's okay if you're above it. There's no problem about it. But if you do happen to improve so much that you get above it, it's not like you get kicked out. You're not getting banned. You're graduating.
That is what they call it.
Check them out. Check out their Discord. They are an awesome community. Also, if you do happen to be a lady in this space, check out the Valkyrie Dimension group, a community specifically for women, non-binary, trans, and adjacent. a community where they can support each other. Awesome community, lovely ladies. We had 2 representatives here at this tournament this week. Great group. They hold events on the regular, tournaments on the regular, online tournaments, and in person occasionally. And have some of the best merch in the business. So clean.
Yes.
Designs are so clean. Make sure you check them out, join their community if you are interested. And then lastly, a certain someone here knows about the next community, Life 4. Who better to explain it than you? I can't. That's all you.
Absolutely. Life 4 is a place for comprehensive goal-based DDR rankings. It's a place for you to challenge yourself to grow whatever your skill level is, from a brand new player all the way up to the best of the best. There are sets of goals that you can fight for and try to climb the ranks. You're not ranking against anyone else individually. You share those ranks with everyone else that's hit the same goals. And then you get to join our community of supportive, awesome people that all are working on them games, working on that grind, and trying to get as good as they can on this game that we all love together. So please, if you are so inclined, join us at life4ddr.com, and we'd be happy to have you.
All right, so that being said, we're about to go ahead and get into our next match, chat. So, once again, we're looking at this bracket. We have next up, Mark, the local hero, forged in the valleys and the hilltops, the peaks of the Rocky Mountains, versus the boy, the man, the myth, the legend, Team Florida, defeated the arch nemesis of the legendary Florida man, Squid, who qualified into top 8 when he ended up dominating his pool and had a head-to-head with his actual brother, Caveman. Shout out to the Judo brothers, shout out to Squid. Awesome dude. I finally got to catch up with Squid just a moment during the break. Turns out that I helped run a tournament, or I helped to facilitate. I'll be very exact. I helped to facilitate a tournament that he ended up taking second place in. He ended up driving 3 hours out to it, was dead tired. Tournament was chaotic. He wasn't happy with his performance, so I wanted to go over there and catch up with them, and he was so relieved that I got to share the information with them. It eased his mind. It was a very awesome experience. And hopefully, that gives him the boost to go ahead and pop off in this tournament. And he's going to need it because he's going up against Squid. He's going up against Mark. Mark, our number 3 seed in qualifiers in the entire tournament. One of the best players, not only in this country, but in the world. When Roger Clark was commentating, he constantly mentioned in his time in Japan, every machine that he would go to, top score, Mark. I'm sure if you play here in the U.S., every machine that you occasionally go to. Chat, this is what I'm talking about. Here we go. We got a tie on warm-ups. We got the tie. Let's go.
Who's that? Oh, they tied to 7 on Cosmic Hurricane. Cosmic Hurricane has been a big favorite for warm-ups this tournament. Makes sense why. It's got a good tempo. It's not super dense, but it lets you warm up the speed. And you see lots of top rankers doing top ranker things. It's seriously incredible stuff. So again, they get their 3-song warm-up. They're on song number 2. We're gonna hang out with them for a bit. Also, slight apologies. Our bracket was backwards. Mark is gonna be on the player 2 side. Squid's gonna be on the player 1 side.
Yes, all the players in top 8 so far, making sure just no end, just a surplus of golden rings that they are handing out. This is the level. This is what happens when you have 48 of the best players in the world come together, and we filter down all the way to the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme, the top 8. We get Double golden rings on warm-up. Here we go. Warming up with Revolutionary Addict. First time that we're seeing this chart all tournament, actually.
Yeah, that's true. Watching people MA the whoosh in this song makes me very happy. It just, I love it. Because when you're watching it as a spectator, even if you know they have it memorized, it's still just so fun to watch arrows that you don't see get MA flawlessly. Here we go.
All right, so both of them. Look at that whoosh. Oh, there it was.
Squid gets the MMC. Mark picks up a couple. But it's okay. It's warm up. They're getting loose.
Absolutely. This is a time where you kind of want to work out the kinks. You want to work out the little foibles. Kind of, as we said, at this point, yes, it is warm-ups, but there's far more to it. It's more as if you are calibrating. You're dialing yourself in.
Yep.
You're trying to get into the zone. You know, a lot of athletes talk about reaching a zone, the point where you're focused on your goal. You're tuning out everything around you. Your body and your mind are in sync with your task. And we're seeing players all throughout this top 8 lock in and get to there. The zone is beautiful.
I'm just mesmerized at looking at all those marvelouses.
Ooh, 7-point
Wow.
difference. PFC from Squid.
It's 13 off his TV, and he got 16. Okay, Squid.
Okay, Squid.
Calm down.
All right, bro.
It's warm up. You know,
I mean, you slayed Florida, man, but like, come on now. I'm gonna need for you to chill.
21 and 1 on Mark for Mark as well.
Chat, I know you're enjoying this. I can see you enjoying this. I can see you enjoying this. We are about to get ready after this picture to go into that final warm-up. Right before we clinch who is going to be playing in winners semis. And will be going up next to face Chanka in the next round.
As an aside, I think it's really cool, one, that players get a full set to warm up to kick this whole thing off. It's very nice. But two, I love that we're just putting it on stream so we can talk about it. Because even though it's not part of the competition, it's just like, it's just cool.
It's so...
Like, I could watch these guys play DDR all day, which, you know, is what we did.
literally.
Well, not them specifically, everybody here, but like, I could not get tired of this, I don't think. It's such a treat. Because not only do you see all these players that are so good in one place, but it's very hard to get them all to try this hard at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Even when you have big hangout sessions or things around tournaments, stuff like that. Seeing everybody put their foot down, do their very best, kick it out.
Throughout this whole entire week, I know I've been glued to this seat. You've heard my voice quite a bit. Some of you might be sick of my voice and my hype at this time. I hope not.
Never.
I hope not.
Absolutely
but
not.
The thing that constantly gets said is, wow, it is awesome. It's super impressive that you have just been there talking about this the entire time, manning the commentary. I don't understand how you do it. I would say, how could you not? How could you not want to sit here and just watch this, be mesmerized by this high-level play this entire time? Players snapping, going crazy, putting up some of the best scores that we have ever seen in a tournament. Making magic happen here in Denver, Colorado.
Dude, Mark barely leaves the ground when he jumps. Oof.
Mark, MFCing that entire section, and his only break out of it was just one grade. Still, awesome score. Chat, it's a warm-up, but we're still neck and neck. We might see another tie at the end of this.
Oh, Mark picked up one more, so now it is tied. another top ranker favorite 17. As far as 17s go, which is a tall order, relatively straightforward, a little bit simpler to MA. Not really many crossovers. I think there's 2 and you can kind of cheat them. The jumps are tricky, high BPM. That jump switch part is pretty tricky, but if you got the tech, you can switch out of it. Big box run to take us home. That was that 1 and 1 from Mark?
5 and 1. 11.
Holy moly.
What the heck is going on?
This is gonna be a match, boys and girls and other pals.
God.
This is some stuff.
I'm telling you, chat. We said it this entire weekend. You know, it was a space on the bingo card.
I feel like I'm a confused golden retriever. I'm just looking at the screen just like, what? What? German Shepherd, not golden retriever. Same thing.
So
Like my ear kind of flopping back and forth, just like, I can't, this is amazing.
So, just as a reminder, if you are just joining us or you are very confused about what's going on, yes, we are here in Denver. That means we are a mile above sea level. The air
Bingo card.
is thinner here. It is a lot harder to not only breathe, get more oxygen in your lungs, but also recover. You gas out really quickly.
You feel the burn real fast?
So it's very impressive that you have Squid, who has come from a directly opposite environment, about as sea level as you can ever get. Like, this man can literally walk out and touch the ocean. To Mark, who is a very elegant way of saying this, as the kids like to say. Mark, he built different. This man is just constructed from a different set of pylons than the rest of us.
Yes.
I'm just saying, though.
Mark does not need additional pylons. He has all the pylons he needs.
He could spare some pylons,
He
even.
he is capped. He is at that 200. I haven't made a StarCraft reference in forever. Thank you for bringing me there.
I'm glad to share the nostalgia for all of you, to bring back some memories on that. So really quick, as we take a look at the bracket, the winner of this set is going to go to face Shanka in winner's semis. The loser is going to have to face Mr. Degris himself, Kaze 573 Hudson. And you better believe Hudson has worked super hard to get here.
Yep.
He's not going to be free. He's going to make whoever gets there work for it. It's going to be crazy.
Yep. So we are now waiting on the card draw process to be completed. We're going to find out what the first 2 songs are going to be and then what the options are for the third song if it is necessary.
Uh-huh.
It's going to get spicy.
It's going to be mad spicy. Chat, I hope you have some fluids nearby. We're doing a double notification here. This is your regular reminder to stay hydrated. Drink some water, drink some tea, orange juice, apple juice, whatever juice you have. Coffee, depending on where you are in the world. Adult juice, if you are having a party. Shout out to all of you stream monsters who are having a watch party right now. There are actual watch parties going on all around the world. This is awesome. But the most important thing is to stay hydrated. Also, this hasn't happened yet. Can check. What are you drinking, chat? Chat, what's your can check? What are you drinking?
Oh, where's my bag? Oh.
I got my tropical Red Bull right here.
We got a card.
No way.
All right, so I'll give you one guess as to the song that Squid put up here. It's your favorite and mine. Dead End Groove Radar Special is back.
That was his override.
That was his override. So Squid, making like Hudson, dead-ending us. And then the protect from Mark was The History of the Future, KAC song from 2020, I believe. Qualifier song. The last 3 songs on the card, Night of Nights, Expert 15, New York Evolved B, Expert, and Max 300 X Special, the 17.
Woo! Okay, chat. It's about to get really nuts over here.
The spice is on the way.
The audience, mixed reactions from the audience. I'm seeing it build up in the stream. Hashtag Degris sweep.
The crowd was split maybe, I want to say, almost 50-50. Some people were booing. Some people cheering.
Hudson going, come on!
Hudson got on his feet. He got up off his chair to cheer the Degris Protect.
As we look at it,
It's interesting that we've gotten to this point in competitive DDR that this many players want to play Dead End Groove Radar Special as their competitive advantage with their backs against the wall. Like, for years, this song was just this thing that sat there in the song wheel that everybody hated, no one could score on. And now it's just part of the meta.
it is definitely solidified itself as the meta. So many placements have been decided on this song alone. So as we talk about it, Squid using shuffle. Look, so anything can happen. You can have the good shuffle, you can have the bad shuffle. You are a little bit more familiar with what shuffle this could be. Mark
On
going
left.
vanilla.
No, Mark's
Oh,
on left.
Mark is. That's left. I stand
Yeah.
corrected.
It takes away a lot of those repeating kind of left, down, right kind of crossovers, turns them into candles. Keeps some of that predictability, but it's still a mess, as you can see.
Yeah, no, Mark's playing vanilla. This is vanilla Degris.
No, at the beginning he wasn't doing crossovers. There was
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's playing vanilla.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
All right.
Squid is up by 50. Squid's running away with this. A lot of people came ready to play. Oh my god, Squid with all those marvelouses. Right on his pacemaker too. Wow, 1585.
So, the
46 perfect.
So, once again, the override working in favor. Squid getting that first round W, 1585, 1517. Hashtag Degris sweep.
All right. So we are going to song number 2, The History of the Future. Very technical song. Lots of long runs. Lots of crossovers. Saw a question in the chat, what do they mean by pacemaker? Pacemaker is the little number that you might see on people's screens right below the combo and judgment. You can set it to either your personal best, any of your rivals' personal bests, or those red and green and blue boxes at the bottom, the world record, the record in your area, or the record on the machine. It keeps you up kind of exactly where that run was in real time, step for step. So some players play with it on in competition, some players do not. Most of the time people will have it on their personal best. You can see the little yellow blinky boxes next to their names and the bottom left and bottom right corner of the screen. That means they both have their personal best selected. So it'll show you if it says plus in blue, it means they are beating where they were when they set their best record. If you see a minus in red, it means they're behind. With well-practiced players of this caliber, you will usually see red because their personal bests are so good, so practiced. But sometimes you see that blue.
All right, so here we go. Going into set number 2, Squid trying to see if he can move on winner's side with a 2-0. Mark, I'm very sure, gonna play out of his mind to stay alive and try to take Squid to the third song in this set. So starting out, Mark picking up a great, keeping him about at this point 6 points right behind Squid for this song. So this song was a KAC, the Konami Arcade Championships. This was a qualifier. This song, in terms of a 17, starts off deceptively easy. The song does move. It does move at a pretty fast speed.
A lot of fast crossovers too.
As we start to kind of dig deeper into the song, especially in the end runs, it gets incredibly technical. And you see it's starting to pick up. Both players making easy work of it. Mark ahead by 8 EX, putting all of his weight onto that double.
I think Mark has been completely even with his pacemaker since that early slip up.
All right.
Even more ahead up by 12. This could get crispy.
Still anyone's match. Here we go. All right, we are within 5 points, chat. Here we go. This is the end run we're talking about.
Oh!
Mark!
By 6!
You hear the...
Oh, the crowd erupts!
Mark fires back. Gets one on the board. We are going to song number 3.
9 and 4 from Mark. Single digit perfects, 4 grades, all of them, I think, in the first drill at the very beginning of the song.
Early.
Sub 50 combo.
Very early.
And then just locked it in and didn't let go.
Absolutely incredible.
So, we are going back to the card. So, Admin Fusion's going to take the 3 remaining songs on the card. The lower seed, Squid, will pick one of the 3 to veto. The higher seed, Mark, will pick the second of the 3 to veto, and they will play what is left.
All right. Here we go, chat.
So we're going to have a little bit of time.
One person is going to move on after this song. Unless we get a tie. But
Unless we get a tie.
But I don't know, man. Chat, I don't know if we can handle a tie. I don't know. I love some good ass DDR, but
I'm too young to have a heart attack.
I'm
know
saying
if I'm
no.
ready for a tie.
it's intense. This is what it's like when you have players so evenly matched in skill. Nobody free. We ain't free out here. Awesome, beautiful DDR, some beautiful, brilliant, but overall, a bowl full of some of this good ass DDR. I hope you're enjoying this, chat.
All right, the card is coming back.
So, it looks like, starting off, we had Squid, Veto, Knight of Knights, Expert. Mark's Veto was Max 300 X Special, which leaves us with New York Evolved Type B.
So unlike New York A, which we saw a lot of on day 1,
Yes.
I think this is the one that doesn't have the speed up. Or no, it has the weird speed up. C is the one that doesn't have the speed up. I can't keep track because they're all the same name.
Chat, as always,
Chat
Chat will always clarify us,
Chat
keeping us accurate in here. It's been a long week. Forgive us if we are just a little bit off on some of the information on this one. Version A has a speed up. We are told version B has a slowdown.
Oh, B has the piano part.
Yeah. All right, chat.
Someone in chat said New York evolved with the triple Q.
Chat, if you look at the scores, they're best. They have the exact same score.
7 perfect. Here we go. Song 3.
Eyes open, chat. It couldn't be any closer. Here we go.
Winner moves on. Loser drops down to the lower bracket. And has to go deal with Hudson. All the New York Evolve noticeably late. Takes a lot of mental focus to stay on the mark. Add in those stops, add in these broken up crossovers. This is a very tricky intro section.
Both players handling this with ease.
Our boys on the pad are not phased.
All right, so we traded lead right there. Squid now up by 2 points. Oh, Mark drops the combo a little bit before the stop, giving Squid now a 3-point lead. Actually, some perfect trade that because Mark is going crazy with the MA. 1 point behind Squid. We are tied at the stop. Here's the slowdown.
Keeping this time with these few arrows, with this extremely late sync. 1 EX apart. We're tied again. 1 EX apart. Oh my god. I'm so tense.
Chat, forgive us if it's silent. I'm sure you want us to shut up, but here we go.
Mark by 4. And then the turns. Really whippy crossovers. Super sudden.
The MA on display. Oh no, Mark picking up a miss.
It's Mark by 3 right now. Oh my god!
Mark takes it! 7 points!
Holy moly, that was so close.
Oh my god, chat.
I think the lead changed like 6 or 7 times in the last 30 seconds. What a match. Chat, give it up. Q's in the chat from Mark. Taking the tightest win so far of the tournament. It's going to be hard to get tighter, but if there's any tournament that's going to do it tighter than this,
It's up
this
Beat
one.
Denver 2023 in Denver, baby!
Holy. First round, by the way, of top 8.
Woo! Oh my
Yeah.
god. Chat. However,
It's 22 degrees outside, but it's like 122 degrees in here because these guys are bringing the heat.
oh my god. Chat, all of you Florida fans, all of you Team Squid fans, don't fret. Your boy isn't out yet. He is going to be going down into the losers bracket to have to fight for his life once again. So as we take a look at this losers bracket, it's evil. Evil is the best way to put it. We have Harujun, the Wonder Kid, by way of Japan, American resident, going up against the GOAT himself, Kevin Bodie, someone that no one thought we would see in losers bracket anytime soon. Following that losers match, you have Squid, who we just saw just a moment ago, absolutely rip it, go the full distance on that set with Mark up against a face that you have seen many times this whole entire week. You saw him make it out of his second chance pool today. He is down here. Mr. Deggers himself, Hudson, aka Kaze573. This is absolutely intense, chat.
We are taking a bit of a quick break. Admins are investigating the up arrow on the 2-player side. Again, unfortunately. We did see a few of those greats coming out early that I was a little worried about. It's been a bit of a pain this whole tournament. Sometimes the arrows just don't want to cooperate. Fortunately, the techs are on the case.
So, so we didn't see any pad misfires in that last set. It was all up to code, but we're being precautious. With the tournament being this tight, this close, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that these players are performing at the utmost quality. They're playing on what can be as close to flawless as possible. The stage being as even as possible, giving them every opportunity to showcase their talent, to provide some good-ass DDR for all of us. And so far, I can't say that I'm disappointed. I can't say that any of you are disappointed. It's been amazing.
Yep. We'd much rather spend a little extra time now and get ahead of any potential issues. Admins might have seen a little bit of extra firing going off in between. But we got some time.
We have a little bit of time. So, chat. So, we talked about, well, first of all, let's check in a little bit. There's a whole lot of people in chat. You want to know how many people we have in chat right now?
How many?
724.
We're still holding it?
Across Twitch and YouTube. Absolutely incredible.
Thank you all for being here. This is great. This is definitely one of the biggest audiences ever that I am aware of for a rhythm game tournament.
In the United States, here.
Yes. Well, I mean, pretty much ever. I mean, KAC audience, I don't know specifically.
Oh, it's a lot.
It's a lot. It's big. KAC's big.
KAC, we're talking.
KAC's the bar for all of us to clear. In terms of
KAC, we're
viewership.
talking thousands. But, you know, it deserves it. It is.
Yeah,
It is what we look forward to every year. Not only do we get top rank or top level play from some of the best in the world across not just DDR, but every major B-Money game that is out.
Yep.
We also get some incredible announcements. We've seen major versions of your favorite B-Money games get announced. We've seen events get announced. We've seen new charts that weren't just there for KAC immediately get announced upon the end of it. We've seen new merchandise, just all sorts of stuff get announced. It's absolutely amazing. Chat, it's awesome that KAC is coming back this November. I can't wait to share that experience with all of you. Looking forward to seeing what new announcements we get, what new music we get, because that's the benefit of it, is that we get to see the qualifiers, which are going to be heat. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be tough. There's no doubt that the qualifiers are going to be absolutely tough, just like it has been here for Upbeat. But we get to once again bond over our love of rhythm games across the whole entire spectrum. It's so beautiful after it's been gone for so long due to the pandemic.
Yep.
It's, once again, nature is healing. Rhythm games are back in full swing. It's awesome.
KAC's also really special because it brings pretty much the entire global competitive DDR community to all play the same qualifiers at the same time period. It's usually a very open format, so you can play all the songs as many times as you want.
Yes.
Depending on the year, it's either a set of 3 or 2 sets of 3. Sometimes you can play them all individually. Sometimes you gotta play them all, but either way, it's really, really cool to see all the best players in the world giving their best for the qualifiers, seeing that big leaderboard with the names from all over.
Yeah.
The best Japanese players, the best Korean players, the best players from everywhere else in the world coming together and ripping it.
Yeah, and it's really nice because we get to see that leaderboard, and it gets to be a template of what the bar is, where the skill level is, what the best players of the world at the time are. So you get to now start to figure out, what are my rivals? Do I need to switch up some rivals? Do I need to
Yep.
do I need to adjust a little bit? Do I need to go up to see who my rivals are, see my score, see where I shape up in the world. Because one of the things that makes tournaments really awesome is that you get to see where you're at in almost real time. You get to test your skills and see just exactly where you're at, what you may need to work on, what are your strengths. But when it comes to something like KAC, you now have a wider range of people to see where you measure up at. And it's a very valuable resource. And I highly encourage you, if you do play at a high level, when the KAC qualifiers do get announced, I encourage you, head out to your local official EMU's cabinet and just start playing. Register for it on the EMU's website. And good luck. That's about the best I can say. I'm excited to see what you guys have to put out.
All right. We are getting ready for our first match of the lower bracket. We have Arjun versus Kevbo. This is going to be spicy. I believe, I don't know Arjun's tournament history very well.
So
I don't know if this is his farthest advance in a kind of national plus tournament, but he's getting the trial by fire. He's getting Chris, and now he's getting Kevin.
yeah,
Well, welcome to the upper bracket. Welcome to the top tier.
welcome.
Hope you enjoy your stay.
Welcome to the top tier, Singham. So, as of this year, actually, in terms of majors that we've had, this is Harajun's second tournament. We saw Harajun late last year at Mistake on the Lake 4 in Cleveland, Ohio, show up, put on a clinic, and ended up taking 5th place. Woo! Making top 10. Unfortunately, due to misplacing his pocket pick.
Oh, that's right.
It was really unfortunate to see. He was really disappointed. But I told him and his, the Zippo, the Harajun's awesome, amazing support system, the parents that are his biggest cheerleaders, that he should be proud. Everyone there was afraid of them. Everyone there also was mesmerized by him, putting in the finest of work on the pads. So it was awesome to see him get his run back against Bogo,
Yep.
who he ended up taking 5th place against. Bogo took 3rd place in that tournament, respectively.
Harjun also played at Infinity Stage San Jose in 2019. I believe he took top. What was the bracket cutoff for Infinity Stage? Was it 32? It was 32 or 16. Harjun made it into the bracket. I think that was his first non-local event. So he had entered a handful at Irvine Dave & Buster's down in SoCal. Infinity Stage, he got out of pools, which was very impressive. Those were some incredibly competitive pools. I drowned in pools in Infinity Stage. I got to the last match. I almost snuck out as the last spot, but then I lost. I got beat by Toxic Fuzz. Very good player.
Very good player, very fitting. Respect, shout out to Toxic Fuzz.
Can't be mad. Dude's a monster.
And now we have Kevin Bodie, one of the greatest players of all time in Dance Dance Revolution, also in the Groove ITG. Originally from the Cleveland, Ohio area, Ohio DDR legend, playing in Parma at the legendary Aladdin's Castle in Parmatown Mall. Rest in peace, Parmatown Mall. Rest in peace, Aladdin's Castle. No longer with us. Now residing in Kentucky. And it's actually really interesting because Kevbo has kind of always been playing, took quite a bit of a break. Where he lived, there was no official cabinet. So when round 1 opened up in Cleveland, we got to see him come out and play a little bit. It was pretty cool. Then the first Mistake on the Lake just happened to be a couple of months after the first round 1 opened up in Kentucky. Kevbo ended up getting in top 8 in that tournament off of just 2 months of coming back to the game. It's absolutely incredible. An inspiration to all. I know he helped shape the way that that a lot of us players who have been around for a long time We grew up playing with him. He shaped the way that we play this game. And still to this day, a complete monster, a complete force to be reckoned with. So, that being said, chat, we are in the warm-up phase.
How many warm-ups are we doing?
I think
I
we're
originally thought we were only going to do warm-ups at the very beginning, but
I guess we're going to go ahead and let them get their warm-ups. I
we
mean,
will see.
granted, those two have been sitting for quite a while. Carter June sitting first match from the beginning has been sitting on the side watching it. So we're just going to go. So it's not surprising that the TO, and you know, the TO is the end-all be-all. We have the decision. We have the rules set in stone, but the TO's decision is always final. So going to go ahead and give them a warm-up. So chat, this is it. It's coming down to this. There is no day 4. There is no Sunday bracket. With this match, one of these players is bowing out of the tournament, going home with the 7th place title, a very prestigious title, but 7th place.
Nothing to sneeze at, not anyone's goal.
But at the same time, the pressure is quite high.
Dude, Kembo's clean with it right now. Look at this.
Arjun, despite the miss earlier on, his MA is right on point, actually.
This chart's really fun. I like this chart a lot.
DDR players over the past, I would say, several years remember the struggle of seeing the chart on Gold Cavs, seeing the chart in Japan, going, wow, this is super cool. Too bad I can't get this in the US quite yet.
Yep.
So it's really awesome that with the release, with the upgrade of the Cavs, we ended up getting night and night
11.
CSP, and we were able to play it on stream today. All right, both players catching their breath a little bit. I see RTO looking around. I'm not sure if he
I
wants
believe
to.
that they want to take another look at the 2-player up arrow. So we will see.
So, yep, so Fusion letting them know that they are going to do some pad maintenance. Harajun, you know, it's hard to tell. Harajun just locks in so hard that you kind of can't really tell what's going on. But, you know, seem to nod and just kind of go ahead, and Harajun now talking with Fusion, telling him his mods.
You don't need good pads to warm up. As long as the pads function, you still get the same benefit of warm up. Now, there is the mental aspect of getting those pad errors,
That is true.
but I believe what happened, now I don't know specifically, but as a TO myself, what probably happened was the tech is not available at the moment, so they said, are you cool with just continuing your warm up while we wait for the tech to arrive, because that way you can still get loose, we can use our time effectively. That was probably what the shrug and nod was from June. Kevin's on the good side, so he doesn't care. And now we get warm up number 3.
All right. So far, not to discredit the pad, not to discredit what's going on, but both players sitting on a nice crispy PFC. Harajun with the EX point lead right now. Getting boss rush once again.
Uso slaps.
Uso didn't have to go this hard, but he went ahead and did it anyway.
To be fair, Uso has exactly one speed, and it's this.
It
Now,
is
sometimes it gets the more like kind of epic-y, hard style anthem sound, but it's always that same kick sound. It's always
is.
the big Dallas.
it is always machine gun. Woo, here we go, chat.
Can we see a warm-up tie? That would be hype.
I would like to
close.
see another one. That'd be
I
dope.
think they're within 3. I keep seeing like a 3 gap, 3 or 4. Captain Carpenter said he has another speed. It's half speed. That's true. It's this speed and then this speed in halftime.
Chat's spitting right now. So they're within 1 point of each other.
Oh. June, why you gotta do me like that? He got that one perfect right at the end. I was gonna get my warm-up tie.
24 flat for June. 23. One
That
perfect
is-
difference.
Gnarly, man. Warm-ups, by the way. We're just chilling. Just why not?
Yeah, June was
Also, the double Kaiden on June's profile. Doubles Kaiden, singles Kaiden.
See you next time on the dance floor.
The dude is unstoppable. DDR cabs tremble in fear when Harjun walks up because they know he's coming for everything they've got. Every difficulty, every game mode, everything. He's gonna take what's his.
all right. So we have the TO going over to get the card draw going, and I'm sure at that moment we are going to decide what we're going to do about the pads. If we are going to go ahead and do some pad maintenance, or if we are going to go ahead and proceed on with this set. At the end of the day, it is always the TO does have the final say, but we also leave the discretion. We also leave it to the discretion of the players. Thankfully, throughout this whole entire tournament, players have been very honest. They have, if it's been a pad miss, they've been saying it. They've been mentioning it. If it has been on them, they almost immediately go, no, that was me. That was
Yeah.
me. No, don't worry about it. That was me. We're all good.
Well, one of the nice parts kind of about the advent of the modern DDR tournament broadcast and stream setup is we got cameras and we got mics. So those pad mics, they're not just pretty. They're not just for the wonderful, wonderful ASMR experience of listening to top players
Although it is nice.
deliver absolute music with their feet. We can also hear when they goof up.
Yeah.
So you can sometimes hear the drag, you can sometimes hear the rush. You can hear it live too, but the pad mics being the stream gets to hear it too. There were a couple of those during groups where you hear the brat, the little flam effect, where one person gets the great and the other person doesn't, and it's like, oh, not pad.
Yeah. Yep.
Check. Because after all, everyone here is a beast, but we're also human.
Very human.
The mistakes happen, and this game's hard.
This game
This game's hard as hell.
turns out, who knew that the instructions of the game literally, turns out the game tells you how to play. You see arrows, you step on them when you're supposed to. But turns out it's not that easy. There's so much nuance that goes into stepping the arrows, all the way from being able to read the difficulty and complex patterns of the charts, knowing how to move to them, to actual stuff that's constructed to mess with your vision.
Guess what, fam? We got us a card, and this is a card.
Oh?
We have the double override, which loses bracket. Now's the time. Harujun, drop in. Endymion Expert once again for the override. Kevbo dropping Ace for Aces Challenge for his override. The 3 remaining songs, if it goes 1-1, which it very well might, because these two players are both monsters on their respective songs, we have The Legend of Max X Special, Paranoia Survivor Max, Expert, the 15,
Jeez.
and Paranoia Kitty Cat Mix. Which we've been watching the folks rip on the warm-ups. We got to see Paul and Hudson rip it. We've got to see dozens of people rip, and we're going to see potentially if we get the 1-1 and they don't veto. But yeah, Endymion and Ace for Aces, the two Nightmare boss songs of DDR Ace. The
So.
two nastiest pieces of work.
So, kind of amazing that we see both players cashing in their overrides right now. Because once again, let's emphasize, they're fighting for their tournament life right now.
Win or go home.
They don't get another chance after this if they lose. So, might as well throw your cards out on the table. Slap down that draw 4 and put it all out there to at least try to stay alive a little bit longer and have another shot at making it to the grand finals and taking home a piece of that $10,000 prize pool.
It's go time.
Let's go, chat.
Guys, gals, other pals, hang on to your seats. It's about to get wild. Let's go, potato. I swear that's what that says.
Death for the better, by the way, is the actual lyric.
In my head canon, it's let's go, potato, and you can't tell me otherwise.
All right, into the speed up. Here we go.
The speed of this song, just, those patterns aren't particularly hard, but you just have to whip to get your feet across that path. These
All
big
right,
runs.
at the freeze, Kevbo 675, Harjun, a little bit behind, but this is Endymion. The lead can change at any time. Kevbo still sitting on the full combo. Harjun broke combo, however, is PAing outside of it with a +7 on the pacemaker from his personal best.
Oh, those drills. Kevin gets a lot of grades, but it's still hanging in there.
Ooh, both of them picking up a miss.
Oh, Jude's up by 1. All right, let's see where we are at the gap. Dead even.
Ooh. Everyone in the audience on their toes, lean forward at the same time. Chat, here we go. End section.
Oh my God, Jude's ripping. Oh my God. Wow! 2,320 EX on Endymion Expert. 81 perfects, 4 greats, 2 misses, to 95 perfects, 20 misses, 1 good,
20 great.
7 misses. Both of them less than 100 perfects on Endymion Expert this late in the tournament in the Mile High City. That ending run from June was unbelievable.
Chat, I know you just saw that. I know you just saw that, right?
Unbelievable. I'm not even gonna make the joke because June is 15 years old. Like, we are looking at the future, and the future is really, really, really damn good at Dance Dance Revolution.
Absolutely. Busting it down. So next up, we have Ace for Aces Challenge. First time in the tournament we see this chart. This was Kevin Bodie's override. Once again, putting all the cards on the table. Kevin Bodie with a PFC of 27 on this.
Chat's keeping the -1 alive.
I love it. Chat, keep it going. Keep it going.
Let's see how young June gets before Ace for Aces ends.
All right, Kevin Bodie
Here we
needs to
go.
win this.
And remember, challenge has different gimmicks from the other difficulties. So you start dead stop to the front right here. And you're off to the races.
Kevin Bodie needs to win this to stay alive and take it to the final song of this match. Right now, Kevin Bodie in the lead by 4 points, now 9. June picking up a miss. However, +2 on his PB. All right, we're going
to
to
slow down.
very, very dense section.
Oh, Kevin is. Ooh. Kevin's up by 30, and he's not making it any easier.
All right, we see the wave section right here as we see the sudden slowdowns and acceleration. Kevo still sitting on the PFC.
Kevin's up by 40. He had this ready.
All right, here we go. Speed up. We're going to continue like this for almost to the end of the song, chat. Here we go.
Slow down. The half-speed jump stream. It's so nasty. It's still really fast, but you have to read it half as fast. It's just me. Sig drills to close us home. Close us home. Close us out. Send us home.
All right, here we go, chat. Let's see how this goes.
Let's
Kevin Bodie
let's
with the
go.
PFC.
I just had to restrain myself because I almost dropped another F-bomb. But I got it that time.
38 on Ace for Aces challenge. Oh my God, chat. Are you serious?
So now we go to the song 3. We go to the vetoes. The 3 songs left on the card was, I believe the first one was Legend of Max X Special, Paranoia Survivor Max Expert, and Paranoia KSTST. One of those 3 is going to decide who moves on to top 6 and who goes home at 7 and 8.
Chat, I'm not even going to tell you to push. I'm not even going to make you take sides. Chat, I just want you to push buttons. Let me see some W's in the chat. We have some good ass DDR. We have some good ass DDR coming up. This is amazing. We have the face of Mount Rushmore of DDR. One of the legends that helped shape this game to someone that we are calling the future of this game. Head to head,
I'm just staring at 38 perfect.
one person is going to move on. Chat, if you are enjoying this good ass DDR, I want to see you push some
Paranoia.
buttons. Push some
KSTST, this is going to be big. So we've seen this on the warm-up so many times. We've seen players ripping on this so many times. Kevin just got 36 on Ace for Aces. June just got, what did June get on Endymion? Like, these guys are ready. They're at the top of their game.
Oh my gosh.
They're warm. They want this. They pulled out their best. Now we have, you know what? I love this as a third song because this is just straight up who is going to execute better. There's not a lot in the way of tricky stuff. There's not a lot in the way of gimmicks. You got a couple of crossovers. You got some step jumps that are kind of tricky, but really it's 190 and you got to go get it.
Absolutely.
And we're going to see who gets it right now.
All right,
2
chat.
minutes until we find out.
762 stream monsters across Twitch and YouTube. Let's do it. Potential final song of the set. Let's go.
Dude, my heart is pounding. Also, this song is such a bop.
2-point difference at the freeze. Here we go.
I didn't want to say anything until the white went away. Kevin has about 2, but June's right behind him.
4-point difference.
Kevin stretching it by a couple. No, we're back to 4. 3. My heart.
Chat, we are tied. Chat, we are tied.
I think Kevin's by 1 right now. I can't even talk. Oh no! One run to decide it all. Wow!
Harajun eliminating Kevin Bodie by 3 points.
Wow!
8-2. Kevin Bodie with 12 perfects and 1 good.
A combined 20 perfects between the 2 of them.
The 1 good is what decided that match.
Well, the good's only 3, so it would have been a tie if Kevin didn't get that good. This is nuts. This is so impressive. So we will see Harujun moving on to top 6. Kevin Bodie, unfortunately, ends his tournament run here. 7-8. Huge round of applause for June. They get the selfie on the results screen. Love to see it. Great sportsmanship from Kevin as well.
Chat, once again,
Yeah, bye.
if you enjoyed this good-ass DDR, let me get some GGs in the chat. Give it up for your competitors.
See you next time on the dance floor.
Harajun moving on in the loser side and taking 7th place. Kevin Bodie, the GOAT. Let's get some GGs. Let's get some GGs in chat. Get some GGs.
I said in chat yesterday, I don't think June is the future. I think June is the present. And here we are. And now we're going to see who's next.
We have the next of the loser side.
Oh, we got Hudson and we got Squid. And Hudson, remember, Hudson used his override. So Hudson does not have the pocket dead end groove radar special. He burned it in the first round.
Oh my God, chat. While we transition to this next match, they're going to go ahead and get their warm-ups. Chat, I know that was tense. I know a lot of you, your muscles are tight, sitting on the edge of your seat, standing on your toes, lean forward in a very potentially unergonomic and uncomfortable position, glued to your sets. I'm going to take this time. I'm going to make you, this is me strongly suggesting that you stand up, stretch, wiggle out your legs.
Oh, my back crack. That felt good.
Check your posture. Do some deep breathing exercises. Ooh. Maybe stand up, take a little walk to the kitchen, to the vending machine if you happen to be out there.
Refill
at work.
your water.
Get a snack, get something. Treat yourself because you are being treated, you are being spoiled with some of the best DDR on the planet right now. And we want you to be in peak health to be able to observe what is going on here. It's an absolute blast. It's an absolute blast.
I think my heart rate is like 170 right now. I like watching that match was unbelievable. I don't know if I have ever seen so many lead changes and such a tight gap between those players on Endymion. On Endymion, expert, the 18, one of the nastiest pieces of work Konami has ever thrown at us, and they were just right with each other, not missing a step.
Man, this
Second round, by the way, we got more. We got so much more.
so much more to come. I mean, chat, who could have called this? Who had this on their fantasy bracket? Who had this? Who would have guessed that the results that we had seen would have been that? It would have been this close. However, we have Mr. Degris himself, Hudson Kaze 573, up against Team Florida's Squid.
All right, here we go.
We are going to start our warm-up chat between these two with Hard Brain. We've seen it. We've seen this done many times in warm-ups. A 15. I always like to call this song Stoic 2.5.
It really is a throwback chart.
Stoic, if you are familiar, is a classic DDR chart with patterns that are going to be pretty similar to what you're seeing here. BPM is pretty similar. Very hard bass like this. Difference being, Stoic has the very infamous stop in it.
That completely breaks it.
that literally breaks the game. Hard Brain trades that stop for an even higher increase in complexity and difficulty.
And approximately 50% more banger. And Stoic's the banger.
I'm not gonna disagree with you.
I'm not hating on Stoic. I love me some Stoic.
I will say, as a 2DX player as well, I enjoy playing one of these songs way more in 2DX. And I'm just gonna tell you, it's the song that you're seeing on the screen right now.
Dude, Stoic's chart's such a mess.
Stoic's chart is absolutely gruesome.
It's fun in that, like, I remember 8th style kind of way, but at the same time, it's like, what's happening?
Oh God, ow, the 12. So, Hard Brain, as we mentioned many times before, is a great song to warm up to because in this game, songs are either they're either late or early. No in between. However, there are some songs that hit that Goldilocks zone of being pleasantly late or deliciously early.
Deliciously early?
Absolutely. And Hard Brain tends to hit that pleasantly late. So much so that on the gold cab, it just feels like it's dead on sync. It is absolutely great. Woo. All right. A 13-point difference between the two.
4? Okay, Squid. Dude, Squid is playing really well today.
Squid snapping, for real.
Squid lost his first match by like an inch. He was ripping in that first set. I know he's playing Hudson, but like, I kind of feel like it's Squid's match to lose.
So, as we go into Gaia, a song that we saw during the pools yesterday. A song that, as Roger called it, he said that this song, if you happen to play 16, it's free.
Yep.
Just like Hard Brain, falls into that Goldilocks zone. However, the difference is that Gaia has BPM changes and a stop. So what ends up happening in DDR is that when a song has those, the sync kind of drifts a little bit. So it's something that you want to be mindful as a top player when you approach this chart. Other than that, yeah, if you play 16s at a high level, it is totally free. All right, so something else as we're doing the warm-up, kind of want to point out, Hudson has been playing since earlier in the day. Actually started off our pool today.
Yep.
Considerably gotten way more pad experience compared to Squid, who is pretty fresh on the pad, had his first match, popped off, but probably has a little bit more in the tank. Right after that last one, after Hard Brain, kind of noticed that Hudson was looking a little bit gassed right there.
Yep. A little bit less pop than we're used to seeing from Hudson.
So it's going to make you wonder, is that going to come into play for this match right here? Hudson, someone who is very, very infamous for making miracles happen. He could be on the floor, but all of a sudden will find a second or even a third win and absolutely put out a score on a chart that will make you fall out of your chair.
Yep.
But both players tapped in right now. Squid on another one. Hudson also running with the PFC.
Hudson, I believe, was one of the first players to get, was it the 10 folder white lamp?
Yes.
Yeah, it was the 10 folder, and that was one of the first like big difficulty white lamps ever. This was before like some Chris or whoever was like, I'm gonna go white lamp this 2-digit difficulty folder. And the 10s, if you're not familiar, has some nasty stuff in it if you're looking for MFTs. It's got stuff like cytokinesis. It's got pretty much all of the stuff that you know is like the worst, most technically gimmicky 15s and 16s, the Osakas,
Yes.
stuff like that. So like Hudson is a very cerebral player. He's a very smart dude. He thinks about the game very laterally. I've said that a couple of times today, but you saw him drop into his knees for the sudden slap early today. He's very creative. He doesn't just think, I have to do the one thing that everybody does. He comes up with clever ways to find little edges here and there and to do things that, before he does them, people think they're not possible.
I mean, I'm glad someone clipped it earlier on. Check the VOD on Twitch for the clip. It can't be understated. You kind of gently breeze past
gotta
it.
see it.
But Hudson and Degris getting the sudden slap. By the way, chat, here at Upbeat Denver, the pads are a little bit a little bit further away than a standard white cabinet. So if you already, don't have like a massive wingspan like some of the competitors do, you're kind of at a massive disadvantage when you're trying to get that sudden plus slap. Hudson, the next level thinker that he is, opting to do everything he could to not trade the sudden plus slap for the miss, held the freeze with his knee and got the sudden slap, and then went back and continued perfecting outside of it.
Yep.
Absolutely insane.
This slowdown, I like Try Perfect musically. This song absolutely wrecks me. That slowdown is so tricky. Super dense, a lot of movement. The double speed section at the end forces you to read pretty much at half speed no matter what. Quit losing it a little bit. It's really tough reading some of that density. And the ending. A little like 888 expert vibes. Man, it is so satisfying watching songs like this played well, just seeing that beautiful marvelous flicker. Hudson, the very luxurious sudden plus slap. Woo.
A tough warm-up right there.
Spicy.
both players choosing to go with a quite difficult song to not only get a stamina burn in on this first of 3 set, but also prepare them with what could probably be an absolutely brutal and wild card draw.
Just a reminder, there is a 10% chance of drawing a 15 in the card, a 25% chance of a 16, 35 of a 17, 25 of a 16, and a 5% chance of the 19.
Woo! So, chat, by the way, you know, some people are like 5%, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Now, I know Stream Monsters, over 750 of you watching the stream right now. A lot of you all are into gacha games, mobile gacha games,
Card games.
where it is all about your pulls, your rolls. If someone were to tell you that the secret ultra rare pull, the rarest card, were at a 5% pull rate, yo, all of those people would be going crazy. Every single one of them. Shout out to a lot of my poker heads out there, my blackjack and poker heads, Texas Hold'em. If you were to say,
Oh no.
Audible groan.
Spoilers. Hudson just started screaming yes at the card draw.
So we only know what that means. But if a poker player if you were to say, hey, if you were to do this, your chances of winning increase by 5%. They're probably going to take that.
I love the cut back to the camera so we can look at Hudson giggling. Oh my goodness.
So it's very appropriate that we have this image right here because we can only guess what's about to happen. Squid
counter yes.
So in the FGC, there's a very rare thing that happens. The term is called the pop-off. You know, we use it here, the pop-off, where you go, yeah, I just did it, or something just worked in my favor. That is what's called the anti-pop-off,
Yes.
where you either pop off as a counter for no good reason, or, in this case, as a mix-up. Chat,
Yo, so remember how we were just talking about probability? Well, guess what? We already know what the first protect is. Hudson got the protect of the Diggers.
this is me with the
we
dice
can't get
in
away
hand.
from it. And for Squid's protect, we have max 360 challenge. The first 19 of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary friends, we are rocking it. And we're playing it first. So, we're flooring it.
Bruh, I can't believe we're getting Degrets again. We're getting famous savant, Debussy.
God.
Chat, you see what I just did there? That's the only one you get. You better take it. You better take that one. That is as close to that, to your one suggestion that you're going to get. You're going to get Debussy, and that's it.
And the even crazier part is if they both get their way with the songs that they protected, the 3 remaining songs on the card are Delta Max Challenge, Paranoia Revolution Expert, and Antimatter Expert.
Gee.
We got some spice.
Gee.
This is a hot card. It's like the hot chip challenge. This is like the hot card challenge.
Oh, this is a hot card
You
challenge.
take one little bite.
Woo-hoo! Here we are.
All right, let's party. We are about to watch 2,000 arrows, 1,000 on the left side and 1,000 on the right side, scroll past those targets.
So chat, we're not even going to talk about the history of the song, of the plays between these two, because we're just going to celebrate the fact that this is a freaking 19. the first 19 of the tournament. We've been talking about snow, we've been talking about the cold, the altitude. Chat, someone in chat, coming up, Galaxy Brain thinking far ahead of the wit of both of the commentators with the Colorado Reaper.
Dude, I feel like that's actually what we should be calling Mark.
Here we go, dial in. Let's go, chat. Let's get it.
Here we go.
So, many will say that out of all the 19s in the 19 folder, this is up for contention for being the easiest. Now,
Which, the 19th folder though.
that's the 19th folder. That doesn't mean much to the average person. Chat, regardless of your skill level, let's take a look at just how incredibly dense this chart is. Once again, if you didn't know, this chart has a total of 1,000 steps in it.
It has the highest note density of any song in Dance Dance Revolution. Ever. Out of all of them. Here we go. Those are 24th notes. Well, they're 12th notes because it's double time, but those are 8th note triplets at 360 beats per minute. And these patterns are no joke either. All these repeating steps, these staircases, they're putting you in the washing machine. The slow down, the break in air quotes, which is just Max 300's X special chart.
All right,
Away
Hudson, a little gassed out. As we mentioned,
Yeah. Switch
he's
to
been
brackets.
playing all day.
All right, there's the walk-off. Hudson trying to metagame the brackets, trying to start bracketing and to buy more energy back than Squid. Squid saw it and started bracketing himself. Hudson knew he got.
And we're going to take it.
You can't beat the Squid game at red light, green light.
Absolutely. Sorry, that took a second. So, Squid is going to take the first round. Both players choosing to fail out. Now, some of you may be saying, well, why didn't they just finish the song? Why didn't Squid just go ahead and finish? Well, you got to remember, this is no longer pool play. Your overall score is not going to have an effect. Your overall score is not going to have an effect on your placement here. It's a very binary result. You either win or you don't, or you end up tying, and then we continue forward. Instead of gassing yourself out, spending all your energy just trying to finish when you've already won, just take the lead, take it, and move on. Conserve your energy, because the second song is
This freaking thing. Again.
it is the song of all time.
Out of all the DDR songs ever made, this is one of them. This always makes me sad because, I love Dead End as a song. It's such a bop. This was what, 4th mix, 5th mix? This is old.
Yeah, this is old. If I'm correct, this
And
was
I remember
fourth
playing this on Konamix, the PS1 game,
mix.
with all 20 frames per second it had,
Third
and being
mix,
like,
chat.
man, I want a god boss song to this.
All
I want
right.
to hit those jungle drums.
Here you go, chat.
Instead we get this. But here we are. And this is what is in front of them.
Hudson is fighting for tournament life right now. Squid looking to seal the deal and get deeper to getting that run back in grand finals.
Oh, that's funny. Hudson's pacemaker on this card is a 0. So his pacemaker is just showing, or no, his pacemaker is just showing as the X score. That's funny.
All right, so Hudson using the setting plus shuffle strat, as he is one of the people who helped to optimize that strat. And Squid choosing to go for vanilla on this.
Hudson kind of ripping.
I mean, Hudson going crazy though. It seems that him conserving his energy for this pick was amazing. PFCing all the way up until the triple jumps. All right, and I think Squid is choosing to take his time to conserve and using the bracketing. So I think Squid is just going to go ahead and finish it out to force Hudson to also finish it out as they both hug it out. Hudson finishing with 16:07 to Squid's 14:51. So we are going to
the vetoes.
To the vetoes. Song number 3. Chat. This absolutely brutal set to finish out the first of the losers round.
I already forgot what the first song out of the 3 on the card was. The last 2 were Paranoia Revolution Expert and Antimatter Expert. The first one was a Challenge 18. I'm liking it. We had to give the tablet back to Fusion so they could get the card drop.
So we are going to Antimatter. We are Delta Max.
Yes, Delta Max Challenge. That is correct. Thank you, chat. Got our back.
Okay.
Let's see what the vetoes go to. This is that's a very a good spread of stuff.
Yeah.
Delta Max with the very tight reading, the slow speed up the entire song, step jumps, a big mess. Antimatter with a crazy foot speed, but a little bit more straightforward on the patterns, other than the slowdowns. And Paranoia Revolution, which is Paranoia Revolution.
People coming over going, wait a minute. Was that an override? It's like, no, that was just the card draw. That was literally just what the card draw threw out.
Yeah,
we are going to Prevo Expert.
Spicy. Squid's got 42 on this on his card. As you can see, Hudson is sight reading this, as his card does not have any record. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
If I'm correct, Hudson does have a PFC on
Yeah,
this.
Hudson's PFC'd this
Yeah.
a while ago.
Quite a while ago.
Yeah, Orange Jesus, just a Hudson fan, it seems, of this tournament. Wanted to keep him in there for at least one more song. But, whew.
All right, you know what it is, chat. Push some buttons. Some good-ass DDR is here for you. Let me see some squids in the chat if you want your favorite Florida man to move on in this bracket. If you are rooting for Hudson, who has been playing all day to continue the train and to move on, let me see some spectacles. Let me see some glasses in the chat. If you are here for some good-ass DDR, because we all have been.
All right,
let's just push some buttons. I don't care what buttons. Let's just push some buttons. Let's go, chat. Here we are, the potential final song of this match. Winner moves on. Loser goes out tied at 7th place with Kevin Boney.
Oh, man.
This has been an unbelievable set so far. We go from the winner's side, the first 2 matches of top 8 being a 2-0, to nothing but 1-1-1 every single time.
Yep. Hudson working out those foot switches. Paranoia Revolution, nasty, nasty turns. Really makes you work. Full helicopter spins. from one cross under to the other crossover back to back. 360, 80, 60, 60.
Both players taking advantage of their break time. They are going to need it.
All right, we are live.
All right, chat. We're locked in. Here we go. Tournament fate is decided right here. Squid picking up a miss pretty early right there.
A couple misses. That's a little worrisome. We'll see. Paradigm Revolution Expert is actually a tribute chart for those of you that do not know. The chart is entirely composed of pieces of pre-existing legendary DDR charts over the years. There's actually a great video on YouTube that breaks down every single chart reference in this song. It's really cool. You should check it out.
And you see right there in the background, while we go into the slowdown section, the second mix animating and the sound effects going on right now. All right, chat, we are about to build up to the speed up in this drill section. Squid! Ooh, going crazy right there. We are still 20 points apart. Anything can happen, chat. Here we go at the stop.
Squid pulling away with it a little bit. Leads at 30 and growing. Hudson doing his best. Both these players looking pretty gassed. But the snow is falling. Squid, 2,000 exactly on the hold. Up by 70. As long as he hits some arrows.
Squid!
Squid takes it.
2-1 on the last song. Give it up for your Florida man. Squid.
994, 30 perfects, 1 break, 3 misses. Holy moly.
Chat, while we pop up for Squid, let's take a moment to appreciate this good ass DDR. And let's get some GGs in the chat for Squid, but also Hudson, who started off this day, worked his way through the second chance bracket, and is going home tied for 7th place. He earned that rest that he is about to take. Mr. Degris himself, you got to give it up. Let me see some GGs in the chat from you. Push those buttons.
So impressive. Hudson also goes home happy he got to play Dead End Groove Radar Special 3 times in one tournament. Actually, no, 4 times. 4 times, yes.
Quite a bit.
Yep,
Quite a
4
bit.
times total because he picked it in his first pool. He picked it in the last chance pool. He overrode it in the first round to win his bracket, and then got it in the card draw in the loser's bracket. He gets to go home happy. But man, Hudson, Kevin, the first 2 out in top 8. It is a new day.
It's a new day. It might be where we see the passing of the torch to the new generation. A new generation is out here. They are here. And as we look at this bracket, the tail of the tape, as I like to say, we are going to go right back up to the winner's side. We are going to go to the man, the myth, the legend, 2-time KAC champion, #1 seed of this tournament, Chris for life, up against Captain Canada, the new hero and favorite of the stream. Chat already getting the wild copy pasta ready. The pop-offs in advance. Nat 8, aka Nate, aka Nate the Great, aka 8 on Prey, 4 on Prey challenge. It's going to be absolutely crazy. So Nate has been on another level this entire tournament. He has been playing out of his mind. We saw it during his pools, and then you saw it again during top 8. Anything can happen.
Yep.
Nate is aiming at Chris for life to secure that spot in winners finals, to be that much closer to walking home with heavier pockets as he takes a cut of that $10,000 prize pool. All I'm seeing in chat is just nothing but maple leaves. I'm just seeing nothing but just maple leaves in chat.
The Canada Pride is very strong. I believe, as far as I'm aware, Nate is the only person to take back-to-back songs off of Chris in a head-to-head style tournament before.
This is true. And I don't know, we might see it again based off of the momentum that Nate has had going into this tournament.
Yep.
And advancing through. Chat, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be absolutely crazy. Just like last time, we're going to repeat it. Stand up, take a stretch, wiggle it out, shake it out, do a little bit of some calisthenics. Go ahead and refill your water, relax, breathe, take a deep breath. I'm sure your smartwatches, I'm sure your Apple Watch is saying that you need to take a deep breath. We're kind of concerned for you. We don't need your Apple Watch auto-dialing 911 for you. We like you where you are. We like you in good condition. We like you here. I'm going to need for you to go ahead and take this time while we have the techs and the TOs take a look at that pad. Because although Squid popped off and went crazy and took it over Hudson 2-1, we still want to do our due diligence and double check this pad and make sure that there can be nothing that can get in the way of these two putting it all out there on display to move forward and have a chance at that $10,000.
Yep, it's gonna be spicy. You know, we definitely saw some weirdness in that last set. We've been seeing stuff with that one player or that 2-player up arrow all day.
Yes.
Which is crazy too, because at this point they've switched the sensors, they've rotated the sensors, they've adjusted the brackets, they've done pretty much everything. But that's the thing about pads; they're weird. If you've ever tried to maintain a pad, you know. If you haven't tried to maintain a pad, they are persnickety.
Persnickety.
They are.
Ooh, I like that. That's a great way to put it.
They have a mind of their own sometimes, and it is not always clear what or why. There's lots of different parts that are all tightly packed together, that are all pushing on each other, all grinding up against each other. It's tricky to get it to work.
All right.
But we'll see.
So it looks like we are about to go ahead and get started with the warm-ups. Pad has been cleared by the TO. Looking like we may have solved the oversensitivity problem once and for all. Not that it, played too much of a role in the last set.
Yeah, we got a little bit lucky. We got to make sure. One of my workisms is that you don't want to be start of Matrix Neo where you dodge the bullets.
Ooh.
You want to be end of Matrix Neo where you stop the bullets. You don't want the bullets flying at all because they're going to hit somebody. You don't want anybody to get shot. We're trying to avoid any firearm-related injuries or injuries of any kind. This is a rhythm game tournament. We're not trying to hurt anybody.
Tizza over here spitting. Spitting, chat. Sheesh. So, that being said, we are going to go ahead and get ready for the warm-up round. Both of these two, top of their game, best players in their respective countries. Nate, the best player in all of Canada, against Chris for Life, the best player in the U.S. and arguably the world. if not the best, definitely top 3 in the world.
This is like the battle for North America right here.
It is. This is a almost pseudo War of 1812 over here. Except instead of Canada being the battleground, Canada decided, yo, Queen, the Queen of England, we got this. We'll take this. We'll take it from here.
Yep.
All right, so they are starting off with the Mono Guilds CSP. First time we are seeing this as a warm-up or even played the entire tournament.
Yep. Now there is something I know about Chris, and that is that Chris is extremely competitive. Extremely competitive. Nothing gets Chris going like feeling like someone's on his heels. He wants to win always. And Chris has been handily in first place this entire tournament so far. This is going to be the first time that we've seen someone playing at his level. And that is the kind of thing that makes Chris turn up the juice. So this could be spicy stuff. Now in the meantime, Nate almost MFC'd Hardbrain in his last warm-up. Has multiple 18 SDPs. And has been just co-rushing. So this, like, we've had so many matches in the tournament so far, but like, this is gonna be one for the record books. It's gotta be.
So, that being said,
They're also both chilling with 2 perfect seeds.
yeah,
And
that's,
have been for ages. Oops, my bad. 3 to
that
4.
being said, specifically, you have Chris for Life over from the West Coast over in California. Nate coming to us by way of Hamilton in Canada.
Where is Hamilton?
I do believe Hamilton is in Ontario. It's the Ontario province. As a former temporary Canadian, folks in Hamilton don't like it when you say that they're Toronto. They take great offense to that. Chat, you see what we're talking about? Nate just 3 points over Chris for Life.
10-7 on the warm-up. And the middle guilt is a tricky 15. It's fast. High BPM, 180 I think?
Yeah. And deceptive. It lulls into a false sense of security,
And
hits you with
smacks
the
those
stop,
drills.
and then hits you with the drills.
I spent a very long time repeatedly not PFCing the Mano Guilds when I was working on 15s for Life 4, when still, perpetually.
All right, we are going with Common Break. One of my favorite 16s.
This is very fun.
I absolutely love playing this song in Sound Voltex. And when this song came out in 2DX many, many years ago, was my #1 played song in that version. Super good. Super challenging song at the same time for a 16.
I just saw Gabby in chat. Someone said, what's in a Mano Guild? Gabby just said, it's kind of like a yippee. Like a happy, lucky yippee.
Oh,
Yippee,
God.
happy?
Chat undefeated with the win. So, chat, this is a warm-up, but, you know, as we talk about this song happened to be an event song that ended up crossing over into other songs, into other Bimani games. It was an Egyptian-themed event. There were 3 songs that came from it, Common Break being one of them. So if you happen to listen to the background, you hear them saying, Tutankhamen. But, you know, a little bit of Japanese joke, so Tutankhamen. both of them putting in work on this song. So, as I said, this was an Egyptian-themed unlock, along with another song that's on here, Cleopatrism and Osenju Meditation.
Senju Meditation is a boss. The little like footlock part in Osenju where it kind of has that do-ma, and it just hits like left down, up down, left down, up down, right down. Like I love that. That tickles my DDR funny bone in such a way. Those of you who know me know that I like whining about charts. I whine about charts a lot. I whine about a lot of charts a lot.
1 point
But
difference.
I love a lot of charts too.
So Common Break also is a witty song because the artist, Kufuor, is a reference to the name of one of the pharaohs of Egypt, Khufu. And then Common Break is a play on the Amen Break, what is known as, which is a drum pattern from
Most sampled anything.
an old rock song that is actually literally the foundation of many genres of electronic music, including everyone's favorite genre, Eurobeat.
Wait, it is?
Yes, by definition,
Wow.
it is not Eurobeat if it is not built off the Amen Break.
Wow. Also, any style of music that has the word break in it. Breakbeat, breakcore, all those kinds of things. Oh, Possession. Oh, it's gonna be, this is Possession winter theme. It's gonna be covered in snow.
Anything could happen here, chat.
I'm dreaming of a white result screen.
What better song to dial in the timing calibration than Possession for these two?
Nate has brought all of his white combos today.
Chat,
I am so determined not to commentator curse that I just keep. Okay, come on.
I'm gonna
Come on!
I'm gonna need you to blow up Tizza,
Come on!
not just for the commentator curse, but for the anti-commentator curse.
That's not fair.
Blow him up for that.
What are you? I'm like looking up at the sky right now, like, what do you want me to do?
I didn't say anything.
I'm just gonna
kept
stop
silent.
talking.
I kept silent. I was reading chat.
I'm gonna slouch in my chair, cross my
Tizza,
arms,
in an
and shout.
effort to not commentator curse, immediately caused it. Blow him up. Cook that boy.
The entire time. Well, now I might as well just say all the things because it's our curse. I was like, God, I would kill for a 1 perfect to 0 perfect warm-up possession. Could you imagine?
It would be kind of crazy.
I guess we'll just have to settle for 3 to 6. I mean, that's okay too, I guess. It's a milk toast STP.
All right, so
See you next
chat,
time on the dance floor.
settle down now. Settle down now. Whew. No, nothing has been raised up. TO didn't feel that was a pad miss, so we're going to stick with it. We're going to continue to remember, not everything is a pad miss. Don't worry. It's okay.
Turns out
We are
DDR is
human by design. We are not going to go perfect every single time. But what we are going to see is this match Yeah, blame Tizza. You can blame Tizza for that miss.
That was my bad. I accept responsibility
Have him hold the L on that one.
for the miss.
So,
Nate got 6 perfects. I got 1 miss.
yes, that was Tizza's miss. All right. So, we are about to get ready to find out what these two have settled on for the card draw. Chris for Life has been absolutely ruthless this entire tournament, sitting very comfortably in the first place seed in not only the qualifiers, but the pool play. Nate,
Card is on the way.
the player on the rise throughout this whole entire tournament, snapping, single-handedly motivating every single person watching this stream with some
Alright.
absolutely irresponsible scores. Tizza, let us know what is going on with this card draw.
I love this card for a very fun for 2 very fun reasons. The first song we're playing is going to be Nate's Protect, and it's Hyper Twist Expert, the 15. And I love this because Nate's MA has been the crispiest this tournament. So putting Nate on that seems really good for him. However, the second song is Fascination Max Expert, which was Chris's pocket pick. That was what Chris picked in his pool, and he got it on the card and protected it. So those are the first 2 we're going to play. Our remaining 3, Golden Arrow Expert 16, Happy Lucky Yappy. Is there any consensus?
What the hell? What the heck is a yappy?
We're not even. Chat, tell us
Oh,
what a
no.
yappy is. In the meantime, and then Triple Journey Challenge is
All
the
right.
third song for the third song option.
Okay, so out of the card draws, a very MA focused card draw.
Yes, this is Oh, someone says it's pronounced yippee. I could see that, but it's also more fun to try to be phonetic with the yappy. Anyway,
I get that it's a portmanteau of yeah and happy.
Nate with his Canadian flag.
All right, Nate.
We got apple pie versus maple syrup here.
Yep, Nate channeling that Canada buff. Here we go, chat. Both players with the MFC. Here we go. Eyes open. Let's go. Chris picked up a good right away.
Didn't get a good look, but the flying good in 8th note's extremely sus. Without the good, it is 1-0. 2-0.
All right, chat, there's still so much more song left. Let's go. And Nate finally breaking the MFC. Sitting on a 4-point lead over Chris. With the song being very, very, very MA focused. Even the slightest of slippage will give Chris a chance to come back.
But it's a tall order. Like, Nat 8 has been incredibly consistent this tournament. I said Nat 8, Nate has been incredibly consistent this tournament. I feel like seeing 6 perfects in the last 80 arrows is just not going to happen. I waited until there were 3 arrows left before I said not going to happen.
Nate takes the first song. Handing Chris for Life his first head-to-head loss of the tournament.
2-6.
2. Get the WWE your WWE your NXT wrestler to hit the mat. 1, 2, 2, perfect.
All right.
So as you know, the tensions are very high, not only for these two, but everyone watching. The rule is that when it comes to pad misses or pad goods, the rule is that at the judge's discretion, if they decide that that's the case, that was determined off of that, that pad miss or good gets rounded up to a great. So, even with that said, Nate still had the better score.
Yep.
Even if you were to count that as that good as being on the pad.
Yo, did we just crack 800 on Twitch? We just cracked 800 on Twitch.
Chat. I know that we're focused.
Wait, we
on
just
this.
jumped again. We're at 815 on Twitch now. Yo, we're doing numbers. Call your friends. Call your family. Walk upstairs and wake up your parents.
Actually, across YouTube and Twitch, we are at 830 viewers.
Let's go!
830 viewers, eyes open. Song number 2. Nate's. Will Nate's get the 2-0 over Chris for life?
Breaking Chris on the Chris pocket pick. This has been Chris's pocket pick at least since Infinity Stage in 2019. Chris feels like this is his sweet spot between command accuracy and just raw difficulty.
All right, Chris for life up by only 1 point. Now 3 as we go into the slowdown.
So difficult. Just these gallop turns, the little rhythmic change-ups. Intricately complicated song. You never get a physical or a mental break playing Fascination Match. And man,
All right.
Chris by 12 going into the triplets.
All right, here we go. We're about to go into the speed up, chat. We're zooming.
This is the nastiest this song has ever been played. This is gross.
Nate with the miss. It wasn't a pad miss, it was on the left arrow.
Yeah, and then Nate just kind of let up after that miss. But Chris had it by 20, 22-ish at that point.
Yeah, so it was
Like,
in the bag for him.
Oh
at
my
that point.
goodness, Chris with 10!
10 piece. Chris making a statement, firing right back as we are taking this to the veto round.
Okay, Chris. All thoughts have exited my head. I don't remember the card at all because I was just so dumbfounded by those first two songs.
Happy Lucky Yappy.
Yep.
Chat,
It's fine.
I'm still processing what's going on.
Fusion's gonna come back and give us a thing. We should start writing these things down. Wait, we have phones.
Triple journey. We are going.
Yo!
We are exiting the MA Focus.
We are flooring it. And Chris with take your pick. NFCs on 5 difficulties. That's every time Chris plays, just seeing all of the folder lamps lit up in beautiful shining white, just like it doesn't make sense. It's like in a Looney Tunes cartoon when you put down a big steak or a chest of jewels or whatever, and someone's eyes pop out of their head and their tongue rolls out of their mouth and they just lose the ability to function. That's how I feel when Chris taps onto it at the DDR machine and I see all the white lamps. 1 through 17.
All right, so chat. This is it. Winner of this moves on to winner's finals. Loser goes down with the bloodthirsty, figuratively speaking, it's a dance game, competitors in the losers bracket.
We got thumbs up. We got a dap. We
Good
are
luck
going
then,
in.
chat. Here we go.
Song 3. I'm just gonna let the ASMR speak. I don't know about you.
I think that's a good idea, and I think chat would appreciate it.
Until I blurt something out of shock.
All right, chat. We're about to go into the drills. Here we go. Ooh. Nate with the combo break. Chris, only 10 points behind. Nate moves on! Nate! Nate has done it, chat!
And the celebration around Nate. Nate has defeated Chris for life. We have experimental evidence that 8 is greater than 4. But what a rip. 7. Count them. 7 perfects. Minus 10 EX score on Triple Journey Tag Song 3. Chris, 10 perfects, 1 great, 3 misses. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Nate is on the ground. Nate is literally sobbing tears of joy right now. And I do not blame him. That is history. Holding up the Canadian flag.
What an absolutely incredible set. Coming down all the way to the final song. Even then, it was scary. You had Chris getting a perfect relatively early on.
Oh, and
Nate.
the big long bro hug. Chris giving Nate all the congratulations. You love the sportsmanship.
Chat, let's get a GG for both of them. GG in the chat. I will accept nothing less. GG in the chat.
All the Canadian patriotism you got.
Whether you are on YouTube watching, I want a GG in whatever chat that you're in. Let me see it. Let me hit those buttons. Let me get those buttons. This is that good ass DDR that a lot of us have flown miles across the country for. This is a beautiful thing, chat. We are here. I told you I wouldn't tear up. I wouldn't cry any less than 2 times. This is it. This is it. We are here. Unbelievable. Did any of you have this on your fantasy bracket? I'm just saying. What a mix-up.
I am not an authority. I am not a historian. I can't tell you what this means forever. But for today, for right now, for this tournament, the king has been dethroned. Chris for life has dropped to the losers bracket. Now, it's double elimination. Chris is still in this tournament.
Yeah, all right,
So there's still a lot going on, but for right now, for this match, Nate takes it home over Chris for life
All right, chat.
in 3.
Let's go ahead. Let's recenter ourselves, because you know what this means. While all of us just popped off and just loved what we witnessed, however, I'm going to tell you some people in which the situation has changed. Let's take a look at that bracket. So Nate moves on.
He's a goat chant from the crowd. Oh my gosh. So our next match, if you can believe it, we've got a lot of tournament left.
So we have next up Chunka against Mark, the number 2 and number 3 seeds respectively. Now, something to notice, something to point out. Chunka was one of those other players. I would say it was probably just like a few players this entire tournament that breezed through their pools.
Yep.
Won decisively. But just like in this last match that we had, he is going up against a player who is going insane, going bazinga, brazy, putting up dumb, irresponsible scores. The hometown hero, the boy forged in stone, fresh from the Rocky Mountains here in Denver, Colorado. It is Mark with the triple Q. Don't get it twisted in this pool. So, as we kind of break that down, let's not forget, winner, of course, moves on to winners finals to face Nate after that absolutely crazy performance. That being said, down in the losers pool, we now have a completely unexpected factor to worry about. We have Chris for life fighting for his tournament life to get that salty run back in grand finals, going up against Squid, Florida man. So we have East Coast versus West Coast, a battle as old as time in America. Now, that being said, we have this match coming up with Chunka versus Mark. The loser of that will go and face the face of the new generation of DDR, along with so many young people out there, in which I put like V, Malikwa, aka TC19 from South Africa, and so many other younger players across the world. Harujun, who also, despite, really having to work to make it out of his initial pools to get into the second chance pool, and barely clutching it out in the second chance pool, frankly, went kind of crazy in his top 8 performance. He had the circumstance of facing Chris for life in the first match of the tournament. So, but despite the fact that Chris got him 2-0, put up an impressive performance, scores that were incredibly impressive for Harujun. And then we saw him take Kevin Bodie to 3 songs and knock out one of the favorites out of this tournament. I mean, let's be real. It almost soothes the soul, if you would say. It soothes the soul of the Savage Beast. Seeing some of this good-ass DDR and seeing things completely get turned upside down, get turned on its head. It went ahead and took a trip down to visit Blastoise, Barex, and Kamsta down in Australia. It's a beautiful thing. This is some good-ass DDR, folks. That's all I'm saying.
We've ascended. This is marvelous ass DDR. Like this is the pinnacle of competitive play. And I feel comfortable saying that as an old head that's watched probably 80 tournaments in my life. Like this is as good as competitive DDR has ever been.
So we are going to go ahead and jump right over to the warm-up. We have Paul, aka Chaka, and Mark warming up, both of them playing Black Jackal. Crossover song from the Ichika event from years ago. Absolute banger. Both of these players have an MFC on this chart.
Someone in the chat asking if this is better than Super Extra exclusive. I think the only tournament breathing the same air as this tournament is Super Extra exclusive. I think it's those two tournaments.
It's that KAC, and it's been such a long time, and maybe Raj from years ago, during the height of rhythm gaming, right before the pandemic. Those tournaments, those 3 tournaments have had some of the best DDR that we have ever seen. And this is legendary. I said it earlier on throughout the week. I said it on Twitter. History has been made, and history is going to continue to be made with this tournament. And we are not being proven wrong here. Ooh, 1 point. That's what I'm
Nice.
talking about.
I wasn't counting. How close?
1 point.
8-9. Woo! This is the kind of tournament where the scores on the 18s are better than the scores on the 15s. Even in warm-ups.
Even in
Like,
warm-ups.
what bizarro universe are we living in? This is awesome. I love this. This is so cool.
I love this timeline that we're in. What a great time to be alive and witness, frankly, a level of DDR that I don't think any of us could have ever dreamed of when we first started this game over 2 decades ago. My, how far we have come since then.
When Paranoia Eternal was too hard. I remember that. I still think Paranoia Eternal is too hard. But that's why I'm on the desk and not on the bench.
Hey, you said it, not me. You do that.
Yo, I'll cop to that.
I mean, one of the things that's really cool is that we've made this joke this entire weekend that with all of the players getting jackets, personalized, customized qualifier jackets, and the brilliant production with from the combination of SF Evolved and DD in Ohio DDR, we esports now. What's kind of crazy is that just this week, esports are finally in the Olympics. Well, we'll leave it at there. We'll leave it there. We'll leave it there.
Yep.
I always like to put, I always like to bring the hype. I always like to put a positive spin on it. The fact that players can play at this high level, and the fact that, we do have a dance game in the current esports Olympics, I think this opens the door. No matter what your opinion may be on with the list that is from the announcement, the door is open. And this tournament and all the other tournaments that we are going to see this year, Don Wright in Pittsburgh, the Boba Cup,
Storm.
DDR Store, Konami Arcade Championships in November. Beast in the East in August.
Maybe, fingers crossed, an announcement about the big deal. Not confirmed yet, but it's being worked on.
The big deal? The unconfirmed tournaments. The big deal? The next mistake on the late? And
There's something brewing in SoCal. Also
and
outside the Global Cup.
teased. We just got teased of the return of Eclipse East. I'm just saying, chat. The door is open for such a huge stage with all 800 plus viewers on stream right now. It's a beautiful thing. And like I said, regardless as to how you feel about the Olympics, the door is open. We are here. And once again, what is this? 1 point again?
10 to 11 on high and low. Holy macaroni.
Chat, if this isn't an indication of what we are about to see here in this tournament, in this next round, I don't know what is.
I mean, we already saw it in pools with the tie. And then we're like, wow, they're really well matched. And then they tied again. Like, if sometimes players are just aligned skill-wise. You know, everyone has kind of their own groove radar, the things that they're good at, the things that they're a little less good at. Sometimes players just line up. They just mesh.
I think one thing is clear. The talent coming out of these players from all over this weekend. It's been amazing. Some of these players are popping off in ways that make you say that, man, this person right here, he might just be crafted with a different set of stats than the rest of us.
He got an extra die roll on his character creation sheet. It's really unfair for the rest of us. All right. Another KAC qualifier warm-up. We saw Catch Our Fire earlier, the Blastoise and Barak. Now we have Catch Our Fire's older sister, Be a Hero.
Yes, the KAC qualifier from KAC 2017. Both of them still within, just so close, within a point of each other. Absolutely wild. Tizza, you are now allowed to speak.
Okay.
You can now speak.
I was covering my mask over my mouth with my hands because I saw the white combo. Oliver, who is our stream producer right now, also helped me put his hands over my eyes.
So,
Until Mark got the perfect.
we're at this point in the bracket. The competition is so close. It's so tight that us, the commentators here, we recognize that we have some mythical influence over the performance of the players. You can't prove it with replicatable data. But we acknowledge that sometimes things be like that. So it's going to get pretty quiet when these players are going ham with their scores and their performance. So don't worry, you didn't lose audio.
I'm still here, I swear. I just, sometimes when I'm watching people rip this hard, I forget to breathe.
Please breathe, we need you. We need you, Tizza. We need
Don't worry.
you.
The nice thing about the human body is that it reminds you very quickly if you forget to breathe. Holy 2409? Is that?
That's a 9-piece. This boy went ahead and got a 9-piece meal.
Did that come with 2 biscuits? I think it might have came with
Oh.
2 biscuits.
Wow.
You can't just get 1 biscuit with a 9-piece.
Adding another golden ring to the pile that has been the jewelry that we have seen from this top 8.
That's it. See you next.
All right, chat. Warm-ups are over. These two competitors, Mark, the local Colorado Reaper, forged in the cold stone of the Rocky Mountains here in Colorado. Some say he operates on a different wavelength than the rest of us because he is used to this altitude up here. However, Shunka, Paul, from outside of Colorado, of course, absolutely snapping, maintaining his number 2 seed throughout this tournament, taking his shot to go to winners finals in the best of 5 against Nate, who is on another level today. Chat, start getting ready to push those buttons. If you want Paul to go on maintaining that number 2 seed, snap off, remind you he is one of the top, arguably one of the top 5 players on the planet. I'm gonna need to see some ducks in the chat. But if you like the fact that we come to Denver, Colorado, Denver round 1, shout out to Denver round 1, helping us run this awesome event, host this tournament, bring some good ass DDR to you. If you love the cool air that is coming from Mark, I'm gonna need to see some snow in the chat. I'm gonna need to see some mountains. I'm gonna need to see some snow. I'm gonna need to see some snowmen. A winter theme here, if you kind of get what I'm thinking, what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I'm gonna need for y'all to push some buttons. If you just don't want to take sides, but you're just absolutely grateful for this good ass DDR that's being handed out to you so generously, I'm just going to need to see some smiles in the chat. Let's go. Let's start pushing on buttons. Let's push those buttons, chat.
I'm here for the smiley faces in chat.
Like, the anticipation of this is so strong that it just fixed my voice that was disappearing not even a minute ago. Absolutely crazy.
The card is in.
The card draw is here.
Would you like to do the honors, sir?
Ah, yes, I will be happy to take it. So, the Protect, player 1 side, is Prana Challenge. First time seeing it this tournament. Now, well, that was Mark's pick. The second song that we are going to see, Paul's pick. We've seen it once before. We've seen it twice this tournament. Here it is, making a return. Go for the top challenge. Rounding out this poll, if we do go to the veto round, which is very likely, seeing how these two have been within 1 point and how things have been going. Pluto Relinquish Challenge. Pursuer. And we've talked about it a lot. Poochie. Grimy, absolutely grimy, slimy card draw so far. It's gonna be crazy, chat.
The local contingent is strong. They are out in numbers and they are supporting their boy Mark. We're gonna get a loud crowd for this one.
Yes, shout out to the Colorado rhythm game community coming out in force for this tournament. It's such a beautiful thing to have such a big event in your own backyard, and they're here to let us know how much they appreciate it. Here we go, chat.
flow on Prana is tricky. Right here, you have either a very awkward crossover you have to set up or a double stack. Ooh, Paul slips up a little bit.
All right, so far, Mark with about a 9-point lead.
+0 right on the pacemaker.
All right, to the
Mark by
freeze.
7.
7.
You're on fire.
6. Those 16 fronts are quick, quick, quick. And the stop,
Both of them handling it beautifully.
Paul got 2 coming out of the stop, then those really fast crossovers whipping you across the pads. Now the flow in this song gets a little broken up. You need to know the chart well. Both these guys read real fast. They're on 3.5. The song is 180, 185, I believe.
188. Oh, here we go, chat.
Mark by 5. Mark by 5, and Paul gives him the nod.
Colorado community going crazy for their boy.
9-2, 14-2.
Flag waving high in the background. Mark taking the first shot, getting a W on the board. As we go to the next song, Go for the Top challenge. All right.
Oh man.
Something to talk about in that previous one. You know, Paul ended up getting that great, and at one point was down by about 12. But Tor, like right after that freeze, ended up closing that gap to only be down at the end by 5. So very impressive showing from Paul to recover from the grade.
Yep.
So as we look at scores, this is in Paul's favor. Hence his protect. He has a PFC on this. We're going to see how it's going to fare for him, as he needs to win this if he wants to stay alive to go to the veto round.
This song is this is such a taxing 18. So many arrows, very fast, a lot of really hard crossovers. These repeating steps, Legend of Max style with crossovers. This makes you work.
Ooh, and Paul getting another straight grade, giving Mark a pretty significant lead of about 15. Paul picking up a good. I mean, Mark picking up a good, which now gave Paul a chance to close the gap. We are 5 points away from each other.
Ooh, Paul lost a little bit in the whoosh.
And he broke combo.
Big lead now for Mark. 20 for Mark. He's up by 10 on his pacemaker too. Big ending section, lot can happen. So much motion. Paul crushing those jumps, but it's too little, too late. 2-0 by Mark in the winners semis, advancing to the winners finals to face off against Nate.
So let's break down what just happened. Of course, we see Mark, 1942, 29 perfect, 6 greats, 1 good. Gets a full combo. We talked about how Paul got a great pretty early on and also picked up a miss and a good. Was down by 20 at one point.
Yep.
But just like in that first one, absolutely snapped, went crazy, and really worked super hard to come back and make it a close match once again, only by 5 points.
Just unbelievable. Mark, just like Nate, came to play. Honestly, probably the two hottest players overall in terms of performance at this tournament. I think they've probably had the most impressive showing overall, both by scores and by wins at this point now. We have a very, very hype winners finals, but we gotta wait on that one because we got us a losers bracket.
So, chat, the winners finals have now been settled. They are set in stone. We have what I would probably say is a double upset in semis.
We're at the 1 and the 2 seed chilling in losers right now.
Absolutely unbelievable. As I said before, while we do have the seeding, the consistency, the showcasing from the number 1 and 2 seed, Chris for Life and Shanka, respectively.
Excuse me.
Would like to point out that we did talk about how Mark and Nate were kind of playing on another level this weekend. And sometimes that makes the difference. It helps you to defy all odds and make some upsets. And we saw it twice. Number 1 and 2 seed, as you said, sitting in losers. At this point, I know they are itching to get that salty run back for whoever makes it out of winners finals to go to grand finals. The interesting part about this is that the loser of winners finals is going to drop down. I mean, the loser of winners finals will drop down to losers finals. So if either one of those seeds is able to do it and go all the way, a salty run back might happen on both sides of the pool.
There's a lot of salt left. The glory of a small double elim bracket. There's
it's
plenty
nice.
of salt to go around. You got a little bowl and a lot of salt.
All right, so we are immediately going to go ahead and get started into our losers side match. You just saw him, fresh from play. You could say he's already kind of tuned in, ready to go. Shanka, Paul, going up against the future face of DDR as we know it. By way of Japan, now over on the West Coast, Harujun.
This is going to be very exciting. So so Jun used his
He uses override.
override. Paul has not, I don't think.
Paul has not. So,
It'll be interesting to see if Paul breaks it out here or if Paul feels like he's got it.
I think I'm not going to speak for for Paul here. But I'm almost certain he's going to go ahead and use that override on this set.
Yeah.
I mean, you see how Harujun has been playing. Harujun has been playing out of his mind since he got knocked down to loser side. And as we saw before with Kevin Bodie and Harujun before, it's time to throw all your cards on the table. No holding back. It is do or die here. No second chances after this. There's no second chance pull from here on out. If you lose, you are out. Tied for 5th place. So based off of that, it won't be surprising to see Paul cash in his override right now, especially against June, who has the fortune of having youth on his side.
Yep.
And also I'm also not going to speak for chat, but having the chat buff, not only from the Twitch chat and YouTube over here in America, but also Japan, doing the darn thing. All right, chat, we're going to go here and watch these two warm up, do what they got to do. We're going to go ahead and get a peek inside of the workings of this next match. A little teaser, if you will. It's definitely going to set the mood, set the stage for what's going on.
The crazy part, though, is that as we're talking about whether or not Paul uses his override, if Paul wins against June, whoever wins in this match plays the winner of Squid and Chris.
Ooh.
And it's always, I do not envy being in their position and having to decide to burn that now. You know, I'm the guy in an RPG that ends the game with 8,000 potions.
Yeah.
I'm against the final boss, and I'm like, well, what if I need this later?
The good old classic mind goblins, the mind goblins.
It's such a tough choice. You gotta weigh your strengths, but also it's the card. You do get to see the card before you have to pull the trigger, but it'll be exciting to see.
All right, so next up on the warm-ups, we have Gaia. We saw it earlier. We saw it in pools. A song, as we talked about, and by me saying this caused quite a bit of discourse in the chat. Roger Clark, take it up with him, claims this song is free for a 16. Now, on one end, he does have a point here. If you are new to 16s and you want to get a good 16 clear, Gaia is a solid chart to go for. It is pleasantly late, which in DDR Whitecap terms means, hey, it's pretty on sync. However, the twist with it is that it does have stops and BPM changes, which in DDR causes the sync to drift. So it's a pretty good pick to warm up on because you can lock in, get it dialed in really, really early. But as a high-level player, it keeps you on your toes to be aware of the nuances of the sync, of the sync of songs like this. That being said, I've just been informed by our TO that both players have elected to not take their third warm-up song. So after this, we are going to go right into our card draw.
Spicy.
And get things going. All right, chat. So, this is your last chance to get a peek.
And since it's that time, let's talk about the dollar bills, y'all.
Oh, let's talk about it.
Because we got a $10,000 prize pool, but if you haven't been on the website yet, you may not know how it's being split up. So let's talk about it. Starting from the bottom, 7th and 8th place go home with $300 each.
Oh, so everybody
Bodie.
getting money. Everybody getting money today.
Kevin Bodie, Kaze 573, Hudson, $300 each. 5th, 6th place, $500 each.
Ooh, that's not bad.
It's a new L-Tech right there. You make it above that. 4th place, $800. 3rd place, $1,200.
A stack and a 5th? Unbelievable.
2nd place, like the number 2, we'll multiply that by 2, take that $1,200, it becomes $2,400.
Woo!
$2,400.
A double dozen. Wow. So tell me, keep us in suspense no longer. What is that first place walking home with?
4G.
4 racks. Oh my God. Chat, if you think that they are not going to put everything on the line to absolutely go crazy, you are sorely mistaken.
Hold on. This copy pasta.
This is
chat
by
right
far
now,
my favorite copy
If you are a
pasta of
loved
the
one was
tournament.
diagnosed with Degris, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Degris is a rare cancer linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in the Navy, shipyards, mills, heating, construction, or the automotive industries may put you at risk. Please don't wait. Call 1-800-99-LAW-USA today for a free legal consultation and financial information package. Degris patients, please call 1-800-99-LAW-USA. We're going to have to change it to Law CAN if Nate takes this one.
Chat, first of all, let's point out something. We have across Twitch and YouTube 815 viewers. It's locked in.
It is almost 12:30 a.m. Mountain Time, 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 on the East Coast.
Chat, I want to give it up to you. Thank you so much. You have been absolutely undefeated with the memes, the copy pasta, the hype, keeping us delivering the accurate information and bringing the hype. We thank you so much. So, Tizza, it looks like you got something there.
You can't see because I have a mask on, but I have like the biggest Cheshire Cat smile on my face.
Tizza, is that the card draw?
It is the card draw.
Can you please tell us what's going on with this card draw?
First up, Paul's Protect.
Ooh.
Paranoia, KSTST again. We saw Paul rip this in warm-ups.
It's
June's Protect number 2, Over the Period Expert.
ooh.
We got another 19 Baby Brother. June's been ripping on Endymion Expert. The 3 songs left for the tiebreaker if we go to it. Neutrino Expert.
Talk to me.
Tuare Expert 16. And it's back to Hoku Evolve.
Oh my goodness.
But the expert, not the challenge.
Yes. We're gonna bring it down a little bit.
But wow, we are getting RNGesus is kind to us today. We are getting some great cards. We are seeing strength versus strength. We are seeing rip versus rip.
Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and take a look. Let's go ahead and jack in right here. So, I was proven wrong. Paul choosing not to use his override.
Yep.
Banking on the fact that he is going to make it out and save that override for what could likely be Chris for life in the next round.
Yep. We'll see if the gamble pays off.
So far, it looks like it is, but Harajun's saying, nah, not that easy. Here we go. Picking up his first perfect at the freeze.
That polar vortex is pretty messed up. There is way too much snow in Denver for this time of year.
All right, Paul finally breaking his marvelous combo at 175 steps. We are now in PSC territory. Paul up by about, it's kind of wavered right now.
4?
It kind of bounced right there. It looked like Harajun did pick up some perfects right there.
Yeah.
It's about 10 points right now. Anything can happen. Here we go. 10-point difference.
Stupidly consistent on this song. Did we just get raided?
What just happened? All right, no. Let's pace it. Yep. There's some good ass DDR going on over here. Here we go, chat. Really close. So within about 10 points. Oh, here we go. Oh no, Harajun picked up a miss.
Oh, Paul got 2 on the ending run. PFC's the song. 11? Are you kidding me? This is too much.
Paul showing that he is feeling some type of way about that last match. The duck in full effect. I don't blame him. That worked out. Choosing not to use his override and instead sticking with a chart that he is very, very confident with, which is a massive risk. Harajun has been smacking that song all week. It's been amazing. All right, I read that wrong.
Oh, yeah. That's funny.
Oh, come on, T.O.
Over,
T.O. messing with us.
over the period. So one of June's many strengths, all the players at this point, you could write a list of their strengths longer than your arm, but June is an incredible chart studier. He knows the ins and outs of these charts. He plans how he wants to attack them. He knows the nuances of tempo changes and stops and sync drifting. That's why you see him leaning on, like Endymion Expert a lot, because he has a great understanding of all of the weirdness that makes that song hard, in addition to just the technical wizardry he has.
All right, chat, we are locked in. Paul looking to shut this out with a quick 2-0. Harajun on tournament life right here. Already with a strong start to run this back and take it to the veto round. Send your faves your energy right now.
Ooh, June. Beautiful.
Crisp MA coming from both of them.
Keeping it close. Ooh. Paul's up by 3. But there's going to be a lot of stuff flying in.
All right. The break section. June still sitting on that lovely PFT. However, 10 behind Paul.
I love June's go stepping.
All right, let's see June. Gets the sudden plus
Wow.
slap clean.
He's got those long legs, man.
Here we go. Paul taking a risk, missing his sudden slap, which gave June what he needed to edge out into the lead. Here we go, last section. Anything can happen. Anything can happen, chat. Anything can happen.
Big drill into the big jacks.
All right, here we go. This is gonna decide it. It's gonna decide it right here, chat.
Oh. June!
Comes back at the end.
What a play! So many lead changes. 71, 15-3-5. June cheers from the crowd. They are gassed, both of them.
Oh my God. Unbelievable. Yeah, Paul had a pretty stable lead with the early great, but still maintaining the better MA, and it all kind of unraveled when he missed his sudden slap.
Yeah. The song is so relentless that it's like walking a tightrope playing over the period. Like, if you get a little bit nudged off, the margin is so thin that once you start falling off, you're just gone. It's so hard to find your way back in all that density and all that tech.
Chat, here we go. It's gonna come down to this. The veto round. Harajun with an amazing set playing out of his mind right there, just like we called earlier on against Chunka. Paul, who I'm sure is not too thrilled about having to take this to the third.
Yep.
The protects working out in each player's favor at this point.
A 16. Oh, we're getting Troy. Oh my God, we are.
Sharare.
Oh my goodness. So I don't know. Okay, so Paul's got 19 on this, so Lord.
June has 50.
So Paul likes nasty, tricky stuff.
Yes.
He likes his teal swing notes in ITG, 24s. He likes crossovers. Crossover tech incredibly clean on Paul. So this could be his bag. Now at the same time, we saw June rip Sweet Home Party earlier in the tournament. We see him, I was saying earlier, he is a studier. He is a fountain of chart knowledge.
So, chat. Now I've been having you push buttons. It's your time to push buttons. Send your spirit energy to your faves. If you want Paul to walk away with this, let me get some ducks in the chat. Let me get some quacks in the chat. If you want June to win this, let me see some Japanese flags. Let me get some yabai. Either way, here we go. We're about to get some good ass DDR. Let's get this.
Those step jumps so mean. This song throws the kitchen sink at you in terms of patterns. Gallops, crossovers, repeating steps, step jumps, jacks, Scoobies.
And on top of it, the song is later than the checkout at the hotel venue tomorrow. It's absurd. So it's even more impressive that both players are navigating this so beautifully. As of right now, Paul ahead by 8 points. Arjun with a substantial upscore, pacemaker at plus 13. Here we go.
Paul's up by about 12. Paul's crossovers are just immaculate, man. Oh my God. Oh, that's great. But Paul
And
ripped
there we have it. Chat. Paul
right.
is going to move on in the winner's bracket as he takes it.
23 and the 1 grade. June matched his PB to 50 and the 1 grade. Paul starting the big June cheer. Love the camaraderie on these pads. Love the sportsmanship. Everyone's so happy for each other. Showing love, giving respect.
Chat, give it up for Hada June and Paul Chunka in this absolutely stunner of a match. We're going to find out later after the results of this next match. June's walking home with some money. His pockets are a little heavier, but how heavy is what we're going to find out.
June getting $500 for 5th, 6th. Which is a lot of money for a 15-year-old. I don't know if his dad's going to let him spend that all at once.
I don't know, but
Put that in a savings account, young man. Learn the value of money.
all right, Dad. Thanks, Dad. But no, shout out seriously. Shout out seriously to Zippo, Hada June's awesome support system. I'm looking at both of them directly in the audience. Mama Bear is smiling. Dad is super happy. June put on a hell of a performance. Absolutely something to go on Twitter and brag about. June, you did absolutely amazingly. We are so proud of you. We look forward to you shaping the future of Dance Dance Revolution as we know it.
Yeah, 6th place at 15 years old on this incredibly stacked ass field. Taking down Kevbo,
Man,
like,
killer.
yeah.
Killer. So, we know who's going up next to loser semis. Now, what we don't know is who is Paul going to be facing. According to the bracket here, it's looking like we're going to have a match of Florida Man, brother, Florida Man, Slayer, Sea Level Toucher, Florida Crew, Team Florida representative, Squid, up against two-time KAC champion, number 1 seed in the tournament, number
440 CSP PFCing.
the legend, arguably up for debate as the best player on the planet for Dance Dance Revolution, Chris for life. Wow. Absolutely crazy with what we are about to see here. Now, that being said, Squid has been mighty sharp this tournament.
Yes, he has. He already took down Hudson.
Already took down Hudson. Now, we saw Squid move out of his pool in his match with his brother, Caveman, in the Team Florida team kill. A favorite of the chat.
Yes, indeed.
And I don't mean just Twitch chat. I see YouTube chat also trying to get underwater with it, representing Squid. Now, Chris for life, we can't say enough about his accolades. The most feared person in this entire tournament. The living assist tick, if you will.
Indeed.
His Squid's work is cut out for him. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
Now, that being said, Squid has been going crazy. And we saw it with Nate. And we also saw it with Mark. The X Factor, when you are playing out of your mind, is a very powerful thing.
Yep.
As both of the top seeds got upset by those players. So, at this point, with something that was probably almost agreed on as a certain thing, is now completely up in the air. We don't know what's about to happen. But we love it here at
absolutely love
Upbeat
it
Denver
here.
2023. Chat, viewers, future viewers watching the VOD on your platform of choice. We love this. This is what we came here for. This is, as I have said and will say many more times, this is that good-ass DDR that we all have been waiting for. Keeping it exciting. It is here in Denver, Colorado. It's 12:46 in the morning. It is past bedtime for many of us out here. However, not a darn one of the people in this venue is asleep, and none of the 800 of you stream monsters out there are sleeping on this. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be crazy. Chat, we're about to get ready in a moment to transition to watching these two players warm up so we can get a little bit of an insight as to what it's going to look like. for this head-to-head. Tizza. Now, as we all recall, you spent every day except today in your hotel room
Yes, sir.
as you came down with the flu immediately upon arrival. Did you ever think that you would step outside today, sit in this chair, and witness history like this?
I mean, I certainly was hoping. You know, you can never expect to see the craziness, but I don't know, man. Coming into this tournament, you look at that qualifying list, you see all those people on there, and like, there's been lightning in a bottle this weekend, just outside of Denver, Colorado. The level of play has been so good from everybody. There has been zero slouching. There has been no one that just totally drowned in pools. Everybody bounced up and down in their rankings. Everybody had good songs. You know, there wasn't a single player that got bageled out of their group. Everybody beat somebody at least twice, or maybe at least 3 times in the preliminary pool.
All right.
It's been incredibly close.
All right, chat. So as we watch these warm-ups, I've been saying that the top 48 players from all across the world have converged here in Denver for some good-ass DDR. Now, I want to give a shout-out to all the people that did qualify but could not make it here. What the heck? Okay, I'll save this. But couldn't make it here for one reason or another. I want to give a shout-out to Sue over in Taiwan, Kaname from Japan. Okay. From, if I'm correct, is that the Dominican Republic? I am so out of my flags at the moment. Yes, from the Dominican Republic. Danox from here in America. Lapis from Japan. One of the younger players in the tournament, Malikwa, aka TC19, the lone representative from South Africa. And lastly, Kyo, the lone representative from Colombia, who is all but, sorry, thank you. Okay is from the Philippines. Chat, thank you. It's been a long day. Eyeballs. That is the Philippine flag. I'm so sorry. But Kia, who was supposed to be here, got put in the bracket but couldn't make it at the last minute due to visa issues.
There was a chance the visa got in on time. They were banking on it, and then the last minute did not come through. True heartbreaker.
So we want to give a shout out to all those players. Thank you so much for putting in the work. That being said,
Yo, there's a Till in the chat right now, dude.
now that being said, every single one of the competitors here today received an awesome, and you've probably seen it, an awesome jacket courtesy of Red Note Gaming, or one of our main sponsors for this tournament.
Yes,
Each
chat, by
jacket-
the way. Sorry, this is warm-up chat.
Yeah.
I saw a few
This is
questions
warm
about
up. Each competitor got a jacket, custom jacket, with their name and their country of origin on it. Now, since we want to recognize the effort that the people who couldn't be here with us put in to qualify, we are making sure that we are sending them jackets as well. Because that's a really big deal. Being able to say that you are one of the top 50 players for Dance Dance Revolution on this planet is, it's not a simple ordeal. It's a very, very, very huge thing. So we're going to make sure that they get their jackets too, because they deserve it.
Indeed. did get confirmation, by the way, from admins that warm-ups will no longer be offered after match ends on the bracket. That is... Can you show me the bracket real quick?
Yeah.
Awesome. I got 2 brackets in front of me now.
Double bracket.
So winner's bracket does not have warm-ups. Neither does losers, semis, or anything beyond that. So this is the last set of warm-ups we are going to see tonight. So after this, we are straight matches all the way until the Fat Lady sings.
All right, chat.
Extremely clean monkey business, which would not be monkey business at all when you think about it.
All right, here we go. So, 6 from Chris for life, 11 from Squid. Coming with it. And finally, for the first time, a favorite of both of your commentators, we are seeing Paranoia Respect.
Oh God, I love Paranoia Respect. This is my favorite yeah, this is my favorite Paranoia remix. I had to stop for a second. There are a lot of them. Some of them are good. Some of them exist. This song is about this chart. I love this chart. It's very fun. I think I'm a little bit of a crossover hater. I'm a selective crossover enjoyer. And Paranoia Respect Expert is within my selection.
Yes. So, originating in the PS2 version of DDR Party Collection, Paranoia Respect, as Tizza just mentioned, infamous in its difficulty. Because for some reason, none of us ever could fashion the fact that a chart would have 16th run crossovers with Planet Freezes in them. It was just be honest. And then Respect showed up and said, all right, so y'all are gonna level up your game this instant.
I do wish the sync was better.
Yeah, the sync could be a little bit,
Quite late.
yeah.
It's quite late. I love this song. I am quite susceptible to singing stuff. It's a big tilter for me. I love the song in spite of it. They are still right with each other. 2 EX apart. Crystal has the gold combo. Ooh, man. Fun fact, also in DDR Hardest Party, gave us both Paranoia Respect and Max Period.
All right, there we go. 8-point difference.
And the iconic 555 combo. Konami likes their numbers. 555, 573, 613.
All right, so we are about to get started in just a moment, folks.
The card draw is happening. Mr. Fusion himself talking to the boys on the pads. We have been blessed with these card draws. I think blessed, honestly. For all of the, I'm as sick as Dead End, or I'm as sick of Dead End as you all. But like, hey, if all the songs could have seen that a million times, at least that's interesting from a competitive perspective. You know, we could have gotten like Mirai to Future 15 times.
You know what? We could have.
Well,
I
then
mean,
nobody
Mirai
would've played
Future did show up in the card draw.
It did show up in one card draw.
Speaking of which,
in one of those things are not like the others. It was like a bunch of 18s, then Mirai the Future. These
Clearly.
things happen.
it does.
It's
Clearly,
a card draw.
them deciding that instead they want to put on a show.
I think the only thing that DDR players focus on more consistently than the screen is the card draw tablet. Like, you look at Chris's face, Chris is staring at that thing like he's trying to MFC it. Anyway, I'm gonna switch to the...
All right, here we go, chat.
You can't quite see Chris on the camera. You can sort of see on the left side, he is just staring. If looks could kill, that tablet would have 2 holes in it. Barreled right down the center.
So chat, here we go. They are finalizing the card draw. For Nautilus also, and I can kind of tell what's going on. We're gonna go ahead and get the show rolling here. Card draw dialed in. We are being handed the card draw. So chat, here we go. We are starting off with Chris's Protect Trigger Challenge, followed by Squid cashing in his override. You just saw it, Paranoia Respect. After that, if it does go to 3, the veto round will consist of Cozy Catastrophe, Pluto Relinquish, the Expert, of course, and
Cozy
then
challenge, by the way.
and then Dopamine.
Woo.
So chat, that being said, this tournament has gone on quite a bit. We did suffer a major delay with, the news that we got today, with players having to drop out the COVID positive test. So we are running a little bit short. We're running tight on time. That being said, TOs are going ahead and pre-picking the card draws with the winners finals coming up between Nate and Mark. So we will find out those picks in just a little bit.
But we are live with the first song, Trigger Challenge. So we saw Trigger Expert as the Blue Buster special in the last chance pool. This is its bigger, nastier brother with one of the stranger sections right here with these arrows that literally don't go to anything. I believe this might be apocryphal. This might not be true, but I have heard there was an interview done with the man that made this step chart who literally said, I thought the slowdown was too boring, so I just made up a rhythm I like.
Oh, that's pretty absurd. And what's absurd is how close it is. We are within 3 points of each other.
Chris missing one, but still has the lead by about 7. Big Scoobies? Not Scoobies, excuse me, the Jacks. The Jacks. Big crossovers to close us out. Oh my God! At the last second, Squid clutches out the janky Trigger Challenge ending and pulls it back to a 18-33 tie.
Chat,
39 perfects, 1 miss, 31 perfects, 1 great, 1 good, 2 misses now.
so round 1, thank you so much for helping us run this event. At the same time, please don't get mad at us. We couldn't, you can't make this up. You can't plan for this. Good ass DDR just finds a way. So now, let's talk about the situation that we're in. No matter what, we're going to the veto round.
Correct.
However, something that could happen that hasn't happened yet at all in this tournament is we can go to the situation that's going to occur if we go 1-1 here. So, if there ever is a tie, how this works is that a tie is basically considered a wash. It's almost as if it doesn't count. Now, depending on where the tie is placed, it can benefit the person who is up at the moment.
So what will happen if we end up 1-1 after this? So it is now 0-0.
Yes.
So we play respect, we can do a veto round. If it is 1-1 after that, we draw a brand new 3-song card. Each player vetoes one, and we play the one song that's left. And if
Okay.
they somehow tie again, we do it again. We draw 3 more songs, they veto 2, and we're off to the races. So 0-0, anybody's ballgame. So we saw this during warm-ups. An extremely bold strategy. Now warm-ups aren't the game, scrims aren't games, practices aren't games, but Chris ripped this in the warm-ups.
Reminder, this is Squid's override. He decided to cash this in to use against Chris. And honestly, there's no better time. If there's anyone that you should do it against, it is Chris for life. As right now, he has about 11-point lead as we go into the stop.
13. The nice part about Chris's pacemakers is that it always tells you how many perfects he has.
This is true.
Because all of his pacemakers are set to MFC. Except for a couple of 18s and the 19s. Chris still has 5. Okay, Chris. Okay, Chris.
So, Chris,
Calm down.
you mentioned this. Chris, the type of person that when he feels someone on their heels, all of a sudden will snap, will pop off. And we see that as he has just taken the second song with 5 perfects, 17-14. Squid also adding to the Golden Rings collection with 23 perfects. Now, if we think about that first song, Chris had it down, and it literally came down to the jank run at the end, where Chris dropped combo, picked up a couple of goods, and gave Squid a chance to tie that.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, so we're doing Cozy. Cozy challenge. Banger song. Banger chart really, really hard.
So, chat. We just saw the last warm-up of the entire tournament. Now, compared to pool play, where you know what songs you're going to be playing beforehand, the card draw is not determined until after the warm-ups. So, in a very rare situation, it is possible for you to warm up on the song and then immediately see it in card draw, which is what happened.
Well, no, it was override. Squid put that back on the card.
Yeah, so a nice strategic pick. Squid warming up with the exact song that he had as an override as an attempt to kind of feel the water. For the first time, actually this tournament, it didn't work out in the override's favor.
I don't know, man. Chris is just such a machine that, like, if you give him that opportunity to find the sync, like, the man's got an MFC on all this. But I mean, also at the same time, like, what are you gonna do? You're playing Chris, so you just give him your Sunday best, and that's it.
All right, here we go, chat.
Ooh, Squid by 10?
You're gonna break the meter. Can't wait to see it. Come on, everybody, make some
chat. Silence. Silence right now. Everyone in this venue talking with their facial expressions. Glued to their seats.
Oh my goodness. God, those taps to hold. So nasty. Slow down, jump crossovers. Oh, and Chris just flies ahead. And now Chris is almost up by 20. Chris has turned it on. Bravo! What a run.
Chris,
Squid, respectable as hell. 51 and a miss, which is a great score on Cozy. Held the lead for a long time, but Chris just flipped the switch. I think he got like 3 perfects for the last 200 seconds.
all right, so Chris gonna move on to his next match.
So Squid joins June, going home in 5th, 6th, taking home $500.
Oh boy, you love to see it.
500 smackaroos.
So shout out Florida, Team Florida, be proud of your boy. He came, he demolished, he put bodies in their seats in the venue.
I thought you were going to say in the floor.
Oh, I gotta keep you guessing, Going home with $500, going out at 5th, 6th place. Give it up for your boy, show him some love, chat. Let me get some squids in the chat one more time for the last time of the tournament. Here we go.
Very respectable showing. Florida should be proud. But things are about to get real fast. There are no more warm-ups. There are 4 players left. There are 4 or 5 matches left in this tournament. We got Paul. We got Chris. We got a best of 3. Grand finals will be a best of 5. But we are going to the house.
All right, so chat.
This is a little bit of El Clasico. I feel like El Clasico probably there are too many good matchups. I don't even know. But Chris and Paul have played each other plenty. Paul on the very short list of players that has taken songs off of Chris.
So,
But it is a new day.
something to point out, chat, viewers at home, viewers in the future. There's a little bit of a fun thing that goes along with going to losers and why it's somewhere that you don't want to be. Now, that being said, what ends up happening is that you never want to go to losers too early, because all that means is that you have that many more matches to play. Now, Chris getting knocked into losers during winter semis means that he has an arduous road ahead of him. He now has to play Paul immediately after getting done playing Squid. He'll have the benefit of having a 1-set break.
So I got to cut you off because we're already in because we don't have warm-ups. Song 1, Paul's Override, 9. Followed by Chris's Override, you already know what it is, Fascination Max Expert. And we're going to talk about the last 3 if we get there.
All right, chat, here we go.
9, an absolutely filthy chart. Has the legendary Konami double time at the ending, so you read most of it at half speed. Very fast, 100, 200, 400 beats per minute scroll speed. Lots of step jumps, lots of very fast 16th notes. Crossovers like that. Challenges pretty much every aspect of your play.
So, as we see here, respectable showing out of both of them.
Wow.
Freeze, slap, execution done.
Clean slaps.
9.
Except, yeah, it's not enough. Chris is up.
Yeah. 9 points though. Still respectable showing.
Yeah, this is still
Really
very
close.
much in range.
Really, really close.
12. Ball dropping the combo. Chris pulling ahead. Chris gets his first grace about 670 steps in. This monster. Oof.
Chris takes
Chris.
the first song.
And I'm gonna pat myself on the back a little bit. What did I say about Chris? Feeling that pressure. Puts his feet on the gas. And a reminder to the chat, this is not a warm-up. There are no more warm-ups. Every song you will see for the rest of the evening is the real deal. Also, a lot of chat talking about power getting shut off. This is not your normal trip to a round one. The management here has our backs. They are supporting us. We get to keep the lights on as long as we need to in this house. So we're going to facts. Chris up 1-0. Going into his override of facts.
Yes, oh my God,
Actually,
chat.
yeah, let's get a thank you round one managers. Thank you round one Denver in chat. Thank you again. We haven't done a sponsor shout out in a while. We should hit that up. Thank you to round one. This round one, your home round one. Any round one that takes care of you, that lets you play the rhythm games that you love. They have taken great care of us. We are trying our best to take great care of them. They have made this event possible. Red Note Gaming again for all that they've done. But we got to get to work.
We sure do. Now, both players using their override in a very pivotal moment in this tournament. Once again, we saw, just like previously, override not working out in favor of Paul. Chris using his override to hopefully seal the deal and get his run back against, in some way, shape, or form. If he does it, he's going to play Nate again. Be it that he's going to play Nate in losers finals, or if he's going to play Nate in grand finals.
Or he plays Mark and loses. That is possible.
It is.
It's been a crazy day. I'm not banking on anything. Into the gallop. We've seen Chris absolutely slaughter this song earlier today. Also, hello to Oshima-san. Having another cameo. Thank you for your support from Japan. Yabai. Speaking of Yabai, the left half of the screen. SDP!
Chris for life with the swift 2-0 to clinch his trip to losers finals.
And a big round of applause for Paul Chunka. Incredible showing, incredible player. Put up some insane numbers.
Chat, wherever you are, be it you are on YouTube, be it that you are on Twitch, can I get a GG in chat for this absolutely crazy run from Paul? GG's, let's go.
Paul going home, 4th place, $800. Paul yelling, "Yo, Nate, get it."
Oh boy.
The winners finals.
All right. So from here on out, it is now a first to 3. It is a best of 5. Card draw a little bit bigger.
I think that's only grand final. Hold on, let me double
Can
check.
you please confirm that?
We are confirming. Yeah, it is only grand final. So we are best of 3s. Oh, we're getting, in the interest of expediency, staff has been pre-drawing cards, I believe.
All right.
Yep, we have
So, starting off, we have Mark's Protect. Jesus. We're going to see it again.
Oh no. Is it?
Paranoia Revolution
Ooh.
expert.
I'm not mad at that.
Now, after that, we're going to see it again. History of the Future expert.
Ooh.
If it goes to the veto round, we have New Century expert, Trip Machine Evolution expert, and then In the Past expert.
In the past would be actually very spicy.
It would turn this into
That
a
would
marvelous
be-
attack.
Yeah, that would be an awesome double low SDP moment in the making. Or, dare I say, crazier than that?
All right, here we go. Captain Canada, Nate the Great versus the hometown hero, Mark. Both players right now popping off.
Oh, I apologize. This is the last match that gets a warm-up because they have been sitting for a while. So the remaining losers brackets don't
Oh,
get
yeah.
a warm-up because they're all
Okay.
playing. They get a quick warm-up and then we're done with all warm-ups for the rest of the tournament.
Okay, so that is
I forgot the except L.
yeah. Shout out to the TOs, keeping it pretty level, keeping it pretty level. They have been sitting for quite a while, about the equivalent of about 5 matches almost.
Yeah. The chat, new bingo space. Is this a warm-up?
All right, so
Can this not be a warm-up?
I mean, it would be
Aw.
sick because they've been tied almost this entire time.
See, if they tie, that doesn't matter for not. It counts the same.
I mean, it just makes it more hype. That's all I'm saying.
Man, I just looked down for the runtime on OBS. We've been at this for 11 hours, 23 minutes,
Man,
and 42, 3, etc. seconds.
Nate with the PFC. 4.
4 to 6.
All right,
You would
chat.
think I would start getting desensitized to this at some point, but like it's just beyond the point of desensitization.
Chat. We're going right into it.
All right.
History of the
warm-up
future.
song. We need a big, like, flashing red light. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. This is a real match. The funny part is, it's been 11 hours since we turned the stream on.
That is
We've been here
true.
for 2 hours before that, dealing with all the other news. Whew, long day, long weekend, but god damn, is it worth it?
Man, some good ass DDR
Some
has
very
been shared
good ass DDR.
amongst us all. So here we go.
All right,
Mark.
we saw Mark rip this earlier today.
Mark with a record of 9 perfect. Nate with 15. We're locked in. Chat, here we go. It is time.
Mark nodding to himself. He's fired up. That drone's getting tired, man. confirming they're going to make EDR until the year 7,100 at least. Eight by one. A lot of song left. Nate moves so fast for his crossovers. He covers so much distance, but still feels so crisp. Especially compared to Mark, who is so steady, so controlled. Nate pulling ahead by 8.
All right, chat, we're about to go into the last speed up of this song. Here we go.
Ooh, Mark crushes the run. But is it too little too late? Can't sleep on the Nate.
All right, a little less than 10-point difference.
Nate wins by 6, and Mark holds up his hands and goes, what can I do against that? 17 to 11.
Double golden rings.
That is incredible.
Sonic rings all over this top 8.
That is
Incredible.
That is 100 rings. That's 2 giant ones. 2 special stages.
Actually, and on top of that, that is a 4 perfect up score for Nate.
Wow, it is.
Nate going crazy. So, we are going into our second song, potentially the last song of this head-to-head between the two. 2 players coasting completely off of talent, momentum, and that beautiful X Factor as we go into the first 18 of this card draw. Paranoia Revolution Expert. Both players sitting on a PFC with this. Mark with a wild PFC of 13 perfects. Nate with a very solid and respectable 37. Anything can happen, chat. Anything can happen.
You've seen this a couple times today. A little oopsie. Thank goodness VDR lets you change things retroactively. Here we go. Another nasty 18. 19 baby brother. The tribute chart coming back.
Here we go, chat.
Every extreme player knows that Legend of Maps intro.
One-point difference. Here we go. Tied. All right, here we go into the slowdown.
They picking up the great, falling behind a little bit.
Nate.
Switchies!
Mark picking up the good.
Goodness.
The lead is back within 2 points once again.
This
At the stop, here we go. 8 points, 8 points. However, here we go. Final run. Final run, 1 point.
Thank you very much for your best dance.
Oh my God! Takes it! Oh my God! Chat, oh my God! Colorado
Holy.
picking up. 2-point difference. It came down to the end. Mark with the full combo, 22.
The lead changes, 3 or 4 lead changes.
To the veto we go. Incredible.
One song to rule them all. One of these players moves on to grand finals, clinches top 2.
All right, so Nate. We saw Nate in this situation before when he was facing Chris. Got the first round over Chris. Got edged out over the second. Here we go. Mark absolutely beaming after that one. We are going to get started right away into the veto. In the
That's
back,
right. So they played the one warm-up song, so that was song 3. I was sitting here trying to figure out why Fusion went into the menu. It's because he was skipping the logout screen.
yes.
I caught up.
All right,
I'm just proactivating. What on earth?
it's
late.
okay. It is 1:30.
Proactively answering an imaginary chat question of why did he do that?
So, chat.
The copy pasta battle going on in the chat between the Mark with the quad and all of the Nate putting on a clinic.
Let's be real here. If you are in the U.S., it is either close to your bedtime or it is well past it. Some of us got work in the morning. Some of us have obligations. Either way, none of us are sleeping for some of this good ass DDR. 850 people tuning in. Come on now. There's nothing else like this out there.
New Century Expert. This is exciting. This is exciting.
All right, chat. Close scores, both with the PSC. A 23-point difference between the two.
195 beats per minute. Sick, nasty slowdown in the middle. Lots of jumps.
Okay.
I love this. I love this.
All right. So to get here, Mark vetoed in the past. Nate vetoed Trip Machine Evolution.
Mark.
Chat, we're going to be pretty quiet for the rest of this. We want you all to take this in. This is a monumental moment. Let's go.
has done it. Nate beats Chris, but Mark beats Nate. Mark goes to grand finals, has clinched top 2. At
The
Upbeat
crowd cheering.
Denver. Nate drops to losers finals. He clinches top 3 still, but can
However,
still go to the top.
that being said, Nate's now about to fight for his life.
He did it once. Can he do it twice?
Chris for life, I'm sure thrilled to get that salty run back we were talking about. The only advantage I would say that we have here, if you want to call it an advantage, is that Nate just got out of a set. He has basically gotten the equivalent of an extended warm-up. Now, as we kind of see here, as we looked at Nate's expression out of it, not very happy with that result. Very upset. So hopefully Nate can go ahead and recenter his mood.
Yep.
Undo any mental damage that he may have sustained. And recenter himself and get back into the zone to go ahead and channel that momentum that he had going for so long throughout this tournament. He did it once. He knocked down the champion.
And at this point,
Can he do it again?
I think everyone is out of overrides. Chris used his, Nate used his, Mark used his? Did Mark use his?
Yes.
Yes. Which was Mark's? I don't remember.
Mark used, God. Either way, we're out of overrides. I'll put it that way.
So we are at the mercy of the cards. And we are in no warm-up zone, for real this time. We will get the card in a moment. We are trying to start the match as soon as possible. We are kicking off with Air Heroes Challenge.
All right, chat. Here we go. Eyes open. Send your favorites, your spirit energy. Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Right
Nate!
at the very end.
Nate's taking the first song. Surprised at himself. At this point, not even a pop off of joy, just what the hell is going on?
Oh my god.
What the hell is going on? Nate's words that came out of his mouth.
11-2 to 12-1, with the extra 2-1 being misses. And yep, you read it right, chat. We're back. Because we haven't seen this enough yet. Dead End Groove Radar Special. Degrassi, Degreaser, Touch the Grass, Daggers. All of them. Declaw, Degree, 98 of them.
Just for the chat, because y'all have been awesome. Degrassi, This might be the last time we see this in tournament.
I mean, at this point, it's probably coming up on every other match. Who knows?
All right, so we've seen this enough. We know what to look out for. The tricky pattern, the triple jump that have been doing damage to everyone along the way. Christopher Light firing back with 34 perfect, 4 great. Nate, 48 perfect and 9.
Chat, just like last time, we are going to the veto round.
Nate looks gassed. Nate is hanging onto the bar for dear life, and I don't blame him. He has been giving this his everything for the last several hours.
So, we are going, how fitting, we are going to
Ranker Killer Girl.
KAC qualifier for KAC 2019.
This is a very fitting, very fitting opportunity. Ranker Killer playing the top ranked player, top seeded player of the tournament. Here,
Here we go, chat. Set your spirit energy to your fave. Time goes now. 1985. Chris for Life, 1876, 23 perfects. 1 miss, 10 perfects. 2 greats for Nate. Oh my God.
Back-to-back wins against Chris. Chris for Life out in 3rd place.
Unbelievable, chat. As I said, history was made throughout the week. History is going to continue to be made. Unbelievable. Chat, stop. Let's take a pause for a second. Can we get some GGs in chat? Especially for the one and only, the GOAT, the legend, the 2-time KAC champion. No negativity. Let's get some GGs in chats. GGs. Shout out to Chris for Life. Making an extremely strong showing.
Running through the losers bracket.
Respect is not something that you are entitled to. It's something that is earned. Chris for Life has constantly earned the respect, putting up an absolutely unreal performance.
Oh my goodness. This is a lot. This is, chat, if you were here today to witness this, put "I was here" in the chat. I was here.
You've been here for some good ass DDR. Pop off. Let them know. Let them know in the VOD. Let them know in the VOD on YouTube. Let them know in the
man.
VOD on Twitch. You were here. You witnessed history being made. Stream Monsters, all 900 viewers across
Let's
Twitch.
go.
900. 900 across Twitch and YouTube. Let's go. Let them know you are here. You let them know you've been here for this good ass DDR. There's nothing else like this. Nothing else like this. Oh my goodness. Chat. In your fantasy bracket, in your dreams, would you have ever imagined that you would see these two faces up there? Captain Canada, the jewel of the North. Nate, who does not have access to an official machine as of this time, had to come to Cleveland to do his qualifiers against the hometown hero, forged from the rocks of the Rocky Mountains, built in this altitude. Mark.
The winners finals run back.
Nate getting his salty and well-earned run back.
Oh, are we starting with Orca? Oh, what a great start.
So chat, we did say this. This is a disadvantage of being in losers. Unfortunately, it means you have to play extra. You don't get breaks. We go right back into it. Chat, send your energy to your faves. Let's go. Good ass DDR is bound to be had. Shout out to all of you. Shout out to Camellia. Let's get it. Now chat, I'm not going to comment too much on what's going on here. All right.
We have the best of 5 card draw.
And the current situation that Nate is in is that he is on the loser side of Grand Finals, which means that in order for him to continue in this tournament, he he has to reset the bracket by winning this best of 5. The card draw, as you see, starts off with Orca. This was Nate's Protect. After that, we have, from Mark, Triple Journey, Expert. After that, we then had 2 vetoes, Shirare, and then Endymion Challenge. I don't blame you. Now, what could be left, depending on how things go, Skywalking, the first 15, and then Elemental Creation Challenge. Smart, in order to put this to bed as soon as possible, needs to win this best of 5.
Well, if he does that, he's doing it the long way because Nate is destroying.
Nate
Demolishing.
not making it easy, taking the first 2001 from Nate,
A Nate Odyssey.
or 2016 from Nate. Insane. So Nate, with 1 on the board, that much closer to the reset.
Here we go.
So we are going to Elemental Creation Challenge.
Nate, his emotions on his sleeve right now. Looked at Elemental Creation and went, ah. Nate has been putting his everything. You can see he's stepping so hard.
All right,
so
Mark,
high.
and Mark putting his all into it as well. You know, little stone face. Both of these players wearing their fatigue, wearing their exhaustion on their sleeve. Let's go, chat. Number 2.
Mark looking ice cold like the Rockies. People are almost not moving. Are you serious right now? We are even.
All right, into the slowdown. Neck and neck, here we go, it's the stop section.
A lot of arrow slam.
Nate taking it right at the end. Now up 2-0. Literally 1 song away from the bracket reset. Absolutely dead close. All the way up until the end. Literally between single-digit points. And then a combo drop from Mark. Just giving Nate the substantial gap